It had taken them half a year to move all their supplies in, but these bugs, how long did it take them? How fast could they empty all this out? "How's it going?" Jingshu asked. "We need to hurry. The shift changes soon." Every so often, the guards above would all change shifts. During the change, the new team would check the villa and warehouses, confirm the supplies, and sign off, just like a bank gold handover. Otherwise, who would be responsible if something went missing? Wenjun looked up. "No big problems. There's just a little bit left. We should be able to move it all underground before they notice. We've already sealed up the tunnels we finished, covering them with dirt." Jingshu nodded. "It's best not to be discovered. There's still some firepower above, and dealing with it would be a hassle. I just heard from these guys that they have a satellite phone and GPS. If they call for help, the military might show up, and that would be a mess." Pothead said, "Got it, Jingjie. Was your trip out today smooth?" "Pretty smooth. The other teams have new targets. After this job, we're heading to Hans," Jingshu said. Zhao Wei's eyes lit up. "I heard Hans is rich. No sea, but tons of oil. If we could dig up an oil field underground, that'd be great." Jingshu smiled. The oil fields there all had owners and were heavily guarded. They might not even get close. As they chatted, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the base, loud enough to be heard even underground. Jingshu didn't even need to go up to know what happened. A guard must have gone to get some ammo, only to find the villa empty. Panicked, he hit the alarm. "Not good, we've been discovered. Wenjun, escort Zhao Wei out. We'll handle the rest. Go meet up with Zhang Lang's group outside. Survival first. Zhang Lang already has an escape tunnel." Zhao Wei's huge body quickly slipped into a burrowing bug and was transported away. She was now skilled at escaping, something unimaginable a year ago for a creature her size. Once Zhao Wei was gone, Jingshu told Pothead to keep moving supplies, while she and Hao Yunlai's team headed to the surface. There was still a bit of material left to move, and some final cleanup to do. Whether to move that last bit depended on the enemy's firepower. As the alarm blared, the whole base was thrown into chaos. Guards were shocked to find that the supplies they'd watched over for years, perfectly intact just yesterday, had all vanished overnight, as if the weapons had grown wings and flown away. "So, you're saying there's a place in the base that hides a pink energy core? It's used to suppress new humans? That's the first I've heard of it." Jingshu narrowed her eyes. If Iron Hammer hadn't mentioned it, even Mai Rui wouldn't have known. Apparently this thing was with the base's second-in-command. "We have to get it. It's useless to ordinary people, but for ability users it's a deadly weapon." Mai Rui looked miserable. He just wanted to escape. If they were caught with the supplies missing, the consequences would be dire. Jingshu sped up. The last bit of supplies could be left behind, but this thing had to be secured. In all these years of the apocalypse, she'd never seen this kind of energy before. It was all just absurd. Collison was the second-in-command in charge of military supplies. If the black-robed man was the base's boss, Collison was number 2. But the black-robed man was a new human with unstable powers, so Collison was sent by the higher-ups to manage weapons and keep an eye on the ability users. He'd been a military logistics chief before, so the black-robed man handled force, and Collison handled logistics and planning. His defense plans had always been perfect, never a single bullet lost. But now, he'd lost the entire base's arsenal in one go. He had a bad feeling. Earlier, the black-robed man hadn't returned. Only a few subordinates had. And Mai Rui said the boss had taken the supplies to clean them before coming back. But something felt off. Now, seeing the empty villa, he understood everything. "Mai Rui, this was you, wasn't it? You actually colluded with outsiders to steal everything from the base. Damn it, do you know what Dira will do when she finds out? All these weapons were for Dira's plan to take over the Middle East." The base was already in chaos. Jingshu and her group ran right into Collison and his armed troops, who surrounded them. The Dira Collison mentioned was their organization's boss, a terrifying warlord, not only wealthy and powerful, but also a famous American arms queen who controlled several states. Mai Rui's pupils shrank. Of course he knew Dira, that terrifying, twisted old woman, but what could he do? He was barely hanging on to his own life. "Give up. I've already reported this to Dira. None of you will escape, and Dira has new measures in place to prevent ability users from causing trouble." Collison stepped back, letting the soldiers close in, and retreated to a safe distance. Then he pulled out a remote control box. "You can't escape. None of you." He pressed the red button. "No!" Mairui shouted. "Run! This lunatic is about to activate the electric towers. Even I can't survive that much voltage." But it was too late. Collison had already pressed the button. Sst! There was a sound, but nothing happened. The electric towers around the base were supposed to release 100,000 volts, frying everything in range, but now, nothing. Collison. He frowned and pressed it again. Suddenly, Darlene's timid voice came. "Mr. Collison, our noble Chinese princess says you don't need to bother. The wires are right here." Collison saw Jing Shu holding a bunch of cut wires. Collison. Speechless. Mairui collapsed in relief. He'd thought he was dead for sure. The next second, Collison grinned viciously. "No matter. You're all going to die anyway. If I can't live after losing all this, I'll take you with me." Jing Shu frowned, feeling a sense of unprecedented danger. Mairui seemed to realize something and shouted, "You maniac! Did you report to Dira and activate the self-destruct?" The mercenaries around them immediately panicked. Collison nodded. "If everything's gone, I'll blow it all up. You have 5 minutes. Where can you run? Ha 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 ha!" "We're doomed." Snake Woman and Mairui both looked desperate. Jing Shu stopped wasting time. She'd hoped to find some last-minute loot, but almost lost her life instead. But it was fine. She searched Collison and found the energy wasn't in his office, but on him. With no time to hide her strength, she acted. After all, as Collison said, who knew how many would escape? 5 minutes? Suddenly, huge blobs of green slime appeared, forming familiar carriages that swallowed Collison whole. Sure enough, the green giant found a metal box on him, inside which were a few grenade-like objects. Jing Shu could feel the energy pulsing inside. This was it. With the prize in hand, it was time to run. The green giant wrapped up Jing Shu's team and bolted. A hail of bullets followed, but it was like shooting into cotton. No effect at all. Now everyone knew the base was about to blow, so they all scrambled to escape. Luckily, when the alarm sounded, Jing Shu had already told Zhao Wei and the others to run. They should be safe by now. The green giant ran at full speed, every cell straining, rolling, and tumbling. Inside, Jing Shu's group was tossed around like bumper cars, but no one dared complain. Every second counted. 5 minutes later, right on time, a massive explosion roared behind them. "We're finished, we're dead, there's no way we'll survive this. The self-destruct system was designed to wipe out this whole island. No matter how fast we run, Dira won't let us get away." Mairui and Snake Woman knew that vicious woman all too well. If she couldn't have something, she'd destroy it. Originally, they thought that if Jing Shu had left even a little behind at the base, Collison wouldn't have reported to the higher-ups and triggered the self-destruct. But with the base completely emptied, Collison had nothing left to lose. Of course he'd report it. Now, everyone was doomed. But as they talked, something felt off. After the initial explosion, there was no follow-up. Looking back from a distance, the blast didn't even seem to have destroyed the whole villa area. Mairui's heart pounded. He asked, voice trembling, "How long have we been running?" Snake Woman said, "About 5 minutes, I think." Iron Hammer, "Maybe 6?" Mairui continued, "Could Collison have set the timer wrong and it just hasn't gone off yet?" Iron Hammer shook his head. "The detonator already went off. It should have set off all the explosives hidden in every villa and other places. There's no way it would just go off once and then stop." Mairui's heart raced even faster. He thought of an impossible explanation and said, "Could it be that our Chinese boss here cut all the wires?" Darlene translated everyone's words, and Jing Shu was a bit confused herself. She hadn't even realized the base had a self-destruct system, so how could she have cut the wires? Iron Hammer shook his head again. "You forgot. These self-destruct systems are linked by satellite radio. Only headquarters can trigger them, and it has nothing to do with cutting wires or power. They waited a few more minutes, and the green giant slowed down. Everyone was sure now. The base that was supposed to explode didn't. Mairui was dying of curiosity. So what happened? Jingshu's lips curled into a smile. Maybe we'll find out when we meet up with Xiao Wei and the others. She finally relaxed a little. Even though the cleanup hadn't been perfect and they'd left the last bit of supplies behind, at least she'd gotten the pink energy, so it wasn't a total loss. Soon, the green giant brought Jingshu and countless hidden mudfish to a spot in the wilderness outside the city. This was Xiao Wei's lair for the past few days. Jingshu had the bugs bring her to the huge underground nest, where countless bugs were moving supplies to the ships at the shore. Jingshu saw Xiao Wei and Zhang Lang working together. That once shy, dejected young man now had wild hair and dark circles under his eyes, but his antennae were twitching with excitement as he gave orders. This was another surprise for Jingshu. She hadn't expected Zhang Lang to be so useful. Since the South China Sea incident, Zhang Lang and Xiao Wei had formed a deep friendship. Zhang Lang discovered his antennae could communicate with Xiao Wei over long distances, like ants sending signals to each other. Zhang Lang could send signals to command the bugs, which was even more effective than Jingshu herself. So, since arriving in Mars, Zhang Lang had stayed out of sight. His half-human, half-cockroach appearance was too obvious, but he directed the bugs to dig tunnels, relayed their intentions to Jingshu's team, and passed on her orders to the bugs. He played a crucial role as a translator. This made Xiao Wei's job much easier. Jing Jia's here. Everyone's here. They greeted Jingshu. Zhang Lang's eyes lit up and he ran over, antennae fluttering, scratching his head. Jingshu, you're just in time. There's a problem. Look. He pointed to the underground warehouse at the transfer station. This morning, when the bugs were digging, Xiao Wei found a bunch of weird devices underground. Looked like weapons or explosives. So we brought them back. But 2 hours ago they started flashing like crazy. I was worried they were dangerous, so I didn't move them to the ships. I was waiting for you to check. Jingshu saw a huge pile of stuff in the underground chamber. Iron Hammer, who had followed them, dropped to his knees with a thud. Mairui's jaw dropped. Jingshu blinked, starting to guess what these things were. Could these be the base's self-destruct explosives? After Darlene translated, Iron Hammer exclaimed, These are the new self-destruct explosives. How did they end up here? Jingshu coughed. We must have accidentally stolen them when we were looting the base. Everyone was speechless. Some of these were hidden underground, some in the villas. How did they find them all? And they even managed to remove them. Xiao Wei straightened her huge body. I just didn't trust the bugs to miss anything. Our goal was to take everything, not leave a single hair behind. So when I was patrolling, I kept hearing a beeping sound, and that's how I found them. These satellite-linked explosives sent and received signals every few seconds, powered by 30-year batteries, sealed and hidden so well that even Jingshu hadn't noticed. But Xiao Wei found them just by hearing the faint radio signal. Who could argue with that? Jingshu gave Xiao Wei a thumbs up. Xiao Wei, you're amazing. Hao Yunlai and Tank both gave thumbs up too. Xiao Wei was even prouder. I just want to know if these are worth anything. Can I get an extra chicken leg for dinner? Jingshu nodded. Of course they're valuable. Think about how much it would take to blow up a whole base. But we might have a problem. These things have signal beacons. Even if we cut the Wi-Fi, they still have GPS. If we don't destroy the batteries or drain them, our location will be exposed. Iron Hammer immediately grabbed Mairui. Quick, Mairui, destroy the circuits or drain the batteries or we'll be found. Before he finished, a sudden change occurred. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and then, boom! An explosion sounded nearby. Damn, we didn't get blown up by the base, but now we're going to be bombed by aircraft. Tank's booming voice rang out. Jingjie, you guys run first. Hao Yunlai and I will cover the rear. But what about all these explosives? Xiao Wei asked anxiously. Leaving those explosives here would be a disaster. Who knows who might get their hands on them, and if a bomber hit them, it'd be even worse. But the good thing about these underground tunnels was that they were deep enough that even bombers couldn't reach them easily. Jingshu immediately said, "Xiao Wei, you all get back to the ship first. We'll stay in touch by phone. Head toward Hans. Zhanglang, Hao Yunlai, Tank and I will cover the rear. Leave the bugs behind. We'll use the bug tunnels." All the underground tunnels Jingshu had been digging finally came in handy. She'd always said, wherever they went in the Middle East, they'd dig tunnels. Xiao Wei didn't argue. She trusted Jingshu's abilities and took her bodyguards, Wenjun and Pothead, straight to the ship. Zhang Lang directed the bugs to move the explosives deeper into the tunnels. Iron Hammer said, "If we don't get rid of the batteries in these bombs, it won't matter if we escape to China. They'll still track us." Jingshu nodded and shoved Mai Rui. "Hurry up and drain the batteries. The sooner you're done, the sooner we can get to the ship." This time Mai Rui didn't need to be told twice. He rushed to each device, frantically draining the batteries, not daring to stop. If this hidden danger wasn't dealt with, they'd never escape. Bombers circled above for ages, not killing anyone but blasting open a tunnel entrance. Soon, armored vehicles and troops followed, Collison from the morning, now leading the chase. Things got dramatic. Collison had been ready to die. He'd triggered the self-destruct after all. But after being searched and having the pink energy taken, he was tossed aside by the slime, which actually saved him from the blast. The base's core exploded, but not even a single villa was destroyed. When he checked, he found all the explosives had been stolen. "Damn these Chinese! Unbelievable!" He used the trackers to find their location, and as per orders, his job was to kill the thieves and wait for Dira's reinforcements. Dira, the arms queen, had set up Mars as a military reserve to support Israel's war effort. "Idiots, all of you, just wait. I'll send Israeli troops to recover the supplies. Your only job now is not to lose track of them." So Collison was just waiting for reinforcements, trailing the group from a distance. That morning, they'd found a maze of tunnels under the base and sent people in to follow them, hoping to find where the supplies were being moved. But these tunnels were inhuman. They were huge, with endless branches. A normal maze at least has dead ends. But here, every tunnel was open, with 3 to 5 branches at every turn, and each of those had 3 to 5 more. The math was exponential, not even counting the loops. What the hell dug these tunnels? When Collison saw the endless underground maze, his legs nearly gave out. How was he supposed to chase them? The trackers said the targets were 30 meters below, but after all that wandering, they were still under the base. A mathematician tried to map it out. Every tunnel had 3 to 5 branches, and each of those had 3 to 5 more, and so on. It was endless. "Blow it up! Blast the whole place open! I don't believe we can't flush them out." So Jingshu and the bugs played cat and mouse underground, moving the explosives while Mai Rui frantically drained the batteries. As soon as one was drained, the bugs moved it away. After blasting the tunnels, Collison finally ordered a search. He saw the tracker's signals dropping fast. He knew Mai Rui was draining the batteries. He sneered. "Mai Rui, you think you can escape? Dira is a monster. She won't let any of you go." Suddenly, more attack helicopters appeared overhead, their rotors screaming. Before they even landed, a man and a woman jumped out. The man was huge. The blonde woman looked frail. But the massive rocket launcher on her back said otherwise. She was anything but weak. As soon as they landed, the woman strode ahead, clearly outranking the man. "Useless!" She slapped Collison so hard he flew. Collison scrambled back, bowing. "Ms. Mojalai, they're underground. They must have a special ability user making these tunnels. Mai Rui is draining the explosive's power. There's almost nothing left." The blonde woman, Mojalai, waved her hand. "Stop all attacks. Our goal is to recover the lost supplies. Those are for Israel's army, to control the Middle East. We can't lose them. Let me mark them. Then it won't matter where they run." "Yes." Collison breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't die now. But once this was over, Dira would settle accounts. All attacks stopped. Mojalai patted the big man behind her. "David, carry me to them." The big man picked her up and charged forward, smashing through anything in their way. Collison spat. Maniac. Tank led the way, clearing the path as they went deeper, the bug army moving supplies. The firepower above was fierce, and some tunnels collapsed. But if there was one thing the digging bugs did well, it was making tunnels. If one collapsed, they just switched to another. I really can't. My Rui was scorched black, even his prized hair singed. Are you sure you can't go on? Hao Yunlai, finish him! No, I can do it, I can! At this point, my Rui had absorbed so much electricity that his whole body was swollen. He tried to discharge the excess, but some always remained. Devil, you're all devils! My Rui cried as he kept absorbing electricity, pushing his limits again and again. Then, miraculously, he realized he was actually getting stronger. Hao Yunlai suddenly twitched his ears. They've stopped attacking. There are ability users catching up, and they're coming in a straight line. A straight line in these winding tunnels meant only one thing: trouble. Jingshu frowned. You all keep working. Hao Yunlai, let's go deal with this. Otherwise, it'll be a hassle. Hearing that Jingshu was going herself, Tank and Zhang Lang were worried. Everyone knew Jingshu was freakishly strong, but compared to other ability users, her strength was the least impressive. Could Jingshu really handle it? Hao Yunlai grinned. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll keep her safe. After all, the whole family liked Jingshu. He'd definitely protect her. They split into two teams. Jingshu and Hao Yunlai headed off in the opposite direction. They're fast. One man, one woman. The man's a power type, the woman's unknown. Jingshu quickly got the info from the bugs in the tunnels. Hao Yunlai grunted. They're probably after you. American reinforcements, most likely. With so much loot lost, they'll definitely chase us. Jingshu shrugged. Then we run. We've already got the goods. No way we're giving them back. They both thought of their days in America and exchanged a smile. Soon the man and woman caught up. They didn't bother with the maze. The man just smashed straight through the tunnels, no wonder they were so fast. Jingshu didn't bring a translator this time, so when they ran into the two, the arrogant pair started jabbering away. But as the saying goes, villains die from talking too much. Jingshu didn't waste time. She said to Hao Yunlai, You take one, I'll take the other. Leave one alive for Yang Yang to interrogate. Hao Yunlai glanced at the pair and sensed the woman was especially dangerous. Okay, I'll take the woman, you take the man. Let's finish quick so we can eat dinner. What's for dinner? Jingshu nodded. Good, let's make it quick. If we finish early and meet up with Xiao Wei, we'll reheat the chicken and braised ribs from lunch, toss in some noodles, and I'll make soup. Hearing that, Hao Yunlai's stomach rumbled. Jingshu's hand-pulled noodles were legendary, especially with that potato rib broth. Perfection. All right, I'll be quick, Hao Yunlai said. Jingshu snapped her fingers and a mass of sticky slime surrounded the two, instantly splitting the battlefield. She scooped up the man and left the woman to Hao Yunlai. Jingshu moved away. Hao Yunlai's powers were too dangerous, and she didn't want to get caught in his magnetic field. She knew firsthand how scary Hao Yunlai's powers had become in recent years. If not for her spiritual spring water keeping him alive, he'd be half dead by now. But his abilities had only grown more terrifying. With the Iron Man in tow, Jingshu pondered, How should I deal with this guy? Inside the green giant's slime, the burly man went berserk, smashing around like a wild bull, even forcing new tunnels through solid earth. The green giant was left with a huge bulge from all the battering. Jingshu thought for a moment, then pulled out a packet of super-strong sedative from her space. It was a failed experiment. One sip would knock out a cow for 3 days, but it had nasty side effects, so she'd never used it. Buddy, times have changed. It's not the age of bare fists anymore. Jingshu snapped her fingers, and the green giant force-fed the sedative to the man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After counting, Jingshu said, Down you go. But the Iron Man didn't fall. Ahem. Jingshu looked around. At least no one saw. When she'd given this to the family's big cow, 1 drop knocked it out for 3 days, and Grandma Jing scolded her for days. How was this guy tougher than a cow? 10 drops and he was still standing. Then, finally, the burly man collapsed. Total silence. As a certified afraid-to-die type, Jingshu was cautious. She didn't approach, but had the green giant tie him up with steel chains, layer after layer, until he was a steel-wrapped dumpling with only his head sticking out. Only then did she nod in satisfaction. Whatever secrets he had, they'd take him back for research. When Jingshu finished, Hao Yunlai was done too. Jingshu arrived with her captive just as Hao Yunlai was examining what looked like a piece of animal skin, lost in thought. Jingshu raised an eyebrow. "Where's the person?" Hao Yunlai held up the thing. "This is it. I caught her." Jingshu leaned in and was speechless. What a weird ability. "Oh well, if she escaped, she escaped. At least I caught one. Look." If Jingshu hadn't said to keep one alive, Hao Yunlai would have thought it was just a dead head. Seeing how Jingshu had tied up her captive, Hao Yunlai was speechless. No more pursuers. Now they could finally get organized. Hao Yunlai looked at the skin in his hand and hesitated. "So, what do we do with this thing?" "Even though it's kind of gross, who knows, maybe it has some other use." Hao Yunlai knew that as the queen of scavenging, Jingshu wanted everything. Maybe? Sure enough, Jingshu just had the Hulk help store it. "Let's take it all together and hand it over to the higher-ups later. Maybe we can exchange it for some contribution points or something. After all, it counts as loot. I'll keep it all for you. Even if there's no reward, it doesn't matter. We'll just keep it, whether it's useful or not. It's not like we don't have space." Hao Yunlai: "All right, it's so great having Jingshu around. Shall we get going then?" Jingshu had the bugs scout above one more time to make sure there wouldn't be any pursuers for a while. Only then did she nod and regroup with Hao Yunlai and Zhang Lang. After the two of them left, the skin that the Hulk had stored inside twitched, and a terrifying smile appeared on that piece of skin. But no one noticed, and no one cared. When Jingshu and Zhang Lang regrouped, Mai Rui had already absorbed all the battery power from the explosives. At this point, Mai Rui was covered in super long hair. His hair had grown to a full 2 meters long. If he didn't retract it, he'd look even more camouflaged than a ghillie suit, completely unrecognizable as a person. But after retracting it, Mai Rui no longer had his big golden hair and had become completely bald. You could say that although Mai Rui had become stronger, he'd also become uglier. Jingshu patted his shoulder. Men shouldn't care about appearances. Mai Rui was on the verge of tears. "Let's do one last check. Once we're sure everything's in order, we'll board the ship." After checking all the supplies, Jingshu took the remaining items and bugs to the ship waiting for them at the shore. Night had completely fallen. After a busy day, Jingshu had a simple dinner with everyone and then started reporting on their work. In the report group, everyone started sharing the results of their day's labor. Xiangxi corpse driver: "We've been following Winter's ship and are almost at Han's, but I heard that once we get to Han's, Winter is going to sell off all the supplies from the cargo ship, but it's not a big problem. The 30 ships of supplies I originally had should turn into 50 ships. Macau gambler: "We've arrived with this faction too, but they're planning to keep everything for themselves and are preparing to transport the supplies back to their base. Perfect timing for us to catch them all in one go. We expect to return the day after tomorrow and can meet up at the edge of the mass sea. I should be able to get about 20 ships worth of supplies." 132 real estate boss: "So jealous. The gambler's luck is always so good, unlike us. Damn, we're so unlucky. The bandits we followed are dirt poor. Aside from a few ships of broken weapons, there's nothing else. Tomorrow we'll have to gather our supply ships at the mass sea. With what I have, it's only about 15 ships in total." Other members also started reporting their supply ships. According to the plan, they needed to gather another batch of supplies in the next couple of days, return to Han's, and after passing through a safe route, bring the supplies to Han's. Zhou Mengyao: "Sigh, I managed to get 5 more ships of supplies, but that's just a drop in the bucket compared to you guys. Captain Jing, I heard you scored big and even raided a military base. How did it go?" The other bodyguard teams in the group immediately perked up, all eager to hear about Jingshu's situation. Jingshu smiled slightly and didn't hide anything. Yes, and it's all thanks to everyone's cover, stopping the big octopus in the black robe. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. We just finished sorting the supplies, got over 60 ships worth, but most of it is guns and ammo, not worth much, and we can't take it all. Of course, Jingshu didn't actually have that many ships. Most were official ships sent from above to transport the goods, and some were borrowed overnight from Mama Ha's. Buying is out of the question. With so many bandits and pirate ships, just collecting donations, for a while should be enough. Whoa, that many guns? Captain Jing, even if you just exchange them for contribution points, you'll make a killing. Yeah, and if you sell them for supplies, that's another huge haul. Captain Jing, you're amazing. Just as everyone thought this was Jingshu's biggest gain, she'd Old Joe and said, "Old Joe, I found some weird stuff here. I don't know what it is, just brought it back, but I feel like it's something good. Should I have a professional take a look?" Soon, Old Joe, who'd been lurking, spoke up. "Good job, Jing girl. This time you've earned a big merit. Why don't you send a picture first and I'll see which expert to ask?" Jingshu stroked her chin, took a photo of the tip of the big black ball in her storage space, and sent it. Jingshu. Picture. Jiangxi corpse driver. What is this? Pitch black, just a lump of iron? Ha ha ha. Looks like a chunk of scrap metal. Why are there so many wires on it? Looks like some kind of device. Captain Jing, did you move their control console? This thing's useless, right? Everyone in the group was joking around. Old Joe stared at it for a long time but couldn't figure out what it was. Jing girl, why don't you take a full body shot or a video? I can't tell what this is. Jingshu. It's too big to get it all in one shot. How about I wait until I get to Maz tomorrow and have someone take a look? I really feel like this is something good. Ha 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 ha. How big is it? Who would make such a huge lump of iron for no reason? Don't laugh. Maybe there's a missile inside or something, ha ha ha. At that moment, an old man who'd been silent in the group, he was like an auditor and supervisor for this mission, spoke up. Old Zhang, don't laugh. If I'm not mistaken, this is a goddamn nuclear bomb core. Who's that old guy upstairs? What a joke, ha ha ha. Shut up, old Zhang is a nuclear bomb researcher. Ah, what does he mean? Is this pitch black iron ball a nuclear bomb? Is it the kind of nuclear weapon I'm thinking of? No way, no way! A nuclear weapon? The kind that can destroy an entire city with one bomb? At this moment, everyone in the group was stunned. That included Jingshu, who was completely dumbfounded. Over the years, she'd stolen a lot of things, but she'd never seen anything this insane. This ugly, pitch-black thing was a nuclear bomb? But why would a nuke look like this? And why would something so dangerous be in a small place like Maz? What are the Americans up to? Do they want to blow up the entire Middle East? Old Zhang sent a string of voice messages. Old Zhang. 60? Jingshu usually hated people who sent long voice messages, but this time was an exception. Her heart was pounding wildly. This thing looked like it was worth a fortune. Even though she couldn't use it herself, it could be exchanged for real contribution points, and those points could be traded for good stuff. All in all, Jingshu was about to strike it rich again. So that's why the man in the black robe treasured this thing so much. Turns out, that's what it was all about. But the only good news now was that she, Jingshu, had wiped out the entire military base, leaving nothing behind. Who knows if that ambitious Dira would be so angry he'd cough up blood. Jingshu converted the voice message to text, but the system couldn't recognize the Sichuan dialect, so she had no choice but to listen to it again from the beginning. As she listened, the corners of her mouth kept twitching. Then, following old Zhang's instructions, she took a few more photos and sent them to the group. Finally, old Zhang said excitedly, "Young people these days really know how to make a contribution. With this nuclear core, its research value is enormous. Once I crack this nuke, I'll be able to paralyze their entire nuclear weapons system. Oh, Zhou Chong, you have to protect these important things well. Or should I have Nantian go meet up with you first? Old Joe. Nantian should have just finished transporting the energy back so he can make another trip. By the way, Jing girl, you have to keep that thing safe. It's dangerous. Where are you keeping it? Old Zhang. Exactly. There might be a tracking system inside. You must be extremely careful. I'll have Nantian bring a shielding system when he comes to meet you. Since you've taken such a big treasure, they'll definitely chase you down. You all need to be extra careful these days. Jingshu. Jingshu looked at the big black ball in her storage space. She'd originally thought about taking it out, but now, forget it. She wouldn't take it out until Nantian came to pick it up. Jingshu thought for a moment and added, "By the way, I haven't reported this yet, but I also personally recruited a new ability user this time. Someone who can absorb and discharge electricity. He's already drained all the electrical energy from the nuclear device, so it shouldn't be trackable anymore." Everyone else? Jealousy, envy, and resentment reached their peak. Why does Captain Jingshu always get such big hauls every time she goes out? It was like this in the Mirror Sea, and now, even after being taken hostage, she's still making a killing. How did she end up raiding a military base? That alone was enough to make everyone jealous, but then she even dug up a nuclear bomb while tunneling. Even if they couldn't use it, its research value was immense. It was like getting the password to the enemy's secret weapon, an invaluable treasure, a wealth of knowledge and technology that no amount of supplies could match, and a crucial tool for China's future rise. So, after getting the nuke, Jingshu also recruited a new human? And a rare utility-type one at that? Wouldn't that mean she now had a portable power bank who could use electricity however she wanted? Old Dao with the yellow teeth was full of regret. Back when he followed Jingshu in the Mirror Sea, he at least got a lot of contribution points. Now that he was in the Middle East, even though his buddy Situ Xiaoye was awesome and helped him get a lot of supplies, it still couldn't compare to the ease of being with Jingshu. He worked himself to the bone, but it was nothing compared to just coasting along with Jingshu. Old Dao made up his mind. After everyone regrouped, he'd stick with Jingshu no matter what. He nudged the zombie Situ Xiaoye. "We still need to follow Jingshu's lead no matter what." Situ Xiaoye took a bite of dried fish, then nodded expressionlessly. "Follow her, and there's dried fish to eat." "So, I lose my annual leave again this year?" Nantian's face was calm, betraying no emotion. Then he continued, "All right, got it. I'll pack up and head to the Middle East again. I'll be there in 7 days." Nantian sighed. "Jingshu, you were always a troublemaker back in America, and now that you're in the Middle East, you still haven't given me a break. Transporting a nuclear bomb, such a secret weapon, could only be handled by the country's top elite combat team. If they flew, they'd get there much faster." Just then, the phone rang. It was Jingshu? Nantian thought for a moment and answered the satellite call. On the other end, Jingshu's unique, clear, and spirited voice came through. "Nantian, it's me, Jingshu. Sorry to make you run another errand." Nantian grunted, "No problem, but you'll have to make up my vacation time later. And if there's anything else good, get it all done at once." Making him run back and forth like this was really exhausting. Jingshu's laughter rang out. "Who can say for sure? I just raided a military base, and who knew I'd get a buy one get one free deal and pick up such a great item? Old Joe said I'd get a big merit this time. Oh, by the way, I have a favor to ask. Since you're coming from home again, my good friend Sumali wants to send me a gift from China. Could you bring it along for me?" Nantian didn't hesitate. "Sure, where is it?" "I wouldn't dare trouble you. She's already sent it to the airport. Thanks a lot. When you get here, I'll treat you to something delicious." Beep, beep. The call ended. Nantian thought to himself, women really are a bit troublesome. But since Jingshu had made such a big contribution to the country, a little trouble was nothing. He gathered his team again and headed to the airport after making all the preparations. When he picked up the item Jingshu had asked him to bring, his expression turned a little strange. Meanwhile, Jingshu had no idea what Sumali was sending her. That's why Sumali was called the Queen of Good Luck. As soon as Jingshu found out Nantian was coming, Sumali said, Ah, Jingshu, if you were here, it'd be great. I want to give you something. You'll definitely like it, but unfortunately, Jingshu, you can wait until I get back. There was no need for formalities between her and Sumali. Whatever Sumali gave her, she'd accept. Sumali, but I can't wait that long. Jingshu thought for a moment and said, "How about you send it to the Middle East? My friend is coming from home. It's not too big, right? If it's too big, it'll be hard for them to carry." Sumali smiled happily. "That's great. It's not big at all." And so just like that, it was settled. Jingshu didn't even ask what it was. She figured the girl just missed her and wanted to send her something as a token of affection. Jingshu quickly put the matter out of her mind, because she was about to get busy. The next day, Jingshu's fleet arrived outside the Ma Sea and met up with the other bodyguard teams. This time, since the fat sheep was especially fat, everyone's haul was Counting up the spoils is naturally everyone's favorite moment. Even those who had complained about not getting much this time couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. After all, they'd only been in the Middle East for a few days and had already gained so much. And there was still more to come. It was hard to imagine how they'd left with empty hands but would return with such a bountiful harvest. The Violent Jump team did a new tally of their supplies. Leaving aside the dozens of ships' worth of goods their own fleet had brought, they'd gained another 100 ships' worth of cargo. Of course, there was a lot of water in that number. After all, with the elite bodyguard team's style, they'd strip a place down to the bricks if they could. So anything that could be used for daily life, food, drinks, supplies, if it could be taken, it was taken. The bodyguard teams were all in high spirits, and even their private ships had managed to scavenge quite a bit. And that was after deducting the more than 30 ships' worth of supplies that old Dao with the yellow teeth had taken to Hans. Now, with a grand total of 150 ships, big and small, the fleet was truly a spectacular sight. But they'd still have to go to Hans to sell off the less valuable goods and trade them for more valuable supplies. If they could trade for half as much, that would already be pretty good. Even so, when this mighty fleet returned to Mas, the jaws of the people at Mama Ha's, who had been waiting eagerly, nearly dropped to the ground. Old Joe sat calmly in the cabin, sipping his goji berry and red date 8 treasure tea, just hoping Jingshu would hurry back. He was running out of tea these days. Mama has gaped and said, "Mr. Joe, is this the shipment your brother brought all the way from China for you?" Old Joe nodded. "Yes, I told you, this is just the advance team. If we lose some supplies, so be it. Besides this brother, I have a third brother. Once I've scouted things out here, we can send even more supplies." Mama has swallowed hard, feeling even more respect for old Joe. Look at these Chinese. So extravagant. Dozens of ships' worth of supplies lost, and they just send even more. Some of these ships even looked familiar, like Maz's own Arthur's ships, and some were so battered they looked like they'd just been through a war. And some were even stranger, looking like the ships that had come to steal supplies a few days ago. Even though the letters had been repainted, the style was unmistakable. Old Joe coughed and said, "Oh, about that. My daughter and her group came too. After the bandits stole the goods, my brother's fleet happened to run into my daughter and rescued her. What a happy coincidence." Mama Haas's expression grew even stranger, his face turning red. Old Joe racked his brain for an explanation and finally said, "Who knows? Maybe the bandits fought each other over the loot and both sides suffered heavy losses, so my daughter was lucky enough to escape." Mama has finally looked enlightened. He thought, there's no way these Chinese could escape from the bandits. No way the bandits would let such a cash cow go. It must have been a fierce fight, both sides losing out. The massive fleet docked at Mas's harbor, churning up the muddy water and sending waves crashing onto the shore. Today, Maz's port was especially lively. Because old Joe said there would be a lot of supplies docking, Mama has sent plenty of troops to guard the area. A familiar, beautiful, and noble woman ran down from the ship. "Father, I missed you so much. I thought I was going to die at the hands of those bandits and never see you again. I was so scared." Jingshu wailed, though no tears came out. She had to use a bit of garlic to squeeze out a single tear. Mama has saw old Joe's children return, and this scene of fatherly love moved him. He sighed. I hope after this, Miss Joe will understand that the Middle East is a dangerous place. Please be careful in the future. Miss Joe nodded. Of course. Captain Chi, playing the role of old Joe's brother, hugged him, chatted for a bit, had the goods counted, and then took a few ships and left. Old Joe explained to Mama Haas, my brother is heading back to China. If needed, he can always send more supplies. Don't worry, we're always the big spenders, always useful to you. Mama has opened his mouth, then smiled and nodded. This was really, wow. Let's rest for the night. Tomorrow we'll head to Hans and pick a site for the factory. With so many supplies, I'm sure we can get it up and running. Old Joe said confidently. Mama has agreed. All right, Mr. Joe. See you tomorrow. With my recommendation, you won't lose out. Night fell, and the sea returned to calm. They didn't sell the goods to Mass today because many of the items on their ships were familiar to Mass. Weren't these the very things from their own territory? If they sold them here, it would definitely raise suspicion. So everyone held back their excitement, waiting to deal with it all in Hans. The docks were still bustling at night. Old Joe had people move all the things they'd been keeping at the hotel back to the ships, a huge project, since most of it belonged to Jingshu. Jingshu had managed to get 2 more large cargo ships this time, plus the ferries she'd brought. Now she had the Blue Moon and Red Flag, 2 huge ferries, both packed with goods. Plus the ships they'd robbed and the ones from this operation, she had 5 cargo ships, all nearly full. There were also 2 passenger ships, one for Xiao Wei and one for the soldiers she'd brought. In other words, she now had 9 fixed ships. Who could imagine how many ships she'd have to bring back in the end? Back in the South China Sea, she'd had to rent ferries with great effort, but out here, just by collecting donations, robbing, she'd casually gotten 7 ships. Truly, a horse doesn't get fat without eating night grass. And that's not even counting the guns and ammo she'd gotten from raiding the military base, not to mention the beer and cigarettes on board. Jingshu was busy calculating her assets, while old Joe gathered everyone for a tally of the haul, a sort of awards and morale-boosting meeting. It was like a regular review meeting, recap, then discuss the next steps. After all, things had gone so smoothly thanks to everyone's teamwork and careful planning. Everyone gathered in the conference hall of the official ship. Yang began to report on the gains from this operation, followed by the calculation of everyone's extra contributions. The gambler discovered the enemy's fatal weakness, rewarded 500 contribution points. Four Eyes fought the giant octopus, rewarded 300 contribution points. The corpse driver eliminated hundreds of enemies underwater, rewarded 300 contribution points. These are just the contribution point rewards. There are also daily bonuses and other extras, all recalculated by dedicated scorekeepers and only recorded after confirmation with each person. After all, contribution points are worth more than virtual currency. Jingshu, meanwhile, was multitasking, organizing her things in her space, feeding chickens, cows, and rabbits, and even helping the old sow give birth. She'd been so busy these days she'd almost forgotten about all this. As she worked, she listened to Yang reading out the numbers. As she listened, Yang moved on to the next part of the commendation ceremony, completely skipping over her contribution points. Jingshu raised her hand. Did you forget about me? Everyone immediately turned to look at her. Right. How could they forget the biggest fish of all? Yang coughed lightly and said, Jingshu's contribution points are still being calculated. It's too complicated. Might take another week to finish. Hiss. What does that mean? How much did she get that it'll take a week to count? Seriously? Yang nodded. If you turn in all those guns and ammo, we have to recalculate everything. Even if a whole box of bullets is only worth 1 contribution point, you turned in hundreds of thousands of boxes, not to mention all the other guns and weapons. We have to be thorough, and everything has to be photographed and entered into the database. A week is a conservative estimate. There are already more than a dozen scorekeepers working overtime on it. Yang Yang added, "There's just too much stuff." Everyone else. Jealousy, envy, and resentment. Everyone's eyes were red. Jingshu thought about it and realized it made sense. Yesterday had been so rushed she'd just been frantically loading things onto the ships. Only Wenjun's side, with the help of bugs, had managed a rough count. The official tally takers were probably still working overtime, and neither side had confirmed the numbers yet. She nodded and smiled. "That's true. No rush. We'll double-check everything with my people when the time comes." Even among close friends, accounts should be clear. This kind of thing has to be carefully checked to avoid any hard feelings. Still, Jingshu was looking forward to it. Just how many contribution points could you get for raiding an entire military base? Yang Yang coughed and said, "Since we're on the topic, let's take a moment to commend Captain Jingshu for her contribution to the country. This time, Captain Jingshu bravely infiltrated enemy territory, undaunted by danger or powerful foes. Not only did she seize an entire military base's worth of guns and ammo, but she also discovered a top-secret national-level nuclear bomb. The higher-ups have decided that in addition to her regular contribution points, Captain Jingshu will be awarded a first-class merit medal and an internal appointment. There will be other resources as well, to be settled after this incident is over." Everyone's eyes were burning as they stared at Jingshu. The envy was obvious. They say it's a commendation ceremony, but really it's just a celebration for Jingshu alone, isn't it? The whole thing is just praise for Captain Jingshu. If you could find a nuke, they'd treat you the same way. Yeah, just bad luck, I guess. Wait, is it really just bad luck? Even if you found a military base, could you sneak all that stuff out without anyone noticing? Could you move over 50 ships worth of supplies in a single day? Exactly. Just look at Nanan, who went with her. She got so badly beaten up in the base, her face was a mess. If it were you, you'd probably end up the same way. By the way, has there been any word on what's going to happen to Nanan? Yeah. They said they'll announce it tonight. Probably at the end. Let's wait and see. After Yang Yang finished the commendation ceremony, Old Joe nodded, signaling him to move on to the next part. Yang Yang continued. Now, let's talk about the general plan and arrangements. As for our current supplies, more than 50 ships' worth of guns and ammo were brought in by Captain Jingshu. Since the ships were borrowed from the Maz authorities, we'll have to return them. Also, most of these guns and ammo are for land use, not much use at sea. So we'll transport most of them to Iran and sell them to our allies there, in exchange for a large amount of oil and other resources. Everyone nodded. The original plan was to wait until they'd gathered enough before going to Iran to trade, but now, with this unexpected windfall, the route and plan had to change. Yang Yang continued. So tomorrow, we'll head to Hans. After setting up there, we'll look for an opportunity to transport the ammo to Iran. The two places aren't far apart. When we get to Hans, there are 3 main things to do. First, we'll set the bait and attract the local big fish. But Hans is a big place, and there are no gun restrictions. It's 10 times more dangerous than Maz. So everyone must be careful not to reveal their abilities at critical moments, or it could get very troublesome. Everyone nodded, but they were also excited. Hans was a place full of fat sheep, with pirates and outlaws everywhere and no real law. I heard that in Hans, the local government is the biggest pirate. Yeah, even though we're strong, if the local authorities set their sights on us, their armed forces are no joke. They could swallow us whole. Yang Yang said, "That's why we have to draw up high. Let the Hans authorities know that if they take us out now, they'll only get $100. But if they wait, they could get 10,000. Get it? Draw up high." Drawing up high is a classic Chinese skill. Everyone understood. As for how to do it, that was up to leaders like Old Joe and Yang Yang. The fighters just had to follow orders and fight. Yang Yang continued. The second step is to transport most of the ammo to Iran. The third step is to wait for the Chinese team to come pick up the missile. In the meantime, since the Americans lost so much important stuff, do you think they'll just let it go? They'll definitely be out for blood, so everyone needs to be on high alert. A few people felt a bit resentful. Why did Jingshu's nuclear bomb and ammo haul bring so much trouble for the whole team to clean up? But Yang Yang addressed it directly. As long as we successfully hand over the nuke and trade the ammo, everyone will get double contribution points. Boss is generous. Awesome. Don't worry. With old Zhang here, nothing will go wrong. With the plan and the tally of assets finished, Yang Yang's expression grew serious. He waved his hand, and then little Zhang brought Nanan, who had been sitting silently in the corner with her head down and not a single uninjured spot on her body, up to the front to be shown to everyone. Yang Yang sighed. At such a difficult time, we should all be united, working together. But instead, someone put their own interests first and betrayed the organization, the country, and their teammates. Everyone looked at Nanan on the stage in the meeting room. She kept her head down, tears streaming down her face, looking pitiful. She shook her head. No, it's not what you think. I just wanted to protect myself. It was Jingshu who refused to save me. She could have saved me right away. Whispers spread through the crowd. Did you hear about it? That thing? I think so. They say Nanan betrayed Jingshu at a critical moment. But wasn't it Nanan herself who volunteered to go when Jingshu was taken hostage? Yeah, I remember Jingshu wanted to take the tank, but Nanan insisted on going. With so many bandits watching, Jingshu couldn't refuse, so she took her along. But who really knows what happened? She does look like she was tortured badly. This isn't just up to Jingshu, is it? True, and Nanan is the only healer. What will we do if someone gets hurt in the future? As everyone whispered, Yang Yang clapped his hands for silence and said, Everyone, please listen to this recording. The recording detailed the whole incident. In that situation, Jingshu had hinted to Nanan several times to just go along for now and not resist, promising to come back and save her later. But Nanan didn't get it. She insisted Jingshu save her immediately, even if it meant exposing her powers. The most critical part, Nanan actually threatened Jingshu, saying that if she didn't save her, she would reveal Jingshu's identity and their entire mission. Hearing this, everyone looked at Nanan with disappointment and anger. Sure, Nanan was in danger, but Jingshu was also captured and had no help. How could she say something like that? The worst part is, what a vicious heart. If she'd revealed our whole plan, all our undercover people elsewhere would be exposed too. More than that, if the black-robed man found out and the local bandits too, the whole Middle East would know our purpose. It would be a disaster. So did she actually say it? Shh, listen. In the recording, after the threat, Jingshu got angry and said, Go ahead and say it. Even if you do, I won't save you. What made everyone furious was that Nanan really did spill everything, even revealing Jingshu's identity. We're done. Exposed, was everyone's first reaction. But what no one expected was that the only translator, Darlene, didn't reveal it. Instead, she covered it up. That was so dangerous. If not for the translator, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yeah, thank goodness for that translator. Nanan is just too much. I never liked her from the start. With a teammate like that, I'd be afraid I wouldn't live to see tomorrow. The bodyguard teams now looked at Nanan with nothing but coldness. She was clearly trying to drag everyone down with her before dying. Someone who betrays once will betray again. Yang Yang continued. Thanks to Darlene, who knew the plan and decided to switch sides and cooperate with Jingshu, we got through that crisis. Darlene will be rewarded with 300 contribution points and granted Chinese citizenship. As for Nanan, all her positions are revoked, all her rights and contribution points frozen. When we return home, she'll be sentenced to 10 years of labor reform. For now, I'll keep her under strict supervision. Of course, we can't waste her ability. She'll provide free treatment for everyone from now on. Nanan shook her head in despair. No, you can't do this. This is as good as killing me. I didn't do anything wrong. Why? Take her away. Yang Yang waved his hand. Nanan was to be confined, fitted with special silver handcuffs and shackles, and chained in the infirmary. With such a large team, there were always people getting sick or injured. The infirmary usually had a team of 10, and Nanan used to be the boss, rarely seeing patients herself. But from now on, She'd be busy. Anyone who felt unwell would get direct treatment from her. The infirmary staff clicked their tongues in amazement. Nanan used to act high and mighty, dumping all the work on them. Now, they could relax, since Nanan had to treat everyone herself. Nanan's thoughts turned vicious. With my precious ability, you'll need me one day. When you have an illness no one else can cure, you'll have to beg me. Then, Jingshu, I'll take your life. What are you thinking? Hurry up and stop this guy's bleeding. He just cut his hand while chopping vegetables. A scolding voice snapped her out of it. Nanan lowered her head and used her power. After the meeting, Jingshu treated her staff and Xiao Wei to a feast on the ship. Chef Liang and his apprentices put on a real show for everyone. These past days, Jingshu had been eating on the go, surviving on cooked food from her space, and drinking watermelon juice and coconut water. She was sick of it. Plus, Xiao Wei's bugs had made a huge contribution this time, and Jingshu had scored so much loot, how could she not reward herself? After getting the news, Chef Liang specially picked out some top-quality ingredients from his custom-built super kitchen. This super kitchen was Chef Liang's pride and joy. Normally, only he and his apprentices were allowed in. The kitchen was an entire deck of the ship, an ecological room with several large pools raising fish and shrimp that were common before the apocalypse but extinct after. Jingboss had brought these aquatic products from Yangcheng. At first, Chef Liang had refused to bring such precious fish to the Middle East. Who goes out raiding with luxury ingredients? What if they died on the way? But he'd worried too much. In just 2 months, the fish in those pools had doubled in number. He scooped out a dozen or so 7-8 jin, about 4-5 kg snakehead black and grouper fish, sliced them thin, fried the bones golden, and then added them to hot water. The boiling, rich white broth gave off an irresistible aroma. Next, he started stir-frying the seasonings, filling the whole kitchen with the numbing, spicy fragrance of peppers. In no time, several big pots of passionate peppercorn fish were ready. Then came the side dishes. The eco-kitchen had everything, various vegetables, and even rare animals and plants that had gone extinct after the apocalypse. Everything was freshly picked or slaughtered. He called his apprentices to dig up tender bamboo shoots, potatoes and sweet potatoes from the kitchen's soil, and to pull up some cilantro and green onions. He brought out his homemade black bean curd, konjac, sprouted bean sprouts, dried tofu, fried tofu, frozen tofu, and other side dishes. After blanching them, he added them to the spicy fish pot. He topped it all with a generous layer of Sichuan peppercorns and poured on sizzling hot oil. The aroma instantly filled the air. So fragrant, really amazing. When the pots of passionate peppercorn fish were served, Jingshu rubbed her hands together, her mouth watering. "Come on, eat! Everyone worked hard this time." She picked up a slice, thin as paper, tender, spicy, and flavorful, with a numbing kick. Paired with the special side dishes, Jingshu ate over a dozen bowls of rice and still couldn't stop. The huge pots of fish were so deliciously spicy and fresh that no one could stop eating. In the end, they even soaked rice in the broth and nearly finished all the peppercorns. Jingshu even brought a big pot to old Zhou and Yang Yang, with less meat and more veggies. Couldn't let people know she had too many good things. Even so, everyone's appetite was huge, and they thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Xiao Wei's lips turned red from the spice, her eyes sparkling. Hao Yunlai, Tank, Zhang Lang, and the others were so full they just lay on the floor, unable to move. After the meal, Jingshu encouraged everyone. "Next, we all need to stay sharp and work hard. At the next celebration banquet, we'll have spicy fatty intestine fish and frog." "Yeah! All right!" Everyone was excited and energized. Xiao Wei thought, as long as she could eat food this good every day, she'd risk her life without complaint. With high spirits, over 100 ships set out from the Ma Sea at dawn, heading for the bountiful Hans. It would only take 2 days to arrive. During those 2 days, old Zhou and Mama has had private feasts, using the leftover spicy fish broth from Jingshu's banquet to cook vegetables, noodles, and rice. In the end, Jingshu couldn't stand to watch. Old Zhou and the others ate every last bit of the broth with rice. Only when she promised to make something even better next time did old Joe reluctantly throw away the last of the peppercorns. Otherwise, he would have had the kitchen dry them for reuse. Mama gave a thumbs up. Food brought all the way from China was truly delicious, so flavorful, and he'd eaten many things he'd never tried before. These Chinese are reliable. When we get to Hans, I'll make sure to introduce them to the right people. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sea was calm. Aside from a few encounters with heavily armed cargo ships that sped away at the sight of them, afraid of being robbed, nothing else happened. It was so peaceful it was almost strange. Mama quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It was odd. Just a few days ago, the seas outside Moss were crawling with pirates. With so many supply ships heading out, you'd expect some to come sniffing around for scraps. But strangely, not a single ship dared approach. Meanwhile, in the bodyguard group chat, "I think you guys cleaned up the area around Moss too well. Not a single lamb came to the door." "Yeah, we wiped out 20 or 30 local factions. There are no pirates left. But once we get to Hans, there'll be plenty of ships. Don't worry about not finding trouble." "Wang old Dao, how's it going on your end? Need backup?" Jiangxi corpse driver. "Fishing. There's a big buyer who wants to buy over 30 ships worth of supplies at once. We're still checking if it's a real whale or just a smokescreen, but the Winter family is interesting. I suggest you use them as a springboard when you get to Hans." On the 3rd day, the fleet of over 100 ships finally arrived at Hans Port. Hans Port is one of the largest in the Middle East, with a constant flow of cargo ships. Even so, today's arrival of over 100 ships was shocking. But since the lead ship bore the mass insignia, everyone assumed it was the local government's cargo. "Ha, just dock here. I got you a VIP spot from my old buddy. Don't worry, it's safe. Everyone here is one of us." Mama spoke like a true host. The next second, old Joe reminded everyone in the group chat. "Everyone, be extra careful tonight." Jingshu smiled as she read the group chat, thinking Mama really had a crow's mouth. His bad predictions always came true. Then, Mama led old Joe and the group to his old friend in Hans, where they received a very warm welcome. "Oh, dear Jay, this is Mr. Joe from the Chinese business group I told you about on the phone. These are—" Mama paused, unsure how to introduce old Joe's children. After all, everyone knew there was a Chinese fool who paid ransom but still lost his child. Mama coughed and continued, "These are Mr. Joe's children. Fortunately, they were rescued on the way." The man called Jay was missing a leg and walked with a prosthetic, looking fierce and exuding the aura of a top bandit. He gave a sinister smile and nodded. "An honor to meet you. Welcome to Hans. It's a chaotic place, but as long as you have enough firepower, you'll be fine. So, Chinese friends, do you have enough bodyguards?" Old Joe gave an awkward smile, but Mama answered directly. "During this time, Mr. Joe will use Masa's armed forces. Once the factory is built, he'll leave." Jay's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he looked at Mama and old Joe. "There's big news lately. I heard Dira lost something huge in Maz and is desperately searching for it. Do you know anything about that?" Mama feigned surprise. "Something lost in Maz? How come I don't know? What was lost?" "That damned woman better not come to the Middle East again. Last time she turned the whole place upside down." The boiling, rich white broth gave off an irresistible aroma. Next, he started stir-frying the seasonings, filling the whole kitchen with the numbing, spicy fragrance of peppers. In no time, several big pots of passionate peppercorn fish were ready. Then came the side dishes. The eco-kitchen had everything, various vegetables and even rare animals and plants that had gone extinct after the apocalypse. Everything was freshly picked or slaughtered. He called his apprentices to dig up tender bamboo shoots, potatoes, and sweet potatoes from the kitchen's soil, and to pull up some cilantro and green onions. He brought out his homemade black bean curd, konjac, sprouted bean sprouts, dried tofu, fried tofu, frozen tofu, and other side dishes. After blanching them, he added them to the spicy fish pot. He topped it all with a generous layer of Sichuan peppercorns and poured on sizzling hot oil. The aroma instantly filled the air. So fragrant, Really amazing. When the pots of passionate peppercorn fish were served, Jingshu rubbed her hands together, her mouth watering. Come on, eat! Everyone worked hard this time. She picked up a slice, thin as paper, tender, spicy, and flavorful, with a numbing kick. Paired with the special side dishes, Jingshu ate over a dozen bowls of rice and still couldn't stop. The huge pots of fish were so deliciously spicy and fresh that no one could stop eating. In the end, they even soaked rice in the broth and nearly finished all the peppercorns. Jingshu even brought a big pot to old Zhou and Yang Yang, with less meat and more veggies. Couldn't let people know she had too many good things. Even so, everyone's appetite was huge, and they thoroughly enjoyed themselves. Zhao Wei's lips turned red from the spice, her eyes sparkling. Hao Yunlai, Tank, Zhang Long, and the others were so full they just lay on the floor, unable to move. After the meal, Jingshu encouraged everyone. Next, we all need to stay sharp and work hard. At the next celebration banquet, we'll have spicy fatty intestine fish and frog. Yeah! All right. Everyone was excited and energized. Zhao Wei thought, as long as she could eat food this good every day, she'd risk her life without complaint. With high spirits, over 100 ships set out from the Moss Sea at dawn, heading for the bountiful Hans. It would only take 2 days to arrive. During those 2 days, old Zhou and Mama Haz had private feasts, using the leftover spicy fish broth from Jingshu's banquet to cook vegetables, noodles, and rice. In the end, Jingshu couldn't stand to watch. Old Zhou and the others ate every last bit of the broth with rice. Only when she promised to make something even better next time did old Zhou reluctantly throw away the last of the peppercorns. Otherwise, he would have had the kitchen dry them for reuse. Mama Haz gave a thumbs up. Food brought all the way from China was truly delicious, so flavorful, and he'd eaten many things he'd never tried before. These Chinese are reliable. When we get to Hans, I'll make sure to introduce them to the right people. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sea was calm. Aside from a few encounters with heavily armed cargo ships that sped away at the sight of them, afraid of being robbed, nothing else happened. It was so peaceful it was almost strange. Mama Haz quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It was odd. Just a few days ago, the seas outside Moss were crawling with pirates. With so many supply ships heading out, you'd expect some to come sniffing around for scraps, but strangely, not a single ship dared approach. Meanwhile, in the bodyguard group chat, I think you guys cleaned up the area around Maz too well. Not a single lamb came to the door. Yeah, we wiped out 20 or 30 local factions. There are no pirates left. But once we get to Hans, there'll be plenty of ships. Don't worry about not finding trouble. Huangya, old Dao, how's it going on your end? Need backup? Jiangxi corpse driver. Fishing. There's a big buyer who wants to buy over 30 ships worth of supplies at once. We're still checking if it's a real whale or just a smokescreen, but the Winter family is interesting. I suggest you use them as a springboard when you get to Hans. On the 3rd day, the fleet of over 100 ships finally arrived at Hans Port. Hans Port is one of the largest in the Middle East, with a constant flow of cargo ships. Even so, today's arrival of over 100 ships was shocking. But since the lead ship bore the Moss insignia, everyone assumed it was the local government's cargo. Haha, just dock here. I got you a VIP spot from my old buddy. Don't worry, it's safe. Everyone here is one of us. Mama Haz spoke like a true host. The next second, old Zhou reminded everyone in the group chat. Everyone, be extra careful tonight. Jingshu smiled as she read the group chat, thinking Mama Haz really had a crow's mouth. His bad predictions always came true. Then, Mama Haz led old Zhou and the group to his old friend in Hans, where they received a very warm welcome. Oh dear Jay, this is Mr. Zhou from the Chinese business group I told you about on the phone. These are... Mama Haz paused, unsure how to introduce old Zhou's children. After all, everyone knew there was a Chinese fool who paid ransom but still lost his child. Mama Haz coughed and continued. These are Mr. Zhou's children. Fortunately, they were rescued on the way. The man called Jay was missing a leg and walked with a prosthetic, looking fierce and exuding the aura of a top bandit. He gave a sinister smile and nodded. "An honor to meet you. Welcome to Hans. It's a chaotic place, but as long as you have enough firepower, you'll be fine. So, Chinese friends, do you have enough bodyguards?" Old Joe gave an awkward smile, but Mama has answered directly. "During this time, Mr. Joe will use Moss's armed forces. Once the factory is built, he'll leave." Jay's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he looked at Mama Has and Old Joe. "There's big news lately. I heard Dira lost something huge in Moss and is desperately searching for it. Do you know anything about that?" Mama has feigned surprise. "Something lost in Moss? How come I don't know? What was lost? That damned woman better not come to the Middle East again. Last time she turned the whole place upside down." At this moment, Old Joe's face was completely blank, even a bit dazed and empty-eyed, playing the fool to perfection. Jay looked a little disappointed. It seemed it wasn't them, and they really had nothing to do with it. Their presence there was just a coincidence. After all, that day, they were the ones being robbed. If it had really been the Chinese who did it, they wouldn't be acting like this. The people who had just come to check on them found no ability users, and there were only a handful of people, all ordinary mercenaries. "Well then, please, honored guests, stay in Hans for a while. I've prepared a grand banquet for you." Despite Jay's fierce appearance, he was actually very generous. He led Old Joe, Jing Shu, and the whole group to the famous pre-apocalypse sailboat hotel. Even after the apocalypse with global power shortages, this wasn't a problem in the Middle East, especially not in Hans. Due to its geography, Hans didn't have much oil itself, but it was a major transit hub surrounded by oil-producing regions. So business was even more developed and prosperous. Even though it was pitch black outside, the sailboat hotel still stood tall in the desert, like a giant sailboat. Even in the coldest years after the apocalypse, it was never cold here. Now that the temperature had warmed up, Hans was even hotter. But even in 40-degree heat, most people here still wore thick white robes and headscarves. If you had face blindness, you'd never tell anyone apart. The sailboat hotel, though worn down by years of apocalypse, was still luxurious. Just stepping into the 20-meter-high lobby was enough to make people gasp at the extravagance. But the bodyguard team shook their heads. Such a wide-open space with open balconies above. Wasn't this the perfect spot for a sniper? Mama Haas was very satisfied. Look, this time Miss Joe was clearly pleased. She didn't bring out any of her jaw-dropping supplies, which meant this place was up to her standards. Inside the hotel, there was central air conditioning, glowing electronic screens, and all kinds of lights. Everything declared that in this post-apocalyptic world, it was like the last untouched palace of the rich. These Middle Eastern oil tycoons really are different, never short on electricity. The AC is blasting. It's over 40 degrees outside, but it's freezing in here. They really don't care about the electric bill. Who cares? They've got oil and money. Inside the hotel was a different world from outside. Outside was the apocalypse. Inside was a paradise. Relaxing music, soft carpets, rows of bowing staff. It all made you feel like you were experiencing the life of the world's elite. Even the bodyguard team couldn't help but feel a little floaty. Next, Jay took them to the top floor, where they could see all of Hans. There was even a scenic buffet restaurant. "Dear guests, please enjoy the beautiful view with us, then have dinner. After you've rested, we'll talk business tomorrow." Jay was extremely warm and welcoming, showing them the whole hotel and Hans's main businesses, even asking if they were interested in investing. After the tour, dinner was finally ready. The meal surprised everyone. "I didn't expect the local tycoons to be so extravagant. There's no sign of the apocalypse here. The food is so high-end." Mama Haas, Old Joe, and the others sat at a huge table as plate after plate of rice with local sauces and dishes was served. There was also fruit and huge, glistening cuts of roast meat, truly mouthwatering. Honestly, this meal was better than anything they'd had back home, the best since they'd arrived. Mama has looked surprised. "Jay, You're really giving me face, haha. Jay laughed heartily. Anyone you bring, I'll treat with the highest standards. After all, we have business to discuss. Please, enjoy your meal. Old Joe quietly scooped up a spoonful of rice with sauce and nodded in surprise. It actually tasted pretty good. For a while, the only sound at the table was people eating. The food really was good. Jay even generously gave the entire Chinese group a free meal. Even if the others' food wasn't quite as good, it was still excellent. This left the Chinese group with a great impression of Hans and Jay. It was Jingshu's first time eating this kind of strange rice dish, somewhat like pilaf with carrots, but also a bit like curry rice with potatoes and other vegetables, and you could wrap it in big leafy greens. Looks like they're not short on food here. Yeah, but the rice tastes a bit old. Honestly, it's not as fragrant as the rice Jingshu makes. After you've had her rice, nothing else compares. Corpse driver, don't be picky. You're eating a luxury meal and still complaining. I'm dying of envy. Me too. I didn't expect the Hans team to be treated so well. But I still think there's no such thing as a free lunch. Who knows? Maybe there's poison in the food. Don't jinx it. We already secretly checked, there's no poison. But still, don't say that. All in all, it was a good start for the Chinese group. The sailboat hotel's food was served buffet style, but it was all you can eat. Mama has ate 3 or 4 plates, and even old Joe shamelessly had 4 big plates. Jingshu didn't eat much, just 1 plate. She thought the taste was just so-so, with a strange aftertaste. The others, mindful of appearances, only ate until they were about 80% full. 7 or 8 plates. If they'd really let loose, every member of the Chinese bodyguard team could have been a competitive eating champion. Burp, I'm so full. Who would have thought the best meal in the Middle East would be someone else's treat? Let's all get some sleep. Eating so much made me sleepy. Originally, there was supposed to be a short meeting tonight, but even old Joe was yawning, so everyone went back to their rooms, leaving only the night watch on duty. Tonight, everyone slept especially well. Almost as soon as they hit the bed, they were out. The sailboat hotel was very quiet. Aside from the lights, everything was still and silent. In Jingshu's luxurious presidential suite. In the darkness, Jingshu suddenly opened her eyes. There's something wrong with that food, she murmured. The 5-minute countdown was ticking down rapidly, the red numbers glaring and urgent. Jingshu's heart pounded wildly, and the beeping sound was especially jarring. Shit! A bomb! Jingshu couldn't help but curse, then turned and ran. With her 30-plus years of single life, her running speed was never great, so since the hotel was about to blow, she simply summoned the Hulk and had him carry her out, rolling and crawling as they went. High-price recycling of home appliances, air conditioners, fridges, washing machines, motorcycle batteries, cardboard, cans, and all kinds of used appliances. That was the loudspeaker message Jingshu played. As soon as she turned it on, it blared through the hotel. She put the speaker on the security room's broadcast system, hoping the familiar sound would wake up some of the sleeping bodyguard team. And sure enough, hearing that childhood nightmare, quite a few people woke up in shock. Jingshu also shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Emergency! The hotel is about to self-destruct. Wake everyone up and get out. If you have powers, jump out the window. Don't use the elevator. If you don't, use the stairs. There are 5 minutes left. Make the most of it and grab anything you can on the way out." The night watch team didn't hesitate. They immediately started waking up their teammates. Unconsciously, everyone's trust in Jingshu grew even more. They didn't even need to ask questions to know how serious it was. In an instant, the hotel was in chaos. Not only were the Chinese team members staying there, but also Mama Haas's official guards and some other business people. But while everyone else was just thinking about escaping, the Chinese team instinctively thought, 1 minute is enough to escape, leave another minute as a buffer, and use the remaining 3 minutes to grab whatever you can. So, no one cared about hiding their abilities anymore. Everyone finally showed their true colors. Jingshu kicked open the door to the presidential suite. "Old man, still sleeping? Get up or you'll be blown to bits." "Yang Yang, get up." Yang Yang's eyes weren't even open yet, but his body was already moving. He threw on his clothes, grabbed his luggage, and then quickly stuffed the hotel's cups, towels, drinks, and even the bedding into a sack before finally opening his eyes. Old Joe was about the same. By the time Jing Shu got in, he'd already packed everything up. The presidential suite looked much emptier. "Let's go." Old Joe didn't ask any questions. "Jump out the window. We have the Hulk to cushion us. 10+ floors isn't high," Jing Shu said. "The elevator would be jammed and the stairs would be packed." Old Joe suddenly paused. "What about Mama Ha's?" Jing Shu slapped her forehead. "Almost forgot. You two go first, I'll get him. He's important." She handed them a Hulk. They split up. Jing Shu ran up 2 flights of stairs to find Mama Ha's room, kicked open the door, and found him yawning, hair a mess. "Oh, what time is it, Miss Joe? It's very rude to barge into a man's room." "Rude my ass!" Jing Shu grabbed Mama Ha's, wrapped him in the bedding, and dragged him out. A completely bewildered Mama Has had no idea what was happening. Suddenly everything went dark, and he felt himself in freefall. "Ah!" He was all too familiar with this feeling of falling from a great height. Was he going to die? Did Miss Joe just throw him out the window? This was a 10+ story building. Thud. Mama Has felt himself land on something soft. He wasn't hurt, just bounced a few times. It was actually kind of fun. He struggled to sit up, but before he could, someone else landed on him, sending him tumbling again. Then he realized he was inside something's belly, which was running like crazy, tossing him around. Ugh! So dizzy! Before he could catch his breath, a thunderous explosion shook the earth. Something had blown up. His heart pounded. He didn't know what had happened, but it was clearly very dangerous. Soon, the bedding was pulled off, letting in some light. He saw he was under an old residential building, and in the distance, thick smoke and a mushroom cloud rose from an explosion. Mama Has stared, mouth agape, swallowing hard. What happened? Old Joe rummaged through his bag, pulled out a thermos, took a sip of goji berry tea, and sighed. "Your good buddy Jay blew up the hotel." "Blew it up?" Mama Hass's jaw dropped. "How? Why? Why would he do that?" Under the abandoned residential building, the whole Chinese bodyguard team had gathered. Everyone had bags and bundles, not just on their backs but in both hands. Most had even used bed sheets as makeshift bags, stuffed with all sorts of hotel items. Bedding, towels, toiletries, combs, those were the small things. Anything that could be taken was taken. Some even carried out the hotel's mini-fridges. Man, I snuck into the kitchen to grab some food, but there was nothing left. They must have planned this in advance. I'm pissed. Old Zhang, did you come out empty-handed? No way. I took all the pots, knives, and stainless steel kitchenware from the kitchen. Almost took the gas stove, too. Don't mention it. I went to the storage room as soon as I heard, but it was empty. Just some old basins, blankets, and single-use shampoo. I took it all. Sigh. I'm supposed to be the speed type, but I only managed to grab all the bedding from my floor. Mama Has was dumbfounded. In an instant, his image of the wasteful rich Chinese was shattered. Seeing these people not only escape but also loot every last thing from the hotel, his mind was full of question marks. So his good buddy Jay tried to blow him up, and these big spending Chinese didn't even leave the hotel's small items behind. What was the world coming to? At that moment, Old Joe stood up and said, "All right, let's do a head count and make sure everyone got out. Then, we'll have to give Jay a proper return gift." At this point, Mama Has didn't care that he was only wearing boxers. He stepped forward and asked, "Respected Mr. Joe, what kind of return gift? What exactly is going on? And what about the official armed team I brought from Mas?" Mama Has was anxious. The team he brought was precious, always well-fed and cared for. If they were lost or killed, it would be a huge loss. Old Joe looked up and pointed not far away. "They're all over there. Maybe a few unlucky ones didn't make it out, but there's nothing we can do about that." Mama Has finally breathed a sigh of relief, but when he went to count his people, he nearly fainted from anger. Not only were more than a dozen missing, but most of those who did escape were actually dragged out by the Chinese team. At the moment, they were sprawled on the ground, groaning. Even those who were okay had only managed to grab their weapons, and most, like him, had nothing but their underwear. Mama has said, "What about the satellite transmitter and other important equipment that was given to us for emergencies?" A few big men looked ashamed. "We were sleeping too deeply. We only had time to grab a few small things and spend a minute getting dressed. The big stuff was too heavy to carry out." Looking at his own team, then at the Chinese team, if he hadn't seen the comparison, Mama Has would have thought just escaping such a terrifying explosion was good enough. But now, the Chinese team had stripped the hotel bare, and even the wealthy Mr. Joe was carrying 2 big bags. "You bunch of useless fools! Now we've lost everything! If we die in Hans, there's nothing we can do!" Mama Has roared. Old Joe finished counting his people. A few were missing, but they'd gone back for more stuff and lost time. No big deal. Mama Has then asked Old Joe, "Why did Jay blow up such a good hotel? There were so many people inside." Old Joe pondered. "Probably for the cargo on the 100+ ships at the dock. If we all died in an accident, all that cargo would become ownerless and they could take it openly." Mama Haas was even more confused. "But all that cargo was bought with your money. It could have ended up in their pockets anyway. Blowing up such a good hotel isn't worth it." Old Joe thought about it. Yes, that hotel must have cost billions to build, and it still had working electricity. Why destroy it? Mama Haas's voice trembled. "If Jay really gave the order and we go to him now, will he just have us killed? We should run, go back to Maas. This place is too dangerous." He added, "Jay and I have been brothers for years, but I never thought he'd turn out like this. Maas and Hans have always been friendly, but now something must have happened." Just then, Old Joe's phone rang. He answered, and Code 7's voice came through. "The entire Hansport is locked down. The authorities say they're taking over all the cargo ships, over 2,000, including the 30+ ships corpse driver left with the Winter family. Looks like we've landed right in the middle of a storm. Other merchants are resisting, and there's already fighting at the docks." Old Joe thought for a moment, then said, "I'll have someone investigate. You all focus on staying safe. Don't get involved in the fighting. If the authorities play dirty, we'll figure something out." He sent people to check the situation and asked Mama Haas, "Yesterday, we saw a lot of white foreigners at the hotel. Has something big happened in Hans recently?" They'd done their homework before coming, but couldn't know everything. There were always surprises. Mama Haas shook his head. "Hans is a gathering place for merchants from everywhere. A trading market, really. But there is an annual trade fair these days. I was planning to take you to see if there were any deals to be made." Boom! Boom! In the distance, more explosions and shouts rang out. Jingshu's lips curled into a cold smile. "Looks like we've walked right into a slaughterhouse. The Hans authorities probably want to round up all the merchants, take a big cut, recover, and then lure in the next batch." Old Joe nodded. "Very likely." "So what do we do now? If the biggest bandit is the government, we're in real trouble. Not a good start." Rumble, convoys of armed vehicles rolled down the streets, guns mounted and ready. Soon, Jingshu's group attracted their attention. "Old Joe, should we resist or run?" Yang Yang glanced at Jingshu. "Is the tunnel ready?" Jingshu nodded. "It's done. It leads to the docks, and a few even go to Jay's residence." She grinned mischievously. Everyone understood instantly. Old Joe didn't hesitate. "You all escort Mama Has to the docks to join the main fleet. We'll go give Jay a proper return gift." Mama Has watched the Chinese talk in half sentences, not really explaining, and wondered if his Chinese was lacking. But he didn't need to understand. Soon he was wrapped in a blanket and tossed into a soft, dark place. He realized now, these Chinese were far from what they appeared. So, in the tunnels, the group split up. One group headed to the docks to join the main fleet. The other went to Jay's residence from yesterday. In the dark tunnel, even Old Joe had to admire Jingshu. "So, this is how you moved all that military base cargo?" We only arrived in Hans yesterday and you already finished digging tunnels today? Jingshu smiled. The digging bugs weren't this fast at first, but she'd given them a little medicine. Jay's residence wasn't far. It was a typical Middle Eastern underground fortress. A huge pit with stone walls for strength. These bunkers could withstand shelling and even heavy bombing. Unless it was a missile or nuke, these fortress-like bunkers were very secure. But they ran into someone like Jingshu, who didn't play by the rules. She dug in from even deeper underground and tunneled right in. Who could have expected that? So what was Jay doing at this moment? Let's follow Jingshu and see. Trying to swallow up all the other merchant teams in Hans. Such a crazy move would have been impossible before the apocalypse. Back then, international public opinion alone would have destroyed them. But now, in the apocalypse, who cares about reputation? Even countries that used to have it good are dumping nuclear wastewater without shame. Of course, with Jay's years of running Hans, he'd never have done something so self-destructive. Hans's only advantage was being a trade hub at the crossroads of many regions. If he seized all the passing ships now, he'd get a short-term windfall. But with a ruined reputation, merchants would stop coming, and Hans, with no resources of its own, would only decline further. It was killing the goose for a single meal. But Jay had no choice. At this moment, Jay was trapped in his office. His personal bodyguards were feasting, and one of them, lizard-like, was sprawled on the floor, devouring food with a long tongue. Jay was silent for a while before asking, "After this job, you'll leave, right? For a while, no merchants will come to Hans again." "Leave? Why would we leave? We've decided to stay in Hans. There's food, fun, and my little ones can grow up faster here. I declare Hans is my new lair now." Two black women came over, personally feeding the lizard man. "Big brother, have some beer. This is from the Chinese team. They supposedly have a lot more." The lizard man curled his tongue around the drink, smacked his lips, and said, "It's just so-so. Ever since I became neither human nor ghost, my taste buds have changed. I prefer weirder things now." The women continued, "You might think it's average, but it sells for a lot. It's valuable." The lizard man's eyes lit up. His mission was to stir up chaos in the Middle East, but making a profit on the side wasn't bad either. "Chinese, huh? Where are they now?" Before he finished, the whole building shook with a boom. The two women screamed, "What happened?" "An earthquake?" Jay frowned. That sound came from the underground warehouse. Meanwhile, in the underground warehouse, wow, Hans really is the fattest sheep. There's so much stuff in this warehouse. Mostly military supplies, but these canned foods are really valuable. Though Middle Eastern food is pretty bad, tastes awful. The rest of the team nodded in agreement about the food, random sauces and ingredients mashed together into a paste. After eating, you couldn't even tell what you'd just eaten. Once it was in your mouth, well, it was hard to describe. Jingshu glanced over the goods. "There's a lot here. We made a bit of noise just now, so let's cover the bugs as they move stuff, take as much as we can." "Captain Jing, you just focus on moving things. Leave the rest to us." "Yeah, we can't carry much, but we can make a huge mess upstairs." The elite bodyguard teams, though only 3 squads, were all well-balanced and skilled. Whether it was diversion or direct combat, they were up to the task. Yang Yang led Old Zhou and Jingshu to check for the most valuable items to prioritize. "Look at this." Yang Yang pointed to a mountain of black round lumps, like stones, but also like potatoes. Jingshu squatted down, picked one up, crushed it, and found it was high in starch with a familiar, fragrant smell. Old Zhou's eyes lit up. "This is the stuff we ate yesterday, right?" Jingshu nodded. "It's probably a mutated dark creature. Eating it makes you sleepy, but there don't seem to be any side effects. The taste is actually pretty good." Yang Yang nodded. "It'd make a great sleeping aid, though I wonder if there's still a market for that." Old Zhou nodded in surprise. "There's definitely a market. For old folks like me, it's perfect." Jingshu added, It's also handy for drugging people. Yesterday, none of us noticed a thing. Everyone blushed. Most of the elite team members were hardly human anymore. Poison didn't work on many of them. Take Situ Xiaoye, for example. How do you poison a zombie? Still, this dark food had knocked out almost everyone without a hint of suspicion. Let's take all of this too. It might be valuable as medicine. Look at these. Jingshu found boxes covered in dust, sealed and labeled in dense English. For academically challenged Jingshu, this was a nightmare. Yang Yang glanced at them and exclaimed, "Antibiotics. This is great stuff. China is really short on these right now." Old Joe nodded. Not just China, the whole world is short. With food shortages and no crops, making medicine is almost impossible. These are treasures. Since the apocalypse cut off medicine supplies, people just had to tough out colds and fevers. If you couldn't, you died. Medicine was so scarce that antibiotics were as good as hard currency. Yang Yang counted. There were thousands of boxes, far more than the few they'd managed to bring from home. And these are made by American pharmaceutical companies, real, not knockoffs. The efficacy is much better, and there's a big gap in the market back home. Old Joe was very pleased. See, it's hard to build cars at home, but out here, you can pick up anything. Be careful transporting these. Some antibiotics are in glass vials and break easily. Jingshu gave them top priority, having the soft-bodied Hulk carry the load. This stuff was truly precious. Soon, rumbling sounds came from above, but in the underground warehouse, everything was running smoothly. The bugs kept moving goods through the tunnels. Jingshu was still searching the massive warehouse for more valuable items. She had to admit this warehouse was huge, but unlike the obsessive organization you'd find in China, everything here was a chaotic mess. It was like those comparison photos of Indian power lines, tangled like a ball of yarn, but somehow, they always knew where everything was. This warehouse was the same. Soon, Jingshu found a pile of strange things. She called Yang Yang and Old Joe over. "Look, what are these?" Given that Jingshu had lived 2 lifetimes, she could usually recognize anything, but this time she was stumped. They look like diamonds, but who piles up diamonds like trash? And who's ever seen diamonds that are just little crystals, barely bigger than grains of sand? Old Joe looked at them. Looks like glass shards, but who would store glass shards here? And they don't feel like glass. They're actually kind of nice to touch. Jingshu grabbed a handful. If these things had even a hint of energy, she'd have thought they were energy crystals. "If it's just junk, it wouldn't be stored in a big warehouse like this," Jingshu said. Yang Yang sighed. "You two really didn't do your homework before coming here. Didn't we get a Middle East guidebook before we left?" Ahem. Jingshu thought about it. There was such a book, but it was as thick as a dictionary. Who had time to read that? There was so much in there, but she figured she'd just grab whatever she could. Old Joe rubbed his nose. He was always too busy playing chess with the other old men. At his age, reading put him right to sleep. That's what the young people were for. Yang Yang explained, "This is a local specialty called desert rose. It grows under the sand, kind of like a living thing, but not really. Kind of like a crystal, but not really. A sand derivative, but very valuable." The two nodded. So it was something precious. Jingshu then asked the key question. "So, what's so valuable about it? Can you eat it or use it for something?" Old Joe nodded too. "In the apocalypse, if you can't eat it or use it, it's not valuable." Yang Yang sighed at Jingshu's practicality and said, "Before the apocalypse, it was rare and expensive. A pound could fetch tens of thousands of dollars. But after the apocalypse, maybe because of dark energy, there's a lot more of it. But it's still very useful. It can absorb all kinds of dust and dirt, better than laundry detergent. Just put 1 or 2 in water for an hour, and your clothes come out clean. The key is, it doesn't get used up, and if you leave it in sand, it'll slowly grow bigger and eventually split into 2. I've heard the Middle Eastern elite are still exploring more uses for it." Laundry detergent? Never runs out? And gets things super clean? Jingshu's eyes lit up, practically sparkling. This was great. She grabbed a handful of crystals and looked at the mountain of desert roses. Old Joe, if we take these back home, selling one for 10 virtual coins isn't too much, right? It's a never-ending laundry detergent, and it multiplies. That's amazing. Old Joe's eyes lit up too. This is good stuff. We don't need rare treasures. We need things that benefit ordinary people. 10 coins is too much. I think 2 coins is fair. Let's take them all back and see if we can make them multiply faster. That way everyone can use this good thing. It'd be a real public service. Jingshu gave him a thumbs up. No wonder you're the boss. Even at 2 coins each, this mountain of crystals is worth a lot. I'll research how to make them grow and split faster. Old Joe nodded. All right, Jingshu, I'll leave it to you. All 3 were in a great mood. Especially Jingshu. Why? Because she was pretty sure she'd figured out why these things were so rare before the apocalypse, and why they suddenly became common after. There could only be one reason. It must be related to dark energy. If even a little dark energy could rapidly catalyze these crystals, this would be a real treasure. Just the handful Jingshu grabbed had thousands of grains. Imagine mass production. How many would there be? And with so many people in the country, every household would need some, right? Even if they're cheap, people wouldn't just buy a few. They'd buy 10 and get one free. Sure, they never run out, but they're so small and easy to lose. Lose one today, another tomorrow, and in a month or 2 you'd need more. So, this is a long-term consumable. The price is low, but the profit is steady and lasting. Jingshu planned to research it and take over the business. The bugs weren't suited for transporting such tiny things, so Jingshu had the Hulk move all the desert roses. Each one was money. Watching the Hulk haul away all those pretty crystals, Jingshu felt a bit regretful. The Hulk was great at everything, but there were too few of them. That was the only downside. Boom, boom, boom. The whole underground warehouse started shaking. Yang Yang listened to the walkie-talkie. The bodyguard team was so strong that they'd slaughtered everyone upstairs, so the enemy decided to use heavy weapons and start indiscriminate bombing. Yang Yang said, "Not sure how much longer we can hold out, but I think we're about done. Take the important stuff and go. If we can't carry it, leave it. Their main force is already coming back from the docks. If we don't leave now, we'll be surrounded." Jingshu nodded. "Let's wait for their main force to come over, then we'll all retreat. It's a diversion. When we get back to the docks, we can grab another round." Yang Yang gave her a knowing look. "That's Jingshu for you." Old Joe strolled around the warehouse, feeling more relaxed than he had in years as a leader. He didn't have to do anything. His subordinates handled it all. If only he'd had such a capable team earlier, maybe he wouldn't have gotten such a bad reputation. What a situation. The warehouse was pretty much cleared out by now. Whatever was left behind wasn't even worth Jingshu's attention. After having the bugs take away the last batch of carpets, Jingshu led her people and the bugs to retreat into the underground tunnel. Speaking of which, carpets really are a specialty of the Middle East. These aren't your average carpets. They're intricately woven from all kinds of animal hair, beautiful and exquisite. And the key point? They're expensive. Most ordinary Chinese people might not get it, but as someone from the border city of Wucheng, Jingshu was very familiar with these carpets. In places like Kazakhstan and the Arab world, not only are carpets spread on the floor, but those flashy, flowery carpets are also hung on the walls. Each of these fully handmade carpets would cost at least tens of thousands. Of course, now that the apocalypse has come, these things were just sitting in Hans's warehouse, almost getting moldy. Jingshu happily took them all, planning to lay them out back home. It's really comfortable to walk on those soft, plush carpets. After grabbing the last batch of goods, the bugs hurried ahead. Jingshu and Old Joe brought up the rear, while Yang Yang, who had no combat ability, went ahead with the bugs to coordinate the next phase of the operation. Before long, the rest of the bodyguard team returned, many of them injured, some limping, some even being carried back. They looked pretty banged up, but at least everyone made it back. Old Joe finally let out a sigh of relief. "Everyone's back. Let's go." The burly Shandong man, codenamed Pancake Roll, was still carrying a familiar figure over his shoulder. In a thick northeastern accent, he said, We caught ourselves a big shot. Let's get out of here quick, or we won't make it. The brothers are all badly hurt, and there are way too many people and monsters up there. Once everyone had left, Jingshu set a few bombs at the tunnel entrance. After they'd gone about 100 meters, she detonated them. With a loud boom, the entire underground tunnel collapsed. That should keep anyone from following. Go, go, go! No time to explain, get in the car! Of course, there was no actual car. At best, it was the Green Giant. Since the tunnel was newly dug and the entrance was small, there wasn't even room for one person to stand. So everyone had to lie down like in a sleeper car, getting swallowed into the tunneling bug's belly, swaying as it rushed away. After all, this side was done, but there was still another battle waiting elsewhere. No one cared if the tunneling bug was dirty or not. Luckily, the tunneling bug, much like a maggot, had a mouth at both ends, long and wide. It could wriggle through the tunnel at an incredible speed. Damn, this is way too intense. Old Joe, Captain Jingshu, tell us, did we get a lot from the warehouse this time? Even inside the bug's belly, someone couldn't help but shout out the question. Jingshu and Old Joe, meanwhile, were sitting in the Green Giant's little train car, which not only had comfy sofa chairs, but also a tea table with snacks and milk tea. Jingshu gulped down a whole pot of milk tea before catching her breath and replying loudly, "This haul was totally worth it. We pretty much emptied the whole warehouse. Plus, we found some really good stuff. Once we're safe, I'll tell you all about it." At that moment, two people were sitting nervously in the corner of the Green Giant. One was Pancake Roll from Shandong. It was his first time riding in such a luxurious vehicle. This big guy, nearly 2 meters tall, was curled up on a little stool, not daring to move or even touch the tea or snacks on the table. He swallowed nervously, taking a good hard look at Jingshu for the first time. Opinions about Captain Jingshu and the team were polarized. Some thought she was great, mysterious, and generous, while others thought she was too flashy and didn't deserve her reputation. After all, everyone here was an elite from across the country. Why were they only rated B or A, while someone with no ability like her was rated S? It just didn't seem fair. But as time went on, and after spending time with her, everyone grew more and more in awe of Jingshu. Captain Jingshu looked like an ordinary person with no special abilities, but somehow she seemed to have every ability and everything you could possibly need. Especially after coming to the Middle East, she'd shown the immense power behind her. In just one day, she'd managed to empty out an entire military base. He thought that was the end of it, but now, sitting inside a monster's belly, where there was food, drinks, supplies, and all kinds of decorations, it felt like a little paradise. While everyone else was still thinking about how to eat better and get rich, Jingshu already had everything and was enjoying life. Was there anything Captain Jingshu didn't have? Of course, the reason Pancake Roll was allowed to sit in the little train car was because he'd captured an old acquaintance, Mahamas's good friend, the fierce-looking man with a prosthetic leg. At this moment, Jay was also sitting silently in the corner, his expression complicated and shocked. Old Joe sipped his milk tea, then slowly said to Jay, "So, tell us, what's going on? Why did you blow up the hotel and try to kill us all, just for the supplies on those 2,000 ships at the dock?" Jay, like Mahamas, could speak Chinese. He gave a bitter laugh and didn't answer Old Joe's question. Instead, he asked, "So, judging by your methods, you're not here to do business, but to rob, right? Han's warehouse was almost empty when I got there. And the stuff missing from Mahamas's side, that was you too, wasn't it? I always thought Mahamas was an idiot for thinking you were such easy marks. I never believed it because Chinese people never do losing business." Old Joe and Jingshu just smiled and said nothing, sipping their tea and quietly watching Jay. Jay sighed and finally said, "All right, I'm not that short-sighted. Han's was always a commercial city. If its reputation is ruined, the city is finished. Actually, I was kidnapped. Hans has been under the control of another mysterious organization for over a month now. They have a lot of people with special abilities and easily took over all my armed forces. And just now, I let myself get caught on purpose. I figured, rather than be controlled by those people until I die, I'd rather make a deal with you, Chinese. I'll buy my life and you get a load of supplies for free." Old Joe said nothing. Jingshu raised an eyebrow, gave an "oh," and then teased, "You're pretty clear-headed, knowing that begging won't work and only profit can move us. But maybe you've got something wrong. We've already taken everything from the warehouse. When we go to the docks, we won't touch anything that already has an owner. We'll just take what your armed forces stole, and that'll be enough. There's too much anyway, and we don't have enough people to carry it all. So, what else do you have that could interest us?" Jay said, "Do you know how I found out that things were stolen from Maz's side? Because the group that stole from Maz and the robbers who now control Hans are actually the same mysterious organization. They're all frantically searching for you. Oh, and here's a free tip. When I was still unsure if it was you, that lizard man said they'd already locked onto their target and were sending reinforcements. As soon as their people arrive, they'll make their move. I have to warn you, their organization is a massive group of ability users. In recent years, they've been recruiting ability users from all over the world. Their members are everywhere, and all of them are terrifyingly powerful. Most crucially, they might have a drug that can rapidly boost abilities. So, you might not be able to beat this organization." As Jay spoke, he watched the expressions of the Chinese elder and the young woman, trying to spot any tension, seriousness, or other reactions. But to his surprise, neither of them showed any emotion at all, as if they already knew or simply didn't care. Was this arrogance or ignorance? At this point, Jingshu asked, "Didn't you say you knew about a stash of supplies? You haven't told us yet. Now's the time to prove your value. As for any more probing, it's unnecessary." Hearing this, Jay immediately said, "Yes, I know. For over a month now, I've been arranging for Hans's teams to transport a lot of supplies to a secret location every day. It should be one of their organization's storage warehouses. Maybe they thought I was useless or just a puppet, so they didn't bother hiding it from me. I only know there's a lot of supplies there, but I've never been inside myself." Jingshu and Old Joe exchanged a glance and nodded. So Hans had already been robbed once before. No wonder there wasn't much important stuff left in the warehouse. Old Joe asked, "Where is it?" Jay hesitated, then said, "I want to see my good friend Mahamas first and make sure I'll be safe going forward. Only then will I give you the exact location and all the entry codes and passwords." "All right. That information is worth your life." Old Joe nodded, then turned to Jingshu. "What do you think? How did they lock on to us? Is there a special ability user involved?" Jingshu thought for a moment and said, "Maybe it was that man and woman we ran into the other day. The woman's shed skin is still in my green giant. I'll check it later." With a huge haul of supplies, Jingshu's group soon arrived at the Hans docks. The docks were in total chaos, gunfire everywhere, armed forces and various fleets fighting all over the place. Among the more than 2,000 ships, there was one inconspicuous group. While other ships were armed to the teeth, this group's ships were mostly cargo vessels, looking completely defenseless. Logically, these ships should have been the first to be seized by the local authorities, but for some reason, they were quietly moving farther and farther from the battlefield. Normally, with so many ships trapped in the dockyard, no one could get out. If they could, everyone would have fled instead of fighting the authorities to the death. Only a fool would do that. "Boss Winter, I think we found a loophole. Everyone's quietly moving the ships out. As long as we get our 60-plus ships out, we can escape this hellhole called Hans." "Boss, we've hit the jackpot this time. That Jaya we were dealing with is dead, and now we've taken over all their ships too. We can take those with us as well." Winter was ecstatic. "Good job. Damn Hans authorities trying to swallow up all our ships. Let's get out of here and never come back." That's right. This was Winter, who had mysteriously snatched over 30 ships from other major powers a few days ago. He'd originally contacted buyers to sell off his goods, planning to make a deal today, but ended up getting double-crossed. Luckily, for some reason, his luck held. As ship after ship slipped through a massive hole that had somehow been blasted open, finally escaping the main Hans dock, Winter burst out laughing. "I finally made it out, but..." Even though his ships were escaping one by one, and he'd even gained over 30 extra ships, why were they all heading toward a cluster of menacing warships? Winter grabbed his radio. Damn it, why are you heading that way? Stay away from those scary warships. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Why are there so many advanced warships here? His shouting was useless. He could only watch as all his ships sailed right into the encirclement of the warships. Even more unbelievable, many of the ships in the encirclement looked familiar, and more ships kept joining them. By the faint light on the water, he could see that more ships were still pouring out of that huge hole, all heading straight for the encirclement. The key thing was, the warships were actually making way for them, surrounding and protecting these cargo ships. Protecting? Yes, that's what it looked like. These fierce warships seemed to be guarding the cargo ships. Could it be? Suddenly, someone patted Winter on the shoulder and a familiar voice said, "Hello, Mr. Winter. From now on, all your ships are under my control. Thanks for your help and maintenance these past 2 days. With the original 30 ships, we managed to lure in even more supplies." Winter turned around and saw Big Yellow Teeth grinning lecherously, the captain of those supply ships from a few days ago, a shrewd and thoughtful employee. Winter stared in disbelief. He'd gotten along well with Big Yellow Teeth these past few days and had even considered recruiting him. He pulled out his gun, looking hurt and confused. What the hell is going on? A gust of wind swept by. A zombie-like, expressionless teenager walked over, snatched the gun from Winter's hand, and fired several shots into his own body. Winter's jaw dropped. His mind went blank. What kind of person was this? Bullets didn't even faze him? When the gun was empty, C2 Xiaoye nodded, handed the gun back to Winter, and patted his head, saying, "Be good, live, disobey, die." Seeing all this, Winter finally understood. He nodded, trembling, his teeth chattering. He felt like he'd fallen into a legendary trap, a scheme within a scheme. Big Yellow Teeth said, "These past couple of days, I've really come to appreciate your smarts and the way you handle things. You're one of the few who can speak Chinese, so how about it? Work for me and you'll have plenty to eat." Winter hesitated. At that moment, C2 Xiaoye accidentally punched a hole through the ship's iron railing. Winter immediately nodded like a pecking chick, terrified of being too slow. "I'll do it! I'll do it!" Big Yellow Teeth nodded at C2 Xiaoye, who reluctantly pulled out a vial of bright red liquid mixed with something else. Big Yellow Teeth said, "Drink it." Winter asked in terror, "Boss, please don't kill me." Big Yellow Teeth rolled his eyes. "If I wanted to kill you, would I bother with all this? Did you see Xiaoye's body? Knives and bullets can't hurt him. Look at my other subordinates, they're all the same. This is what the new humans of the apocalypse are like. Don't you want to be like that?" Only then did Winter realize that this liquid was what made them so powerful. Excited, he drank it down, already plotting in his mind that once he became this strong, he'd look for a chance to escape. These Chinese are just too trusting, telling me such a big secret, Winter thought with a sly smile, already planning his comeback and return to his old human trafficking business. He even asked, "Boss, do you have more of this liquid? If we can make an army, wouldn't you be invincible?" Big Yellow Teeth laughed loudly. "Honestly, there's tons of this stuff. As much as you want." Winter's eyes lit up, unable to hide his greed. But Big Yellow Teeth quickly poured cold water on his hopes. "But while this stuff does make you invincible, it also turns you into a stiff, immobile corpse. If you want to stay normal, you have to drink or be doused with my special liquid. So, sure, you could make a whole army of invincible zombies, but I'm the only one with the antidote. My kidneys have gotten pretty bad from drinking so much water every day. I have to drink goji berry tea all the time now. Raising this batch of zombies is already my limit." Big Yellow Teeth shook his head, thinking he'd have to ask Jingshu for more goji berries. Hers were really good, and he always felt full of energy after drinking them. Winter froze in place, so for the rest of his life he'd never be free from Big Yellow Teeth? He'd gained power, but lost his freedom. Just then, Big Yellow Teeth saw a message from Jingshu and immediately frowned. "Xiaoye, take a team to meet up with Jingshu. She and old Joe have brought back some big prize from over there and are being chased. Take more people to help sail the ships. I hear they've gotten a bunch more ships again. Actually, Situ Xiaoye already knew what to do without being told. These days, the zombie people who didn't need to breathe had been incredibly useful in the water. They could just soak underwater, sneak onto enemy ships at the critical moment, and take out the captain and crew to seize the ship. Originally, the villagers didn't know how to sail, but now they were familiar with all kinds of ships, ferries, and even warships. Okay, I'll go meet up with Jing Shu, Situ Xiaoye said, giving Winter a warning look and a throat-slitting gesture before leaving. This time, Situ Xiaoye took over 100 people, jumping straight into the sea without wetsuits. Underwater, swarms of bugs would meet them and help them sneak up on the ships chasing Jing Shu's fleet. Meanwhile, Jing Shu and her group, along with Jay and a huge haul of supplies, finally reached the docks. It took them over half an hour to load everything onto the ships. But besides their own ships, there were still over 100 unmanned cargo ships docked nearby. This is Team 14, Team 14. We've successfully infiltrated the enemy's control center and planted explosives. We'll blow up the docks as soon as everyone's out. This is Team 15. We've successfully herded over 50 sheep from the enemy and are driving them to the flock. Our code is, please clear us for entry. The radio crackled with updates from various teams. Everyone used sheep as code for ships, and the flock was the rally point for the fleet. At this moment, no one realized that Jing Shu was herding a bunch of sheep toward the flock. Jing Shu was a bit speechless. She'd only planned to escape with her supplies, but halfway there a group of ships suddenly surrounded them. Apparently, someone wanted to take advantage of the chaos to snatch a few more ships. What could she do? So a bunch of terrifying bugs crawled onto their ships. At this point, there was no point worrying about exposing the bugs. Everything was chaos, and no one was paying attention. Soon enough, all those 100+ ships were completely empty of people. Now there was a new problem. With no one left to sail the ships, and the bugs unable to do it, even with all her own people, Jing Shu could only manage a small fraction. She had no choice but to call for help from Big Yellow Teeth. Splash, boom, boom, boom. Amid the constant gunfire, Situ Xiaoye finally arrived with the villagers. He climbed onto Jing Shu's ship from the water, his eyes eerily whiteless, and gave a creepy smile. Jing Shu grinned. Good thing you all know how to sail, or I really wouldn't know what to do with all these supplies. All right, let's split up and get moving. The battle at the docks is almost over, and the ability users are already on the move. Situ Xiaoye nodded. All right, we can just about manage these ships. Let's get them to the flock. Jing Shu handed him a bag of dried fish. Homemade, try it. Thank you, Situ Xiaoye replied, taking the fish and walking off in a good mood. Old Joe sighed. A bag of dried fish, and you get over 100 honest folks to sail for you. That's quite a deal. Jing Shu chuckled. But all this stuff still has to be handed over to the higher-ups. I'm just taking a cut. Old Joe put his hands behind his back. Let's go to the flagship. We need to get moving, or we might not make it out. Jing Shu nodded. The Han's authorities really were formidable. The smart ones had already abandoned ship and escaped, but for many merchants these ships were their family's lifeblood. They'd rather die than give them up, which was why they fought to the end. But what was the point? If it weren't for the cargo, those in control of the authorities would have bombarded the place with grenades and missiles long ago, ending the fight in half an hour. Speaking of which, a playful smile appeared at the corner of Jing Shu's mouth. If the enemy had tracked her by that piece of skin, then now she would have the green giant secretly transport it in the opposite direction. Of course, it wasn't just sent in one piece. The skin was cut into dozens of pieces and sent to dozens of different places. Now she wanted to see how those people would find her. So, as Jing Shu herded over 100 sheep toward the flock, the battle at Hans's docks finally ended, and all the remaining ships were brought under control. Now, the authorities could finally turn their attention to dealing with Jing Shu and her group, who were trying to escape. The warships and speedboats Jing Shu had commandeered acted like sheepdogs, patrolling around the slow-moving cargo ships, urging them to move faster. Meanwhile, bugs secretly pushed the cargo ships along. Unfortunately, the official armed warships, now under government control, were catching up fast. Yang Yang frowned and said, "Let's send out the ability users. If the enemy uses heavy weapons, not only will the cargo ships be destroyed, but it'll also slow down the flock's escape." Old Joe nodded. "Don't drag this out." At that moment, Jay said, "Let me go to the control room. I can send a message to my men and buy us some time. Even though Hans is under that organization's control, most of the people are still my subordinates." Jingshu's eyes lit up, and she immediately dragged Jay to the ship's control room. Using the radio loudspeaker, Jay's anguished cries echoed across the docks. "Oh my God, stop hitting me. Please don't cut off my hand. Listen up. I'm in the hands of these demons. Stop chasing us. Go back and send more reinforcements to rescue me. Hurry, don't hesitate. Tell everyone I know a big secret. They won't let me die. Ah!" Bang. Jay shut off the radio, then put on a blank face, hiding his merit and fame. Jingshu gave him a thumbs up. "You're the man." Jay snorted, and when he saw the pursuing ships really stop, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't wait to get out of this hellhole called Hans. At last, the 100+ sheep safely joined the flock out at sea. The entire fleet didn't hesitate for a second. Warships formed a terrifying outer ring, with all sizes of cargo ships in the middle, racing away and burning precious fuel to escape the area. Half an hour later, Mahamas and Jay, two unlucky brothers, silently watched the terrifying warships outside. After a long while, Jay finally said, "Mahamas, do you recognize those dozens of super warships out there?" Mahamas was silent for a moment, then replied, "Old friend, I'm not blind. Those are China's latest top-secret strategic weapons. Any one of them could use the latest technology to destroy a dozen of the local armed ships here." Jay said, "Then why the hell did you tell me on the phone that these were fat sheep from China? These are China's most terrifying weapons of war. They're here in the Middle East and you didn't notice?" Mahamas was aggrieved. At first, there were only 80-something ships full of supplies, mostly ferries, all loaded with goods. Not a single warship. I was wondering how such fat sheep made it through pirate waters. Jay sighed. "No point talking about it now. Look, they just snatched over 300 ships on the way out. Clearly they came to the Middle East to plunder, and you were just a pawn in their game." Mahamas was angry too. "I treated you like a brother, but you treated me like a lackey. Why didn't you tell me you were being controlled? Why try to blow us all up at the hotel? If it weren't for the Chinese, I'd be dead. If you told me earlier, I wouldn't have come. Wasn't I doing fine as the local boss in Maz?" Jay was helpless. "I tried to hint to you. This place is a mess, really dangerous." Mahamas huffed. "Don't even start. Didn't I bring all of Mass's armed forces here? Now half of them are dead. How am I supposed to explain that when I go back?" "You really are a stupid pig," Jay muttered, closing his eyes, not wanting to talk to this fool anymore. Just then, the door opened and a young man walked in with a slight smile. "Come on, let's go to the conference room and discuss your future." The two were led to the meeting room. Inside, the room was filled with elite bodyguard teams. Now that they'd made it here, there was no need for disguises. Old Joe sat at the head. Yang Yang stood at the podium like a teacher giving a PowerPoint presentation, laser pointer in hand. The others sat scattered below like students. Mahamas and Jay were seated in the front row. Jingshu smiled and greeted them. "Have a seat. What happens next depends on you." Mahamas opened his mouth, pointing at the not-quite-human people in the room. Are they all new humans? All of them?" Jingshu nodded. Some were nearly as tall as the ceiling, squeezed into corners. Some had faces crawling with cockroaches. Some had huge bone spurs growing from their backs, looking fierce. There was a whole team of zombie-pale faces, and even someone with eyes on their head. Too scary!" Mahamas was nearly in tears. "So, you're not old Joe's daughter? And those familiar faces aren't his children either?" Jingshu smiled and nodded. Mahamas pointed at a few familiar faces. Weren't these guys kidnapped? Those few blockheads? Jingshu laughed. They did it on purpose. If they hadn't let themselves get kidnapped, how could we have taken all the enemy's stuff? Mahamas pointed at an even more familiar face in the corner. Isn't that old Joe's brother? Why did he give you so many cargo ships? Jay covered his face. Idiot! It's so obvious and you still don't get it. Jingshu blinked. That's one of our ability team leaders. After all our people were kidnapped, including the 80-plus supply ships, we managed to pick up another 100 or so ships 3 days later, along with our own supplies. So, I get it now. Mahamas laughed and cried at the same time, finally understanding everything. The rich, fat sheep were all fake, all a lie. He said, Now I finally get what felt off. Our people only cared about running for their lives. But when you came out of the hotel, you were carrying bags and bags, taking everything with you. The young man who had always acted as old Joe's butler and logistics officer clapped his hands, signaling everyone to quiet down. All right, the charge plan officially begins now. Everyone snapped out of their casual chatter, though they were all quite curious about the 2 new additions to the group. It felt a bit strange to suddenly drop the act and get serious. Yang projected the plan he'd put together during the half-hour escape onto the screen and said, The situation has changed. We have to adjust our original plan. We'd intended to make a big score in Hans and then move on to our ally Old Yi, but it turns out we've already gotten quite a haul here in Hans. Just listen to how he put it. How do you think that made Jay and Mahamas sitting in the front row feel? Mahamas. So I'm the legendary sucker? The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing a mix of complicated emotions in the other's eyes. If you had to describe it, it would be a blend of sadness, speechlessness, and self-mockery. Of course, no real person could make such an exaggerated expression. Yang continued, Now, because we have so much cargo, if we don't deal with it, we'll be too bloated to move. Our top priority is to find a reliable place to offload our goods. Right now, we've got over 400 ships of all sizes, which makes our escort job much harder. And then there's the issue of fuel consumption. Everyone nodded, and someone sighed, Man, if I'd known, I would have grabbed a few more ships of fuel on the way out. At least then we'd have enough to make it to the next stop. Who could have guessed? It was so chaotic we just grabbed whatever we could. We haven't even had time to check what's actually on these ships. With so much stuff, Hans's authorities are bound to come after us. Some of these cargo ships are so slow they're really dragging us down. Yang nodded. That's why we'll take 2 hours to regroup and consolidate the cargo. As for the slow ships, abandon them all? That'd be a shame, wouldn't it? Jay nodded. If speed was the priority, cutting them loose would make sense. Yang smirked. What are you all thinking? We worked hard for these ships. How could we just abandon them? We'll split into 2 groups. The small and empty ships will bring up the rear to draw fire. If any make it out, great. Other ships won't bother robbing these empty, beat-up vessels. Plus, they're still useful. They can carry a lot of cargo. So, our next move depends on these 2. Mr. J, please tell us about that secret location, We'll detour there first, then head straight for Iran. Originally, the team hadn't planned to go to Iran so soon. It was meant to be a transit point for storing and exchanging goods. Plus, there would be Chinese missile defense systems there, so if they were pursued, it would be a safe haven. But now, with all this loot, they had no choice but to head there first. Jay's lips twitched. These Chinese really were bold. After all this, they still wanted to make one last big score before escaping? Jay gave a wry smile and said to Mahamas, Brother, you might not be going back to Moss this time. Mahamas was stunned. If we're not going to Moss, then where? Jay replied, We might have to stir up a hornet's nest in Saudi Arabia first, then go on the run. Should be exciting, right? Mahamas's jaw dropped. He couldn't understand how things had changed so much since they set out. Jingshu patted Mahamas. Don't worry, our food's great. You won't want to go back. Jay had someone bring a map and pointed to a spot. Here. If we hurry, we can get there in 3 days, assuming we can shake off our pursuers. But this is their stronghold. Are you sure you want to go? There are probably as many ability users there as you have, and they're all terrifyingly powerful. At this, Hao Yunlai grinned, showing his white teeth. We're the best elite ability users in China. If it comes to a fight, it's not certain we'd lose. Well, since everyone was so confident, they might as well go for it. Hit the enemy's lair for one last big job. Yang Yang looked at the location and immediately plotted a new course. All right, we'll rest for 2 hours, then split into 2 groups and move out fast. Any questions? No. Let's go. Sort out your team stuff, make sure everything's accounted for. If you mess up, there won't be another chance. And everyone, organize your ship's cargo. We'll have to wait until the next stop to offload everything. The group scattered, and hundreds of ships became a hive of activity. The scorekeepers and recorders were so busy their pens were practically smoking, frantically tallying up just how much loot they'd gotten this time. Some of the goods would be distributed to members based on their contributions, while less important items would be moved to the elite members' ships. The faster ships would travel with the main group, while the slower ones would be split off, so the cargo fleet could reach its destination more quickly. Jingshu was also busy sorting her own ships. Of the 100+ ships she'd picked up, most of the valuable cargo was handed over and counted as contribution points, things like food, weapons, ammo, and medicine. Less important items like pots and pans, daily necessities, and clothes from the original ships were distributed to her subordinates. As for luxury goods and collectibles, Jingshu kept those for herself. Xiao Wei, along with Guo Tu and Wenjun, picked out quite a few collectibles from the ship owners. It was like a treasure hunt. Great fun. Of the 100+ ships, more than 50 were large, well-equipped armed vessels that could keep carrying cargo. Another 10 were ferry-sized ships, as big as half a soccer field. Great for hauling goods, but slow and fuel-hungry. But for Jingshu, that wasn't a problem. Zhang Yicheng was so busy his throat was hoarse. As he was tallying Jingshu's cargo, he saw her wave her little white hand and say, "Oh, those 10 ferry-sized ships are ours too. Just have them follow us. No need to give them fuel or worry about anything." No need to worry? They'll just follow us on their own? What, do they have legs or something? Jingshu just smiled without answering. They'll follow us. That's our cut from this job. No way I'm leaving them behind as targets. Zhang Yicheng was baffled, but still recorded it as Jingshu instructed. After all, as the boss's personal secretary, whatever the boss said was law. He remembered how he'd once questioned why the boss brought so much water and ended up being proven completely wrong. So now, if Jingshu said the ships would follow even without fuel or crew, he'd believe it. Maybe there really were ghosts on board steering them. Got it. Jingshu was very pleased with Zhang Yicheng's obedience, patted him on the shoulder, and hinted there'd be extra food for him tonight before heading off to check on her team's haul. Honestly, they'd picked up a lot this time. The important supplies had already been handed over, but she'd gotten a ton of contribution points in return. Last time, she'd cleaned out the entire military base's ammo. Just now, the scorekeepers and recorders finally finished tallying everything. She didn't even bother reading the long list, just scrolled to the bottom and saw those eye-popping numbers: tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. A total of 17 million contribution points. Holy crap, I've struck it rich this time, Jingshu gulped. She'd worked so hard selling water for half a month and only made a few 100,000 contribution points, which was already enough to make the whole elite bodyguard team jealous. Normally, killing an ability user only netted a few dozen or 100 points. Even the top earners only had tens or hundreds of thousands. But Jingshu? Just this one haul and she'd raked in 17 million? She could probably trade for a missile with that. Speaking of which, when Zhen Nantian came to swap back that big black nuke, who knew how many points she'd get? And there was still the special gift from Sumari. But since their plans had changed and they were now on the run, she didn't know when or where she'd meet up with Zhen Nantian for the handoff. Jingshu rubbed her hands together. If she had a tail, it'd be wagging like crazy. "Extra food for everyone tonight," she announced happily. Now Jingshu faced a new problem. She had more and more stuff, And with all the ships she'd seized, she had nearly 20 vessels of various sizes. But now she was short on crew. On Xiaowei's bug ferry, Guotu was hammering away, building a new bed for Xiaowei, who'd gotten so fat she'd broken the last one. Wenjun was tallying up the loot, while Xiaowei was in the main hall, picking through the mountain of goods, some damaged collectibles, some precious jewelry, all gathered from the 100 ships. Jing Shu coughed to get everyone's attention. Xiaowei, can I talk to you about something? Xiaowei looked up, her huge tentacles still sifting through the shiny treasures. Jing Shu, you and I are like family. Just say it. I'll agree. Jing Shu grinned. Your people don't seem too busy. How about training them all to crew the ships? I'm short on sailors, and I'd trust our own over the locals. Xiaowei hesitated. But I don't know if they'd be willing. Jing Shu held up 3 fingers. 3 meals a day, plus a midnight snack, plus fruit, plus an egg. That's the same food as my soldiers. Guotu immediately raised his hand. I'm in. I'll answer for all those bored villagers, too. Jing Shu smiled. Looks like feeding Xiaowei well was the right move. Now, with a little more incentive, the whole village was motivated to work. With that settled, the 2-hour break was up. The once bloated fleet was now split into 2 groups. About 250 powerful ships sped toward Saudi Arabia, while over 100 slower ships lagged behind, stripped down to empty shells with just enough fuel and crew, plus 2 warships and 2 teams of ability users. If anyone tried to rob them, they'd be disappointed. These ships were so empty they'd be lucky to get even a nearly out-of-fuel vessel. To pirates, these cargo ships were worthless. Even dragging them back to sell for scrap would be a waste of time. What pirates really wanted were fully armed warships and guns. So why leave 2 teams of elites and warships with the slow ships? To bait the enemy, of course. Plus, they still needed to escort the empty ships to Saudi Arabia. By then, the main group would probably have picked up more cargo and would need extra ships for transport. Soon, the 2 fleets pulled apart and disappeared from each other's view. Jing Shu was looking forward to their destination. Too bad it wasn't for fun, but for more supplies. Jing Shu, what do you think? Huh? Jing Shu snapped out of her thoughts. She'd just been helping a sow give birth in her space. The piglets were so big and numerous that the mother was having a hard time, but it was fine. Her animals were tough, and with a little help, the piglets came out. Having just finished, she asked, Think about what? Yang Yang coughed. The route to Saudi Arabia. If we take this one, it's fast and convenient, but there are a lot of people, and we're such a big target that we'll definitely attract attention from other forces. Jing Shu nodded. Yang Yang continued. If we take this other route, we'll be with the slow ships. It's remote, with almost no other vessels, but it'll take 4 days instead of 2, and there are lots of hidden reefs. There's no pirate threat, but nature is the real danger. Jing Shu smiled. You missed a key advantage and a key drawback for each route. Oh? What did I miss? Jing Shu said. Taking the shorter route has another advantage. We can pick up some extra loot along the way and it'll be more exciting. But if we take the longer route, we'll miss out on that extra income. Yang Yang gave her a thumbs up. As expected of you, Jing Shu. Jing Shu grinned. You flatter me. So it's pretty clear which route we should take, right? Mahama swallowed hard. No way, no way. At a time like this, with danger ahead and behind, you still want to take the risky route? Am I even going to make it back to Mas alive? Jay patted Mahama sympathetically. Haven't you figured them out yet? If they weren't crazy, they wouldn't have come to such a dangerous place, whether you survive. Well, that's secondary, but the food here is really good. Speaking of food, Mahama's had to admit, even though this Chinese team was full of flaws, ruthless and merciless, leaving nothing behind wherever they went, their food was truly amazing. He couldn't help rubbing his belly. In just a few days with the Chinese, his stomach had grown 2 sizes. Not only did they have 3 meals a day, but there was always an extra snack. And the main dishes weren't the usual mishmash of wild greens, mystery meat, and weird-colored sauces, but real Chinese cuisine. Honestly, the Chinese team could really eat. They'd traded for a lot of food at that place where they swapped for alcohol, thinking it would last a month, but it was gone in just 10 days. So what did they do? They just bought a new batch from Jingshu, and this trip to the Middle East had been far more profitable than expected, so the budget was flush. Old Joe waved his hand and generously spent contribution points to buy more grain. It just so happened that Jingshu wanted to get rid of the thousands of bags of flour and rice she'd stockpiled before the apocalypse. She didn't care for them anymore. After tasting the rice grown in her own space, she found the old stuff bland. Her space-grown food was always the best, even if it was more work to process. After eating her own produce, she lost interest in the pre-apocalypse stockpile, which was enough to last decades. She'd tried giving it away for years but never finished. Now, she could finally sell it to old Joe. And after these big eaters finished it off, no one would ask questions. Indeed, after the team tasted the fragrant rice and noodles, they stopped wondering why Captain Jingshu always brought so much stuff on supply runs. Now, if she didn't bring a ton of supplies, they'd find it strange. After all, this was the captain who even brought tons of water. With the food quality up, the team's morale and cohesion soared. Jay and Mahamas both shut up. Now that they were prisoners, as long as they got to eat delicious rice every day, they'd just try to live one more day at a time. And so, the route to Saudi Arabia was set. The massive fleet sped through the strait like the wind. Wherever the team passed, nothing was left behind. Any ship that spotted them from afar would immediately turn and flee, steering clear of the 100-strong fleet. A whole day passed. They encountered several other fleets, but before the Chinese team could even make a move, the others had already turned tail and run. Jingshu couldn't help but wonder if she'd picked the wrong route. She'd hoped to pick up some loot along the way, but it seemed no one wanted to cooperate. That night, the Chinese bodyguard team held another meeting. The topic? Something's off. They should have been pursued, but now, almost at their destination, no one was chasing them. They hadn't even bothered to hide their movements, yet everything was eerily quiet. Finally, someone in the meeting asked uncertainly, "Do you think they're planning something big, like waiting for us to stop, then hitting us with a missile to wipe us all out?" "No way. Remember, we have 100 ships full of guns and ammo, stuff we took from a military base. That cargo is too valuable. They'll want it back, so they definitely won't use heavy weapons." Those guns and ammo were both a shield and a prize. The enemy wouldn't bomb them, but they definitely wouldn't let them go either. So what was really going on? Jingshu toyed with the piece of skin she'd cut into countless fragments, muttering to herself, "Was it you who leaked our whereabouts?" Meanwhile, in a luxurious palace elsewhere, the lights blazed, crystal chandeliers sparkled, and elegant music filled the air. It was a grand ballroom. Gentlemen and ladies danced to the music of piano and violin. Some sipped red wine, others sat in corners enjoying the music. But if you looked at their legs, you'd see that half were human, half were not. If you looked at their upper bodies, half were human, half were not. The music and setting were normal, but the people were not. Anyone who didn't know better would think this was a gathering of monsters and demons. Those who looked normal wore stiff smiles, but if you looked closely, you'd see them trembling, with strange liquid pooling at their feet. Crash! A wine glass shattered on the floor, spilling precious red wine everywhere. A long, blood-red tongue darted out, licking up every drop, glass shards and all. The music stopped. Everyone turned to look at the woman on the throne at the front of the ballroom. She wore a luxurious red gown and red high heels, lounging lazily on her throne. Her lips were stained with a bright red liquid. Who knew if it was wine or blood? "Sorry, did I scare you? Keep dancing, why are you all looking at me?" The music resumed. Just as everyone was about to start dancing again, a strange sound echoed through the hall, a guttural, rumbling noise like something stuck in a throat or a creature starving to death. Some people finally broke down, collapsing to the floor in tears and cursing. The blood-red tongue shot out, snatching up a sobbing man and making him vanish in an instant. The music continued, gentle and elegant, but the occasional crunching and chewing sounds were jarringly out of place in the ballroom. The grinding noise was like a meat grinder pulverizing bones. Some people kept dancing, some kept drinking, and the banquet seemed to go on. It wasn't until the lazy woman spoke that the atmosphere changed. "Oh dear, sorry about that. When I get upset, I get hungry, and when I'm hungry, I want to eat something. Right now, I especially want to eat those Chinese people." The woman stood up from her throne. She really couldn't hold back any longer. "My queen, are you really going over there yourself?" Dila licked her lips and rolled her neck, making a cracking sound. "They dared to take my things. They're the first. Bring everyone. Capture them all and raise them as my delicacies. It's been so long since I've tasted the flesh of ability users." "As you command." "Oh, and one more thing." Dila's eyes looked into the far, distant darkness. She said, "Bring the pink dark energy. I hear they have many ability users. I want to see, after they lose all their precious powers, what right they have to fight us." "Yes, my queen. They're about to reach Saudi Arabia. Looks like they're planning something there. News from Moji Lai, she's been chopped into dozens of pieces and is being sent to different places. As for our Mr. Octopus, there's been no response at all." "Good. Very good. You have 3 days to gather everyone there. I hear they've picked up quite a lot of loot this time. Let's just take it all back." Dila was not only the Apocalypse's queen of arms, but also commanded an absolute army of ability users. And when it came to controlling them, she had an ultimate trump card, an energy agent that could make all ability users lose their powers for a period of time. So, while Dila was making her preparations, things were quiet on Jingshu's side. They made it all the way to the legendary Saudi Arabia without encountering any major pursuers. Along the way, they even ran into a few clueless little fleets. Even if the mosquito meat was small, it was still meat, and the elite bodyguard team was delighted. The fleet was about to reach the nearest strait to the Saudi coast. Beyond that, it was endless desert. After all, there was precious little coastline here. But that wasn't a big problem. In the meeting room, there was a hand-drawn map so precise it looked like it was made with a ruler. Yang pointed to a spot and said, "Saudi Arabia is one of our friendly brother nations, but things are complicated here. We should avoid relying on local forces if possible. But look at this circle. This circle marks the area of absolute military force. We've already contacted the local embassy and filed a report. If necessary, they can provide us with some support." With that, everyone's sense of security shot up. Even if this brother nation isn't as straightforward as Iran, at least they'll help us out. But since we're on their turf, why not sell off all the random junk on our ships to the locals and travel light? Old Jang, you're missing the point. In Saudi, even luxury cars are gathering dust. Do you think they'll buy the junk we hauled over? Yeah, there aren't many locals. Most people here are foreigners, and the wealth is all in the hands of the locals. They live almost like before the apocalypse. So, since you said that, why don't we haul away their unwanted junk and sell it to our honest Iranian brothers? They need everything, and we can just trade for more oil. Nice, bro, that's a great idea. Jay and Mahamas, the two unlucky brothers, were listening in. The Chinese team didn't treat them as outsiders at all, which they appreciated. Everything was done openly. But Jay also knew deep down that he probably wasn't going back. The more secrets he learned, the less likely they'd let him leave. That was just wishful thinking. He shook his head. There's a lot of trash here, but no one transports it. The information gap is too big. Shipping luxury cars and such to remote areas costs a fortune, and you can't sell them for much. You might not even make back the shipping costs. Mahamas nodded. Miss Jingshu, what do you think? By now, he'd learned her real name. Jingshu's smile was dazzling. I think it's a great idea. Because honestly, this was perfect for her. Picking up trash in Saudi Arabia was Jingshu's dream. Even if the city was surrounded by desert with bad roads and long distances, none of that mattered. Originally, she'd planned to leave the idle mud merfolk behind after landing, but now she realized they were perfect for this job. Why not have them pick up trash? Who cares if it's useful or not? The mud merfolk could transport it for free, with zero cost. With zero-cost transport, even if she only traded a load of junk for a single liter of oil, it was pure profit, 100%. Of course, Jingshu had her zero-cost transport, but the other bodyguard team members had their own tricks. Old Taoist Huang Ya had his zombie team, the big Australian gambler had his special guidance ability, and others had their own skills, so everyone couldn't help but grin mischievously. Not bad, not bad. This really opened my eyes to a new world. Old Taoist Huang Ya. Hehe, Xiao Ye and the others have nothing to do all day. Might as well have them pick up more trash, they're tireless and super strong. Situ Xiao Ye, expressionless. Thank you, sir. They're crazy, these Chinese are all crazy. What are they even thinking? The Chinese team had no idea that a huge danger was approaching. But for now, they were happy. The meeting covered the usual: operation plans A, B, C, D, and escape plans A, B, C, D. Once the plans were set, they ran a simulation of the escape route, then filled every ship's tanks to the brim with heavy oil, just in case they needed to run. The preferred escape route was a narrow, reef-filled channel with few people, so even if the enemy sent a huge force, it'd be hard to concentrate their fire. Once everything was ready, Jingshu's side had almost finished digging their new tunnels, and a new round of shopping was about to begin. Of course, this time the supply run was a bit more complicated, since there were some extra plans added along the way. The extra plan was to pick up trash wherever they went. Also, since most of Jingshu's team was traveling by sea, but Saudi Arabia was surrounded by desert, they were destined to face a long stretch of overland transport, which had the lowest margin for error. To be safe, everyone decided to split into several small teams, but not too far apart, close enough that they could all reach each other within half an hour if needed. This time, Old Joe would personally oversee the supply run, and Codename 7 would provide helicopter support. Old Joe hadn't originally planned to join the youngsters on this run. He was supposed to stay with the hundreds of supply ships, since they were carrying the entire haul from a military base, and all of it needed to be shipped to the Iranian transfer station. But when he heard Jingshu was going to see the world by picking up trash, he suddenly changed his mind. In that case, I'll join the fun too. OJ, Mahamas, you two want to come along, right? Let's go see for ourselves. Jay and Mahamas. No, we don't want to go. We just want to stay on the ship and get out of here safely. But they couldn't resist, and so they were dragged along to see the world with the Chinese. Old Joe quietly told Jingshu, "Bringing these two along is useful. If anything happens, we can use them as scapegoats or have them negotiate. They might come in handy." Jingshu and Yang Yang gave him a thumbs up. "As expected of you, Old Joe, always thinking ahead." Mahamas, expressionless. "You could say that a little louder? I heard everything." Jay gave a wry smile. "They're just telling us to our faces what we're good for." Mahamas snorted. "At least they're honest. I've got some reputation around here. If things go south, I'll just drop your name and say you know a big secret. That should save us." Jay. Heh. Hundreds of ships disappeared into the dark sea. Around here you could tell if anyone was nearby just by the number of corpse-eating bugs on the shore. Before the apocalypse, this might have been a small port. After the apocalypse, the area for several kilometers was crawling with corpse bugs, making it hard to even dock a ship. That alone told you no one was around. In the pitch-black darkness, only the rustling sounds of unloading could be heard as one by one, the newly modified high-chassis desert vehicles rolled off the ships. Jingshu's mud merfolk were on the nearby shore, devouring corpse bugs and literally eating a path through them. Zhao Wei's bugs had already landed, digging tunnels and expanding underground storage to make room for all the trash they'd collect. Jingshu brought half her own people, who sat in the desert vehicles, fully armed in camo, with machine guns, sniper rifles, sunglasses, and gas masks. On the modified bus, everyone assigned to Jingshu's team sat together. Big Yellow Teeth and the other bodyguards drooled with envy. "Captain Jingshu's team must be special forces. Look at all that gear." "She's serious this time. She's never let these people off the ship before." "Hey, aren't those the guys who roll cigarettes for Jingshu? I used to joke they were just rice buckets, but now I was so wrong." By the way, do you guys smell something awful, like rotten eggs left out for days?" Yeah, I thought someone farted, but it's not just me. Exactly. It's like a mix of constipation farts and rotten eggs, worse than a toilet. Everyone covered their noses, finally bringing up the topic. Turns out, it wasn't just their imagination. Jing Shu, also wearing a gas mask, checked the time. It was the end of the year, and the next round of natural disasters was about to hit. All over the world, this smell was starting to appear. But this was just the beginning. They say if you stay in a stinky environment long enough, you stop noticing it. But in reality, the smell just keeps getting worse, and now there was even a trace of toxins in the air. Masks were a must. Her mask factory was working overtime. By the time she got back from the Middle East, the next wave of air pollution would be in full swing, and her mask factory would be in the spotlight. And the melt-blown fabric needed for masks? It's made from petroleum, so oil and fabric prices would skyrocket. In other words, this year, as much Middle Eastern oil as we can get, we should get. Prices will go crazy. And not just for masks. If I make an upgraded version, like a gas mask, I'll make a killing. Jingshu rubbed her hands excitedly. Old Taoist Huang Ya did the same. Xiao Ye, since Jingshu's wearing a gas mask, get mine too. I paid 2 contribution points for it after all. Everyone remembered. Yeah, I bought a gas mask too. No shame in it. This stink makes me want to puke. Those who hadn't bought one scoffed. It's just a smell. You get used to it. Why bother with a mask? Maybe it's just a stinky ditch. We'll be past it soon. Don't be so dramatic. Jingshu just smiled and handed Jay and Mahamas each a gas mask. The moment they put them on, the air felt much better. Some people started buying more from Jingshu. She still had plenty, having traded for a batch on the black market. Selling them for 2 contribution points each was pure profit. Before the apocalypse, this route to Saudi would have taken just a couple of hours. Now, it was either sand or corpse bugs all the way. Jay knew a shortcut that passed by Dila's backup warehouse, right through a once bustling city built with billions. I'm curious what that city looks like now. Jingshu nodded eagerly. I wonder if there's anything good left to scavenge. The convoy drove for hours without incident, finally arriving at their destination. Before the apocalypse, this place was bustling with traffic. Jingshu had once admired it on TV and dreamed of living here. She never imagined she'd get to visit after the end of the world. This Saudi city was built right on the edge of the desert. The city center was ultra-modern, but the outskirts were full of retro sand and mud castles, like giant overturned pots covering the houses, very distinctive. Most of the men here wore white robes with white or colored cloths on their heads, while the women were wrapped head to toe in black robes with black scarves covering their heads. Here, everyone put these on. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, or we'll stand out too much. The old Taoist had somehow scavenged all kinds of local clothing. Judging by the gold-trimmed sleeves and luxurious linings, the fabric was top-tier pre-apocalypse material. But no matter how nice the fabric, it was still just a white robe on the outside. The old Taoist shook his head. Skrisk, we just passed an abandoned villa. There were 3 or 4 walk-in closets, all filled with thousands of identical white robes and hundreds of matching headbands. I just don't get it. Why buy so many of the same outfit? Someone laughed. White gets dirty the fastest. If you spill tomato sauce or anything, it'll never come clean. Rich people don't wash clothes, they just wear a new one every day and toss the old one. Tisk, what a life of luxury, Jingshu pointed outside. We've been riding the bus this whole time, and you still had time to loot a villa? The old Taoist coughed. Well, Xiao Ye and the others had nothing to do, so I sent them running along the road to see if there was anything good. Not much food in the villas, but plenty of dusty cars and all those identical robes. Oh, and lots of colored headbands. Maybe someone back home will want them. Jingshu gave him a strange look, then opened the hottest post-apocalypse second-hand app, Duo Used Fish, and shared her feed. She pointed to a post the old Taoist had made 3 minutes ago. You're already pre-selling these robes before we even get home? Impressive. The old Taoist shop had just posted. Thousands of brand new Arab robes, only 10 virtual coins each. In just a few minutes, Hundreds had already been pre-ordered. Ridiculous. The old Taoist grinned. Frugality, you know. Gotta feed a whole village. Jingshu's bugs had been busy digging tunnels and hadn't had time to scavenge on the way in, but now that they were in the city, it wasn't too late. She put on a white robe, draped a cloth over her head, and wrapped it with a black band. Now she looked just like a local from the Emirates. With a gas mask on, it was impossible to tell if she was male or female. As for whether people could tell she was an outsider, maybe with others, but Jingshu didn't even need a bra, so never mind, it was a sore subject. Anyway, the whole group noisily changed into local white robes, ready to see if there was any trash to pick up, or to admire the city's retro beauty, soak up the culture, and maybe snap a few photos. Old Joe waved his hand, not too interested in scavenging. You've all grown up and want to fly. Go on, but hurry, time is short. We have at most 8 hours. Once dawn breaks, we have to leave. All right, I'll take Xiaoye this way, said the old Taoist. The silver coin's guidance points me this way, said the Macau gambler, leading his team in another direction. Jingshu rubbed her hands together and said to Hao Yunlai, Zhang Lang, Four Eyes, and Tank, we'll take the last route. The teams quickly spread out across the city, agreeing not to cause trouble and only to take ownerless goods. When time was up, they'd meet at the designated spot. After all, this was just a stopover. They had more important things to collect later. The city wasn't lively at night, but some places were still brightly lit, and you could even hear parties going on. Here, the gap between rich and poor was extreme, especially after the apocalypse. Yang explained excitedly, Here, 95% of people serve the top 5% of the rich. I heard a single tycoon can have hundreds of servants, living as luxuriously as before the apocalypse. Hao Yunlai yawned, unimpressed. Tank nodded. Here, there are only rich and poor, nothing in between. Yang continued. It wasn't always this bad. There used to be about 15% rich and 20% middle class, but after the apocalypse, everything was reshuffled. That led to one phenomenon. What phenomenon? Zhang Lang scratched his head. Jingshu's team had just reached the city's edge when they saw the streets lined with abandoned cars, Bentleys, BMWs, Mercedes, and even some buses. Many of the buses had been converted into homes, with cloths draped over them and laundry hanging outside. Yang said, it led to a city full of junk cars. Four Eyes nodded. There really are luxury cars everywhere. Like ants. Hao Yunlai said, Mirror, are you really going to haul all these junk cars away? Most haven't run in years, and with oil so precious you can't sell them for much in Iran. Jingshu just grinned. Iran doesn't need cars, but they need iron. These shells are worth a lot as scrap. We'll haul them by sea, or Zhang Lang can organize a land convoy. Even if we just trade them for a little oil, it's pure profit. All right, let's get to work. What are we waiting for? Tank straightened his clothes. He'd left his fat chicken with Xiaowei for the night, since it always messed up his hair when it nested on his head. Let's do it. Our goal is clear. Only junk cars. Leave the buses that people are living in alone. Each car needed at least 3 giant-legged bugs and 2 mud merfolk to move. Tank's team had a simple job. Sort the cars. If a car was too far gone, they'd strip out the motors and engines and just haul away the metal shell. Of course, if you're talking about the most valuable car parts before the apocalypse, it would have been things like compressors and transmissions. But after the apocalypse, since no new cars are being made, generators and batteries have become the real treasures. If you can repair and reuse them, great. But after years of eating sand, some cars' parts are ruined, so all you can salvage is the metal shell and seats. Some cars can still run, or are valuable luxury models. Those are transported whole. Even if you only get scrap metal prices, you can still trade them for a bit of oil. Either way, it's worth it. Otherwise, what's the point of raising all those mud merfolk? On the dark roadside, it was usually quiet at this hour. Most people were asleep. The only ones awake were the rich, still living it up with auctions and parties, or scheming how to squeeze more money from the poor. But tonight, the streets were noisy with rustling sounds like rats scurrying about. Some of the poor living in converted buses thought there were thieves and got up to check. Especially the kids. Any little noise would wake them up. They'd stand at the window and ask, "Mom, Mom, look! Why are those cars moving by themselves?" Then they'd get a smack. "It's late! Stop talking nonsense and go to sleep." The kid would start crying. "But it's true! The cars are moving by themselves and disappearing." That would finally get the adults' attention. In the dim light, they'd see that the cars piled up along the road, half buried in sand, were really gone. Rustling, like rats moving things away. The adults would cover the kids' eyes and pray for Allah's forgiveness. Surely something unclean was at work. "Go to sleep. When you wake up, it'll all be over." They'd close the curtains, cover the kids' eyes, and pray until the sounds faded away. This scene played out all over the city, in poor neighborhoods and in the rich districts. The luxury cars that once filled the streets were now being crushed and hauled away by bugs, reduced to lumps of scrap metal. The next morning, some residents would find that the cars once buried in sand were gone, or that only the motors and engines remained with everything else stripped away. I don't get it. Who would steal a bunch of scrap metal these days? Well, it's actually a good thing. Those junkers were an eyesore. Now the street's clear, we can use the space for something else. Of course, the rich districts had plenty of cars too. Jing Shu's team found a huge underground parking garage, its entrance nearly buried in sand. Inside, wow, every spot was filled with luxury cars. Some were even brand new with the protective film still on. If she hadn't just confirmed this was a private residence, she'd have thought it was a dealership. The mansion itself was empty and run down, but the cars had been left behind. Yang Yang analyzed. After the apocalypse, earthquakes and disasters ruined the roads or buried them in sand. These are all sports cars, useless here, so they were abandoned. Or maybe the rich ran away or died and didn't have time to deal with them. Everyone nodded. Zhang Lang was confused. But why not take the cars when they ran? Each one is worth millions. Yang Yang coughed. When you're that rich, do you bother taking a few cheap shirts when you run? Zhang Lang shook his head. I'd take the most valuable stuff. Honestly, I wouldn't even bother picking up a few shirts now. Yang Yang snapped his fingers. Exactly. To the rich, these cars are like shirts in the closet, stuff they'll never wear again. Why take them? Zhang Lang was speechless. Ouch, that stings. Well, if the rich have forgotten about this place, let's not be polite. We'll help them clean out the garage so it doesn't just gather dust. Tank used his ridiculous strength to help the bugs move the cars and asked, Jing Shu, since we're talking garages, why not hit the car dealerships? There must be tons of cars there. Jing Shu scratched her head. We're in a hurry and not picky, just grabbing whatever we see. Besides, we don't know the area. If we go to a small dealership, there might not be many cars and it'd be a waste of time. Yang Yang's fingers flew over his screen. There's a big used car market 2 kilometers away. After the apocalypse, it became a ghost town and was looted several times. If we go, there probably won't be many intact cars left. Tank asked, So, is it even worth going? Yang Yang snapped his phone shut. Let's have the bugs haul these cars away, then head to the used car market. If I'm right, there should still be a lot of raw materials there. Raw materials? Yang Yang nodded. Yeah, the used car market was probably picked clean, but it also collected a lot of generators and batteries. Those are worth a fortune, especially in a place like Iran. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. Right. No one makes phones anymore, so when our phone batteries die, we have to scavenge for replacements. On the black market, batteries and generators are always in demand. Let's go. The group headed for the city's biggest used car market. It was a small city, once very prosperous. You could tell by the sea of abandoned cars. But now it was just a pile of scrap. Even Jing Shu shook her head. There wasn't much left to scavenge. The place had been looted many times. The valuable cars were long gone, leaving only a plaza full of ordinary Mercedes. The rich didn't want them, and the poor couldn't afford them. Well, sorry, but all these leftover cars were going to Jing Shu. She had Zhang Lang direct the bugs to dig tunnels and haul the cars away. Meanwhile, Everyone else headed straight for the materials warehouse, the city's biggest auto repair shop. All those flooded cars and broken-down cars that get repaired and resold. Every used car market is about the same, so there must be a lot of raw materials here. Sure enough, when Jingshu and Tank arrived at the market, they found piles of unwanted parts and materials everywhere. But the real surprise was that every shop had a not-too-small warehouse in the back, each filled with a jumble of parts and materials. After years of apocalypse, most of it was still usable. Jingshu remembered how Wu Yuai's mentor, Chu Zhuohua, had modified her RV back in the day, using a lot of these kinds of materials. Over the years, RV parts had become increasingly scarce. Now, with all these parts, there was bound to be something useful. Even if she couldn't use them right away, she'd need them someday. With all production stopped in the apocalypse, finding spare parts for repairs would only get harder. Jingshu decided to take all the good materials back to China and ship the lower-quality stuff to Iran to sell. So, with a wave of her hand, she ordered, "Take it all." A whole warehouse full of tires? Yes, yes, yes. Take them all. Tires are always in demand. With a little modification, they make great suitcases or can be used for travel in winter. All those random parts? Yes, 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 take them all. All those lithium batteries and motors? Yes, 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 take them all. It was almost insane. In just half an hour, Jingshu had swept through the biggest used car market's parts warehouses. Later, she'd have professionals sort through it all, keep the good stuff, sell the rest. Dawn was breaking, but there was still a little time left. The group decided to stroll through the massive new central city. Once, billions had been poured into building this desert star. Even the streets had air conditioning vents. Walking down the road, there were charging ports everywhere, and cool air blowing from beneath the pavement. Even in 40-degree heat, it felt like a 20-degree air-conditioned room, luxury that could bring tears to your eyes. Now, look, there are abandoned air conditioner motors under the road, still made in China, with a 20-year warranty. Tank waved his big hand, pulling out motors from the collapsed roadside. Jingshu. Hao Yunlai, with his dead fish eyes, quickly checked. Grease are the toughest. Most are still good. Just add a vent and they'll work. Zhang Lang said, Saudi only buys the most expensive, not the best. But grease really are top-notch. My family's has lasted 20 years and still works. So what else could they do? Dig them up and haul them away. If they couldn't sell them in Iran, they'd be a hit on the domestic black market. But then, Jingshu changed her mind. Most of the motors the bugs dug up were huge, not for home use. Jingshu decided to keep this batch for herself. In a couple of years, when she returned to Wucheng, it would be freezing cold. She planned to open a few factories there to prepare for future disasters and would definitely need these central air conditioner motors for heating and cooling. In the past, she couldn't afford the electricity to run them for a whole factory. Are you kidding? Do you know how expensive electricity is after the apocalypse? She couldn't even afford to heat with coal, let alone run air conditioning for a whole factory. But now, with her little electric guy at home, she could manage. Honestly, if she had to buy a batch of air conditioners, she couldn't afford it. But now she'd just picked up a whole load for free. All right, they're all alive and free. Not taking them would be a huge loss. Now, with power and motors, she could open a factory at zero cost if she found a bit more trash. The thought made Jingshu grin from ear to ear. Come on, Jingshu, it's just a few air conditioner motors. Why are you grinning like you won the lottery? Young Yang squinted at her, puzzled. Or did you think of something else? Jingshu quickly shook her head. The plan was too far off to talk about now, so she said, Nothing. Let's check out a few more places. The bugs are almost out. When we're done, I'll treat everyone to a big meal. With the way she was going, even 1,000,000 bugs wouldn't be enough. Everyone was excited. See, even if you didn't get much loot with Jingshu, she always fed you well. Her feasts were better than any trash they could scavenge. Poor little electric guy. He was already working himself to death charging all of Jingshu's gadgets. He had no idea where she got so many devices and batteries, and he had to constantly adjust the frequency to avoid frying her stuff. If he messed up, he wouldn't get fed. That was terrifying. He admitted Jingshu had poisoned him. He worked from dawn to dusk charging everything, and now that the fleet had a real expert, they'd even converted the ships to electric motors, all because he could charge them. But honestly, the food was amazing, especially compared to the others. The femme fatale and the dwarf blacksmith in his old team only got 1 meal a day, but as the honored little electric guy, he got 3. He'd heard the crew even got 3 meals and 2 snacks a day. His goal was to become one of the crew. He didn't know that his dream was about to come true. Jing Shu had found him a ton of motors. Meanwhile, for Jing Shu, the brief joy of scavenging was over. After so many years of apocalypse, there wasn't much left that was usable. Everyone gathered at an abandoned factory outside the city, just an hour's drive from the Dila supply base Jay had mentioned. "Is everyone ready?" Old Joe's voice was stern and commanding, echoing in everyone's ears. "Ready!" Old Joe nodded. "Good. You all know the plan. Go in with full firepower. You don't need to fight for the goods, just suppress the guards and let Captain Jing Shu's bugs handle the transport. Your job is to protect the bugs and stop any pursuers. So, we'll follow the 4-step plan. Start with step 1. Remember, don't get bogged down. If you need to retreat, retreat. Follow orders. Remember our objective. Now let's move out. Let's give them a real surprise. All right, let's go. Move out. Jay, you're our guide now. We're counting on you." Jay nodded hard. "I know this route like the back of my hand. Let's hit their lair as fast and hard as we can." A large group set out, full of momentum, heading straight for their fattest target yet. The sky was just beginning to lighten, the air thick with a foul stench. Everyone wore scarves or masks, sometimes even layering extra cloth over their masks. The Middle Eastern climate was much hotter than China's. Right now, Wucheng was around -60 degrees. The South China Sea was just above 10, but here in the Middle East it was over 30 degrees. It was bizarre. Scientists couldn't explain it. Anyone who'd spent time in the desert knew it wasn't just hot, but also windy and sandy. Open your mouth and you'd get a mouthful of grit. So everyone was wrapped up tight, wearing local white robes. No one could tell who was who. This was a pre-apocalypse storage city, surrounded by several logistics roads. The location was a hub, with a dozen well-maintained Saudi highways radiating out. After the apocalypse, Dila bought it up as her own storage and logistics base. Why here? Because as a backup reserve, it was central to everywhere: Israel, Mas, Hans, you name it. Dila's strategy was clear: seize the Middle East's oil and stir up chaos. With such an important location, the defenses were naturally formidable. Smith was the head supervisor here, and he hadn't slept in 3 days. He'd heard a raid was coming, by a group of ability users. As soon as he got the tip, he gathered all the guards and prepared for a major battle. He waited. And waited. 3 days. He didn't dare close his eyes. "I hear those Chinese are all war gods, love sneak attacks, especially at night. Stay sharp." When he heard that Queen Dila herself was coming with everyone, he got even more nervous, double-checking every defense. He'd heard these people could dig tunnels, so he'd planted landmines everywhere. If they tried to dig, he'd blow them up. He waited and waited. "Are they coming or not? It's only 2 days from Hans to here, 3 at the most. Why aren't they here yet? They can't be lost, right? But isn't Smith with them?" Another 2 days passed. Dila arrived with all her ability users and a ton of armed forces, enough to take down a small country. Queen Dila's rule was terrifying. She took command immediately, frowning. "The Chinese still haven't arrived?" Smith nodded. "Not yet." Someone in the crowd muttered, "Maybe they already took our stuff and left and you just don't know it?" Smith shook his head. "We've been running 8 shifts a day, checking all the goods every 2 hours. Not a single thing is missing. I check everything 3 times a day. No one's touched a thing." Dila frowned, furious. When she got angry, her tongue would start to writhe, and she almost lashed out at an innocent bystander, but managed to hold back. "So, what's going on? Where's Mojilai? Has she reported the Chinese's latest position?" Smith said, The last position was over 100 kilometers from here 3 days ago, but Mojulai's body parts are still moving. Dila was silent for a moment, her sharp nails tracing Smith's neck. She licked her lips and asked, "What about our secret weapon? It has the most advanced tracking system." Smith lowered his head. "It's gone. We can't locate it, no idea where it went." Silence. Everyone trembled. No one dared speak. Who could have imagined they'd come all the way from America, ready to seize the loot from the Chinese, only to find nothing. The Chinese had vanished, as if they'd evaporated. "Damn it, and at the worst possible time, you have 3 days. If you can't find those Chinese, we'll go to war with Israel." So where did the Chinese team go, when they should have been just over an hour away? "Jay, are you sure this is the right road?" Jay was certain. "I could do this with my eyes closed. I've walked it dozens of times." 2 hours later. "Jay, are you sure? We've been driving forever and still haven't seen the turnoff you mentioned." Old Joe stepped up, gently patting Jay's shoulder with a smile. "Jay, if you're playing games..." Jay shook his head quickly. "Okay, honestly, there are only 2 roads to that logistics base. I can't be wrong. But somehow we've ended up in a desert with a bunch of forks. I'm confused too." Jingshu coughed. "Hey, do you think maybe the road itself changed?" Jay. "Mahamas. Shu, what nonsense is that? I've seen roads get cut off but never change by themselves." Big Yellow Teeth the Taoist suddenly jumped up, startled. "Quick, check your signals. Are we in some kind of South China Sea mirror space again?" Everyone quickly checked their phones for satellite signal. "Whew, still got signal." "Yeah, we have signal. Don't scare us. I'm traumatized by that last time." "So what's going on? Did Jay get lost?" Jingshu sighed and told the bus driver, "Pull over. Everyone stop. I think we've hit the jackpot. We're in some kind of unknown folded space again." "What?" "No way. We didn't feel anything and we still have signal." Jingshu was puzzled too. She scratched her head. "That's why I didn't notice at first. I was even chatting with friends, but just now I had my bugs dig tunnels nearby, and even though they finished, I couldn't find the tunnels anywhere." What Jingshu hadn't said was this. The weirdest part was that she'd ordered her mud merfolk to protect her from outside, and by all senses, they should be right here, overlapping with her position. But the problem was, she couldn't see the mud merfolk, and the mud merfolk couldn't see her either, even though both could sense the other was right there. What did that mean? It meant that although Jingshu and the mud merfolk could sense each other's presence, they were actually invisible to one another. Totally bizarre. But based on what she'd learned from the Rubik's Cube dimension space, this was probably what they called a folded space. The bus driver stopped the vehicle. Old Joe did a head count. Good. Everyone who was supposed to be here, based on the 2-team split, was present on these buses. Everyone got off and set up a simple tent. The heat was just too much. Old Joe held a quick meeting. "So that's the situation. Until we find a new way out, we have to conserve fuel." Yang Yang sighed. "What? We're trapped in a pocket world again?" "It was supposed to be just an hour's drive, and now we're stuck in some unknown folded space." Everyone felt this was just too much. Winning the lottery would be easier than running into this, and yet here they were. Jay shrugged. "I've walked this road dozens of times. Never thought I'd get stuck this time." Big Yellow Teeth clutched his thermos, not daring to drink. He asked the hard question, "Did anyone bring supplies? If not, how are we supposed to survive?" That hit home. Even Yang Yang was silent for a moment before saying, "Most of our supplies are on the ships. We only planned to be out for a few hours, so logistics only gave us 1 day's worth." Yang Yang had everyone quickly check their supplies. "We have plenty of guns and ammo and some medical supplies, but only 1 day's worth of food. About 200 cans of beef, so 2 per person. Food isn't a big worry. Worst case, we have Zhang Lang." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They'd almost forgotten about Zhang Lang. Now they were grateful the country had brought him along. At least they wouldn't starve. Worst case, they'd just eat cockroaches every day. But what about water? No water in the desert means death. Yang Yang said, We only brought 2 cases. Each person gets 500 milliliters. Everyone fell silent. It was true. No one brings a suitcase full of food and water just to go for a short trip. This was all the logistics team had packed, just in case someone got hungry or thirsty. So what now? In my experience, once you're in a space like this, you're not getting out for a few days. It's fine. People can go 14 days without food, 7 days without water. But in this desert heat, you'll die in 2 days without water. Can 500 millimeters last that long? Will our supplies last until we find a way out? We'll have to rely on people outside to find an exit. Or maybe we can find something alive in the desert. Maybe there's water. Yang Yang coughed. Actually, we have one last option. What is it? Yang Yang looked at Jingshu. Jingshu, you're always the most prepared. Did you bring any supplies, especially water? At this, Jingshu's team all had strange expressions. Everyone looked at Jingshu. No way. Did Captain Jingshu really bring her giant water barrels again? Yeah, I don't believe she'd bring that much water just for a short trip. Yang Yang thought, you really don't know Jingshu. She always packs her whole house, even for a walk. Jingshu coughed. I'm not sure how much water I brought. Everyone looked disappointed. See? Who would bring that much water? That'd be crazy. But then Tank scratched his head and said, But Captain, didn't you bring 2 huge barrels of ice-cold beer? They're in the Hulk's compartment. Did you forget? Jingshu thought for a moment. Oh, right. What? 2 huge barrels of ice-cold beer? Even 2 barrels isn't enough for 100 people to have a drink. Yang Yang knew it wasn't that simple. Let's check. But since it's Captain Jingshu's private stash, we'll have to buy it with contribution points. She shouldn't take a loss. Old Joe nodded. If there's extra water or beer, we'll all pay for it. How much could 2 barrels be anyway? Jingshu had the Hulk, her bodyguard, bring out 5 train car-sized compartments. The Hulk was well known in the team as Jingshu's bodyguard, always following her everywhere, carrying her luggage. Jingshu had the Hulk open one of its slime compartments, revealing a barrel as big as a small house, with a built-in ice maker radiating cold air, an absolute luxury in the hot, sandy desert. Awesome! Yang Yang gave a thumbs up. Old Joe gave a thumbs up. Everyone else gave a thumbs up. Is this a barrel? This is a house! Seriously, why did Jingshu bring such a huge barrel of beer? Jingshu, my respect for you is as endless as the Yangtze River. Jingshu coughed. She really hadn't meant to show off. She'd just brought it along, hoping to sell it for a good price in Hans. But things had changed. The Hulk had followed her ever since, and she'd forgotten about it. Tank, who took care of the fat chicken and collected eggs every day, had become her de facto housekeeper and remembered the beer. But Tank was a straightforward guy. He knew Jingshu always had her reasons. And sure enough, she'd come prepared. Jingshu, who had long forgotten the real reason. Well, since we have water and won't starve, survival is no longer a problem. Now we can focus on finding a way out. Old Joe quietly let out a sigh of relief. He might have looked calm, but he'd already been thinking about how to organize people to dig for groundwater or, if all else failed, to use his own abilities. But honestly, this trip was the easiest he'd ever had. With Jingshu around, the team's all-purpose queen, everything was so much simpler. Whoever recommended bringing Jingshu and gave her an S-level rating, they should have given her SSS. With Jingshu here, nothing ever goes wrong. Yang Yang was the first to pour himself a glass of ice-cold beer. The chill was refreshing in the blazing desert, and he squinted in comfort. This beer would sell for 25 virtual coins in the Middle East. For us, just 3 contribution points. Not bad, right? The old Taoist filled his thermos to the brim, his yellow teeth showing as he grinned. Not bad at all. I'll reserve 100 cups. No one fight me for it. I have a whole group to feed. His zombie squad hadn't all come, just 7 or 8. But he was still worried. Let's hope we're not stuck here for 10 or 15 days. My villagers have some of my special liquids, but if we're gone too long, they'll run out and turn into zombies for real. He needed to stock up on more liquid just in case, otherwise when he got out, his zombies would drain him dry. Jingshu sighed too. Jen Nantian's team was almost here to pick up the nuke, and she wasn't worried about the reward. She was just anxious about the mysterious gifts Sumali had promised her. Now, stuck here, she couldn't get it. Luckily, she had plenty of supplies. Besides her spatial stash, her Hulk bodyguard carried a lot of visible goods. Even in the desert, she could live comfortably. These kinds of spaces usually have dark energy. If we can find some, it's worth more than the mission loot. But who would have thought? A simple supply run, just an hour's drive, and we'd get trapped in a space like this. The world's spatial points are getting more and more unstable. Maybe I really do need to upgrade my Rubik's Cube to 90 or higher. If I can fully merge it with reality, I could live inside it. And even if the world collapses, I'd have a final refuge. Jingshu was a deeply insecure person, so she decided to practice the Rubik's Cube tonight and work on upgrading it, hoping to make it livable as soon as possible. The whole team enjoyed ice-cold beer to beat the heat and ate canned beef. Zhanglang was called by logistics to produce some cockroaches, which the kitchen then turned into dishes like beer-braised cockroach, and cockroach pancakes, ensuring everyone had enough energy. Then they started planning. Yang Yang had already drafted a plan on his notebook and gathered everyone in the shade, using a loudspeaker. We've contacted our comrades outside, who are coming to the spot where we disappeared to look for the entrance. For now, we'll rest here, conserve energy, and wait for them to figure out what's going on. If they can't find us at the same spot, we'll try to find an exit from inside. I know some of you are wondering, if there's no boundary here, can't we just walk in one direction and find the exit? Let me be clear. From my 5 or 6 experiences with this, even if you walk straight, you'll just end up going in circles. The good news is, we can still contact the outside. We can ask for help with positioning, and maybe calculate our offset to find the exit. Yang Yang rambled on, and most people didn't really understand, but somehow his words made everyone feel safer. Now that they had food, water, and outside contact, everyone relaxed. Yang Yang continued, "We still need to be careful of dangers in this space. Right now, it's just a desert. But from my experience, there's definitely something hidden here. Like in the South China Sea mirror space, if you got close to the center, your body would dry up rapidly." Everyone nodded. Someone said, "But at least that place had water and plants, which made it dangerous. Here, it's just endless sand. What could possibly live here?" Mahamas reminded them, "Didn't we run into desert fish before? That was a former lake, with mutant fish. Here there's not even a blade of grass. This is a dead zone." Everyone quickly turned on their lights and looked around. Sure enough, there was nothing but sand. No cacti, no succulents, nothing. A heavy silence fell as everyone realized how serious this was. Jingshu said, "If there's not a single bug or plant, then this place is dangerous." Yang Yang said, "Everyone, search for anything alive. Bugs, worms, sandworms, anything." People started digging in the sand, and even sent out a motorcycle team to scout the area. But the more they searched, the more their hearts sank. Nothing. We dug 3 feet down, just sand and some old dead roots. A desert this big and not a single living thing? That's terrifying. What the hell kind of place is this? So what could make it so that not even an ant can survive here? What kind of danger could wipe out all life? Someone said, "It means nothing can survive here." But why? Everyone looked at each other. The fear of the unknown was the worst of all. Old Joe waved his hand. He was the only one who could steady the group now. "All right, don't scare yourselves. As long as we can contact the outside, we'll survive. If this place isn't fit for life, then we just won't try to live here. All we need is to find a way out. Well, since we have water and won't starve, survival is no longer a problem. Now we can focus on finding a way out." Old Joe quietly let out a sigh of relief. He might have looked calm, but he'd already been thinking about how to organize people to dig for groundwater, or, if all else failed, to use his own abilities. But honestly, this trip was the easiest he'd ever had. With Jingshu around, the team's all-purpose queen, everything was so much simpler. Whoever recommended bringing Jingshu and gave her an S-level rating, they should have given her SSS. With Jingshu here, nothing ever goes wrong. Yang Yang was the first to pour himself a glass of ice-cold beer. The chill was refreshing in the blazing desert, and he squinted in comfort. This beer would sell for 25 virtual coins in the Middle East. For us, just 3 contribution points. Not bad, right? The old Taoist filled his thermos to the brim, his yellow teeth showing as he grinned. Not bad at all. I'll reserve 100 cups. No one fight me for it. I have a whole group to feed. His zombie squad hadn't all come, just 7 or 8, but he was still worried. Let's hope we're not stuck here for 10 or 15 days. My villagers have some of my special liquids, but if we're gone too long, they'll run out and turn into zombies for real. He needed to stock up on more liquid just in case. Otherwise, when he got out, his zombies would drain him dry. Jingshu sighed too. Jen Nantian's team was almost here to pick up the nuke, and she wasn't worried about the reward. She was just anxious about the mysterious gift Sumali had promised her. Now, stuck here, she couldn't get it. Luckily, she had plenty of supplies. Besides her spatial stash, her Hulk bodyguard carried a lot of visible goods. Even in the desert, she could live comfortably. These kinds of spaces usually have dark energy. If we can find some, it's worth more than the mission loot. But who would have thought? A simple supply run, just an hour's drive, and we'd get trapped in a space like this? The world's spatial points are getting more and more unstable. Maybe I really do need to upgrade my Rubik's Cube to 9D or higher. If I can fully merge it with reality, I could live inside it, and even if the world collapses, I'd have a final refuge. Jingshu was a deeply insecure person, so she decided to practice the Rubik's Cube tonight and work on upgrading it, hoping to make it livable as soon as possible. The whole team enjoyed ice-cold beer to beat the heat and ate canned beef. Zhanglang was called by logistics to produce some cockroaches, which the kitchen then turned into dishes like beer-braised cockroach, and cockroach pancakes, ensuring everyone had enough energy. Then they started planning. Yang Yang had already drafted a plan on his notebook and gathered everyone in the shade, using a loudspeaker. We've contacted our comrades outside, who are coming to the spot where we disappeared to look for the entrance. For now, we'll rest here, conserve energy, and wait for them to figure out what's going on. If they can't find us at the same spot, we'll try to find an exit from inside. I know some of you are wondering, if there's no boundary here, can't we just walk in one direction and find the exit? Let me be clear, from my 5 or 6 experiences with this, even if you walk straight, you'll just end up going in circles. The good news is, we can still contact the outside. We can ask for help with positioning and maybe calculate our offset to find the exit. Yang Yang rambled on, and most people didn't really understand. But somehow his words made everyone feel safer. Now that they had food, water, and outside contact, everyone relaxed. Yang Yang continued. We still need to be careful of dangers in this space. Right now it's just a desert, but from my experience, there's definitely something hidden here. Like in the South China Sea mirror space. If you got close to the center, your body would dry up rapidly. Everyone nodded. Someone said, but at least that place had water and plants, which made it dangerous. Here, it's just endless sand. What could possibly live here? Mahamas reminded them. Didn't we run into desert fish before? That was a former lake with mutant fish. Here, there's not even a blade of grass. This is a dead zone. Everyone quickly turned on their lights and looked around. Sure enough, there was nothing but sand. No cacti, no succulents, nothing. A heavy silence fell as everyone realized how serious this was. Jingshu said, if there's not a single bug or plant, then this place is dangerous. Yang Yang said, everyone search for anything alive. Bugs, worms, sandworms, anything. People started digging in the sand and even sent out a motorcycle team to scout the area. But the more they searched, the more their hearts sank. Nothing. We dug 3 feet down, just sand and some old dead roots. A desert this big and not a single living thing? That's terrifying. What the hell kind of place is this? So what could make it so that not even an ant can survive here? What kind of danger could wipe out all life? Someone said, "It means nothing can survive here." But why? Everyone looked at each other. The fear of the unknown was the worst of all. Old Joe waved his hand. He was the only one who could steady the group now. "All right, don't scare yourselves. As long as we can contact the outside, we'll survive. If this place isn't fit for life, then we just won't try to live here. All we need is to find a way out." Jingshu nodded and said, "Don't worry, everyone. We have enough food. As long as there's no external danger, we'll be fine. Since everyone's feeling anxious just sitting around, why don't we split into teams and explore within a 1-kilometer radius? With more people, we might find something." Yeah, keeping busy is better than sitting and worrying. Jingshu figured that with enough people, even 3 fools could make a genius. Instead of sitting around and letting their minds wander, it was better to look around and see if there was anything new to discover. With plenty of food, they didn't have to worry about burning calories, so everyone got to work. Luckily, the team's composition for this supply run was pretty reasonable, and they even had a logistics department. The logistics team was busy managing everyone's basic needs. They hadn't brought tents, pots, pans, or seasonings, but that was fine. Jingshu had it all. No one questioned why Captain Jingshu would bring so much stuff for a 1-hour trip. The logistics team was now busy cooking. The recon team scouted the area, and the bodyguard team used their abilities. For example, Big Yellowteeth had Situ Xiaoye start digging in the sand. Big Yellowteeth's logic was simple. There's got to be an end to this sand somewhere, right? If all else fails, we'll just dig our way out. Jingshu gave him a thumbs up. Unfortunately, she hadn't brought many bugs, just some mud merfolk and a few hulks. Zhao Wei's digging bugs hadn't come in, since they'd already dug tunnels and were waiting at the destination. And that was the weird part. Jingshu could sense plenty of other bugs nearby, but maybe because they hadn't entered at the same time, the bugs didn't come in with her. So even though she could sense them, she couldn't see or touch them. This suggested the entrance was very small, or the space itself was very limited. Jingshu called Yang Yang over and explained her theory. "Take out the map. Based on when we disappeared and where the bugs entered, I can roughly estimate where we vanished." Yang Yang's hand-drawn map was so precise it could rival a ruler, almost as good as a GPS app. Jingshu circled a route near their starting point. "The bugs that entered from here all made it in, so from here to here is where we disappeared. People outside should start searching from this area." Yang Yang nodded, thinking, if people outside can get in, that's great. That means the entrance is there and we just need to find the exit at the same spot. But what? Jingshu asked. Yang Yang sighed. "But if they can't find the entrance, then we'll have to rely on ourselves to get out, and we didn't bring any equipment." Jingshu nodded. "I'll have the bugs outside do a carpet search. If they can get in, we'll be fine." After discussing, Jingshu decided it was too hot and had Old Joe move into her Hulk train compartment. "Old Joe is getting on in years. He can't handle this heat. Let the young people do the work." Old Joe was so touched he nearly cried, silently giving Jingshu even more points in his mind. "Old Joe, let me show you my little train." Jingshu hadn't brought many hulks this time, so she couldn't reveal too many supplies. She set Old Joe up in a passenger compartment, complete with ice, a soft bed, a recliner, a tea table, a small bathroom, and all the daily necessities. There was even a little stove for making milk tea. When it was time for meetings, the Hulk could transform into a giant Mongolian yurt, big enough for dozens of people. It was a bit crowded and had no chairs, but it was cool and comfortable. Everyone could sit on the floor, drink cold beer, and almost forget they were trapped in a desperate situation. They waited for hours as the sky shifted from a dim day to pitch-black night. The desert cooled rapidly, dropping to around 0 degrees. Even the sand started to freeze, and people's breath became visible. Fortunately, with the Hulk yurt, everyone could sit together, eating beer-braised cockroach stew and warming up with hot soup. It was much more comfortable. Jingshu's team kept a low profile, hiding in a corner and eating quietly while the other teams discussed the situation. While the others had braised cockroach and cockroach meatball soup, Jingshu's team was eating rice with shredded meat and eggs. Zhang, feeling guilty, ate 3 big bowls with tears in his eyes, vowing to produce more food for everyone. Jingshu was even more discreet, hugging her bowl and eating so quietly that even her teammates didn't know what she was having. Yang reported, "Codename 7's team has searched the area outside and basically confirmed our disappearance zone. The bad news is, after testing hundreds of points, including passing through the exact spot where we vanished, no one has managed to enter this space. In other words, they can't find the entrance. Even with precise positioning, we're supposedly right on the road where we started, but according to their data, we don't exist there." This made everyone's hearts sink, and even the beer-braised cockroach tasted worse. Yang continued, "But the higher-ups have called in an expert team for remote video support to find a solution. We also need to help ourselves. Did anyone discover anything today?" Big Yellowteeth spoke first. "Nothing. We dug over 2 meters down, but the deeper we went, the harder it got, like hitting stone. But we'll keep digging." The Macau gambler said, "My gold tooth can usually sense a way out, but here it just goes in circles. This is the first time I've seen that. But if it's about treasure, it did point out a few directions. I'll go check. Maybe there's something different." Patrol Team 3. We drove around for what felt like hundreds of kilometers, burned through dozens of liters of fuel, but couldn't get out. It's all just desert. But we did notice, maybe it's an illusion, but as we drove, the scenery always looked exactly the same. "Come on, it's a desert. Of course it all looks the same." The members of Team 3 said, "Anyway, if you stay here a few more days or go out and look around, you'll find that the desert hills and the desert roads all look exactly the same. It's as if there's a break point, like the beginning and end are stitched together, so you can just keep walking forever." At this, everyone's breathing grew tense again. "So, are you saying we're stuck in some kind of endless loop in the same scene?" "If that's the case, then it's a closed circle. No beginning, no end, no entrance, no exit." After a day, the bodyguard team had discovered quite a few problems. As for Jingshu, who was a long-term resident of the secret realm, she was very experienced and sharply pointed out the key issue. "You're wrong about that." "What's wrong?" "If it really was a closed circle, then there truly wouldn't be any entrance or exit. Even if you found the dark energy node in the space, it wouldn't matter. Although this kind of space means there's dark energy, who knows where it's hidden in a place like this? Maybe you'd just keep running into invisible walls." Jingshu said, "Your previous analysis is correct. If it's a circle, the beginning connects to the end, so you can loop forever with no loopholes. But how did we get in? That means there must be a cycle. I think it's about an hour long, and during that cycle, there's a break. That's when we can find the exit." Everyone thought about it and realized, hey, that makes sense. "So, how do we find the exit during that cycle? And how do you know when the cycle starts?" Jingshu pursed her lips and said, "We'll have to experiment, use a simple method." "What's the simple method?" Naturally, Jingshu had her bugs guard all the possible entrances around them. As soon as one bug came in, she could figure out how long it took to complete a loop and use that to estimate how to get out. In short, I have a way. Don't worry, everyone. Let's rest for today and keep looking for the exit tomorrow. Also, these kinds of spaces always have dark crystals. If anyone finds one, wouldn't that make us rich? Dark crystals. That's good stuff. Everyone's eyes lit up. The group dispersed. Yang patted Jingshu. "Thanks. No need. Just remember the favor." Jingshu shrugged and kept eating. Yang laughed. "Don't worry, I'm an old hand at favoritism." The two laughed, and old Joe yawned. All right. These old bones can't take much more. Let's get some sleep. There's a ton to do tomorrow." Old Joe went to sleep. He needed to make sure he had enough energy to use his abilities at a critical moment. Yang couldn't sleep yet. He still had a lot to do. Check with logistics, plan tomorrow's meals, and assign everyone's tasks for the next day. Jingshu's team was huddled in a green giant tent, sleeping on the soft body of the green giant. Very comfortable. Tank only went to sleep after making sure everyone had what they needed. Jingshu was famous for being a night owl. If she wasn't delivering piglets, she was delivering calves, or the rabbit hutch in her space was full again, and she had to slaughter and cure a few rabbits. Or maybe the vegetables and fruit in the fields were ripe and needed picking. Otherwise, if she didn't pick them today, she'd waste a whole day. After handling all that, Jingshu still had to practice with her magic cube. Since there was plenty of dark energy at the moment, the cube was charging slowly but steadily. In a few months, it should be ready to upgrade. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, no alarm was needed. Everyone woke up from the heat. The temperature at night was freezing, but during the day, it was so hot the sand could cook your feet. You could even bake eggs on it. So, Tank woke up early, sprinkled some coarse salt, and put a dozen eggs in the desert sand. By the time everyone woke up, they had delicious salt-baked eggs to eat. Jingshu ate 3 in a row and gave a thumbs up. Delicious, absolutely amazing. These eggs, slow-baked at low temperature, have a crispy skin and a runny center, and the aroma of the coarse salt seeps in, making them savory and fragrant. I think we shouldn't just bake eggs. Let's wrap up all our ingredients and have a barbecue for lunch. Great idea. Tank grinned. If only we'd brought the fat chicken. It lays dozens of eggs a day, so we could eat as much as we want. Then he looked worried. We've been gone so long, I wonder if the fat chicken is eating and living well. It must be bored stuck in the green giant's belly. Jingshu's expression was odd. Don't worry, that fat chicken is practically a spirit now. It'll take care of itself. It was more than just taking care of itself. In the green giant's belly, it was living the good life. Before leaving, Jingshu had set up a special nest for it, with its own feed and water. When it laid eggs and the nest got crowded, it would move the eggs one by one into its own basket. Now the basket was full. That fat chicken was just short of crossing its legs and relaxing. After breakfast, everyone got busy again. The higher-ups took this very seriously, arranging expert groups for analysis and all kinds of remote meetings. Luckily, the bus had a solar generator and a signal transmitter, or they wouldn't be able to use their phones so much. Today, the exploration team continued to expand outward in a zigzag pattern, with Yang Yang personally leading and hand-drawing the map, looking for loopholes. Other teams searched the area for anything suspicious. After a brief discussion, everyone decided to call the outside world the outer world, and the inside the inner world. So Jingshu marked every coordinate of her bugs in the outer world and matched them to places in the inner world. Once they overlapped, they could figure out how big the space really was. This was also a kind of mapping. Once the coordinates were set, they could combine them with Yang Yang's map and get a clearer picture. Of course, Jingshu had her own motives for searching the endless desert herself. A space like this must have a dark energy crystal supporting it, or it would collapse. So there were 2 ways to break out: find the exit, or find the energy crystal. But in a perfectly functioning alternate space, Jingshu couldn't sense the energy crystal. She'd have to do some damage and break the balance. And in this endless desert, was it really as safe as it seemed? The members of Team 3 said, "Anyway, if you stay here a few more days, or go out and look around, you'll find that the desert hills and the desert roads all look exactly the same. It's as if there's a break point, like the beginning and end are stitched together, so you can just keep walking forever." At this, everyone's breathing grew tense again. "So, are you saying we're stuck in some kind of endless loop in the same scene?" "If that's the case, then it's a closed circle. No beginning, no end, no entrance, no exit." After a day, the bodyguard team had discovered quite a few problems. As for Jingshu, who was a long-term resident of the secret realm, she was very experienced and sharply pointed out the key issue. "You're wrong about that." "What's wrong?" "If it really was a closed circle, then there truly wouldn't be any entrance or exit. Even if you found the dark energy node in the space, it wouldn't matter. Although this kind of space means there's dark energy, who knows where it's hidden in a place like this? Maybe you just keep running into invisible walls?" Jingshu said, "Your previous analysis is correct. If it's a circle, the beginning connects to the end, so you can loop forever with no loopholes. But how did we get in? That means there must be a cycle." I think it's about an hour long, and during that cycle there's a break. That's when we can find the exit. Everyone thought about it and realized, hey, that makes sense. So how do we find the exit during that cycle? And how do you know when the cycle starts? Jingshu pursed her lips and said, we'll have to experiment, use a simple method. What's the simple method? Naturally, Jingshu had her bugs guard all the possible entrances around them. As soon as one bug came in, she could figure out how long it took to complete a loop and use that to estimate how to get out. In short, I have a way. Don't worry, everyone. Let's rest for today and keep looking for the exit tomorrow. Also, these kinds of spaces always have dark crystals. If anyone finds one, wouldn't that make us rich? Dark crystals. That's good stuff. Everyone's eyes lit up. The group dispersed. Yang Yang patted Jingshu. Thanks. No need. Just remember the favor. Jingshu shrugged and kept eating. Yang Yang laughed. Don't worry, I'm an old hand at favoritism. The two laughed and old Joe yawned. All right, these old bones can't take much more. Let's get some sleep. There's a ton to do tomorrow. Old Joe went to sleep. He needed to make sure he had enough energy to use his abilities at a critical moment. Yang Yang couldn't sleep yet. He still had a lot to do. Check with logistics, plan tomorrow's meals, and assign everyone's tasks for the next day. Jingshu's team was huddled in a green giant tent, sleeping on the soft body of the green giant. Very comfortable. Tank only went to sleep after making sure everyone had what they needed. Jingshu was famous for being a night owl. If she wasn't delivering piglets, she was delivering calves, or the rabbit hutch in her space was full again and she had to slaughter and cure a few rabbits. Or maybe the vegetables and fruit in the fields were ripe and needed picking, otherwise if she didn't pick them today, she'd waste a whole day. After handling all that, Jingshu still had to practice with her magic cube. Since there was plenty of dark energy at the moment, the cube was charging slowly but steadily. In a few months, it should be ready to upgrade. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, no alarm was needed. Everyone woke up from the heat. The temperature at night was freezing, but during the day it was so hot the sand could cook your feet. You could even bake eggs on it. So Tank woke up early, sprinkled some coarse salt, and put a dozen eggs in the desert sand. By the time everyone woke up, they had delicious salt-baked eggs to eat. Jingshu ate 3 in a row and gave a thumbs up. Delicious, absolutely amazing. These eggs, slow-baked at low temperature, have a crispy skin and a runny center, and the aroma of the coarse salt seeps in, making them savory and fragrant. I think we shouldn't just bake eggs. Let's wrap up all our ingredients and have a barbecue for lunch. Great idea. Tank grinned. If only we'd brought the fat chicken. It lays dozens of eggs a day so we could eat as much as we want. Then he looked worried. We've been gone so long, I wonder if the fat chicken is eating and living well. It must be bored, stuck in the green giant's belly. Jingshu's expression was odd. Don't worry, that fat chicken is practically a spirit now. It'll take care of itself. It was more than just taking care of itself. In the green giant's belly, it was living the good life. Before leaving, Jingshu had set up a special nest for it, with its own feed and water. When it laid eggs and the nest got crowded, it would move the eggs one by one into its own basket. Now the basket was full. That fat chicken was just short of crossing its legs and relaxing. After breakfast, everyone got busy again. The higher-ups took this very seriously, arranging expert groups for analysis and all kinds of remote meetings. Luckily, the bus had a solar generator and a signal transmitter, or they wouldn't be able to use their phones so much. Today, the exploration team continued to expand outward in a zigzag pattern, with Yang Yang personally leading and hand-drawing the map, looking for loopholes. Other teams searched the area for anything suspicious. After a brief discussion, everyone decided to call the outside world the outer world, and the inside the inner world. So Jingshu marked every coordinate of her bugs in the outer world and matched them to places in the inner world. Once they overlapped, they could figure out how big the space really was. This was also a kind of mapping. Once the coordinates were set, they could combine them with Yang Yang's map and get a clearer picture. Of course, Jingshu had her own motives for searching the endless desert herself. A space like this must have a dark energy crystal supporting it, or it would collapse. So there were two ways to break out: find the exit, or find the energy crystal. But in a perfectly functioning alternate space, Jingshu couldn't sense the energy crystal. She'd have to do some damage and break the balance. And in this endless desert, was it really as safe as it seemed? Jingshu and the Huaxia team stayed for another 3 days, but still found absolutely nothing, not even a single hair, let alone any dark creatures. They couldn't even find a living bug or plant. If no one spoke, the silence was downright eerie. At this point, everyone discovered something even more frightening. There was no wind in here, and another kind of danger crept in quietly. During that day's routine meeting, everyone was a bit listless. Trapped in the same spot in the desert, with nothing around and no exit in sight, Yang Yang spread out the map and said, "The good news is, we've basically pinpointed our current location. As long as we're at this spot, there's a good chance we'll find the exit. But based on the maps we've drawn these past few days, this space we're in is extremely small." So small it surprised me. According to the map Jingshu and I made using the outside points, our internal space is only about the size of 10 football fields. If you drove around it, it would only take 5 minutes to make a full circle. What? It's that small? So all these days, we've been desperately trying to go further out, but we've just been circling around in this tiny area. Yeah, I told you we were stuck in some kind of looping maze. Now that we found the entrance, does that mean the exit is also located? Shouldn't it be easy to find now? Hurry up and find the exit. I feel like I can't breathe. My chest feels tight. You feel that too? Ever since we entered this desert, even though there's no more rotten egg smell like outside, it feels like it's getting harder and harder to breathe in here. Yang Yang coughed and continued. So, while there's good news, there's also bad news. This space is too small and completely sealed. So, can you guess why there are no living creatures inside? While everyone frowned and thought, Four Eye's eyes started making a crackling sound. The eyes on his head could shoot out something like a laser, cutting through anything. When he fired the laser, everyone should have seen a beam of light in the dim sky, but the light only shot out a few meters before it seemed to vanish. Everyone fell silent. Four Eyes said, "So, even the sky we see is fake? We're actually trapped in a very small sealed space?" Yang Yang nodded. After Four Eyes' demonstration, everyone had a much clearer sense of the situation. Zhou Mengyao shook the scary bone spurs on her back and clutched her chest, feeling the air getting thinner. "So, we're sealed in a small space and running out of air, is that it?" Big Yellow Teeth spat and cursed. "I knew it. Nothing good ever comes from these weird spaces. Even if there's no danger, there's always some kind of trouble. No wonder there's not a single living thing in this desert. There's no space. How could anything survive?" Situ Xiaoye, with his dead fish eyes, pointed at himself. "We zombies can survive." Big Yellow Teeth slapped him. "If I die, you guys don't have any liquid source, you'll die too." "Ow, ow, ow!" Big Yellow Teeth's hand hurt from slapping Situ Xiaoye's iron-hard body, and he howled in pain. This scene finally eased everyone's anxiety a little. Yang Yang said, "According to the experts in the video conference, the air in this space is enough for us to survive for 4 to 5 days. As long as we find the exit within 2 days, we'll be fine. What if we can't find it? Then we wait to die. What if the space's cycle is 10 days and it just won't open? Wouldn't we all die in here? I never thought that as a national elite, I'd die in a sealed little space like this. If anyone has any last words, better say them now." Is there really no other way? There is. If we find the dark energy crystal powering this space, we can get out, right? Yeah, but can you find it? Didn't Yang Yang say that unless the space's cycle opens, the energy crystal won't appear? While everyone was arguing, Jingshu was rummaging through her space, searching, and finally found something good. "Wait, I have something good to show everyone." "What is it? Jingshu, this isn't the time to show off your stuff. We're about to die." "Yeah, unless it's something that can save us, forget it. We only have 2 days left anyway. But for some reason, even though they said that, everyone still looked over eagerly. They all felt that Jingshu was always a miracle worker. Maybe she'd pull off another miracle now? Big Yellow Teeth, always Jingshu's hype man, immediately grinned. Jingshu, what good stuff do you have? Don't keep it to yourself. Is it something that can save us? I knew you'd have something up your sleeve, though honestly we all just brought a bag for a stroll. I can't imagine what you could possibly have that would help right now. If old Taoist Yellow Teeth hadn't said it, no one would have thought much of it, but now everyone was thinking, yeah, why did we all come out with nothing, but Jingshu always seems to have everything? Old Joe glared at Big Yellow Teeth. You talk too much. At a time like this, let's just see what Jingshu's got. Jingshu coughed and didn't keep them in suspense. She snapped her fingers, called over a green giant, and rummaged around inside it mysteriously. Everyone watched anxiously, secretly hoping Jingshu would pull out something amazing. Jingshu didn't disappoint. She transferred something from her space into the green giant, tidied up for a bit, and finally took it out. It was a black and white rectangular machine, its purpose unclear at first glance. But anyone with elderly relatives at home recognized it immediately. This is... Someone in the crowd got excited. What is it? Just say it already. The man said excitedly, This is an oxygen concentrator. My grandpa had pneumonia and couldn't breathe, so he used one of these every day. But this is a medical grade one, right? Oxygen concentrator? So if we're running out of oxygen, this will solve the problem? That's awesome, we're saved! The crowd cheered, but soon someone poured cold water on the excitement. This oxygen concentrator needs purified water. Do we have any? Without water, how can it make oxygen? Oh, right, we only have beer. Can you use beer to make oxygen? Jingshu clapped her hands with a smile, revealing rows of bottles of purified water behind the green giant. We're saved now. We have oxygen. But someone else poured cold water on the excitement. The oxygen concentrator needs electricity. Our solar charging panel isn't even charging anymore. What do we do? Yeah, what now? Jingshu smiled and snapped her fingers again. Actually, I brought a diesel generator, and there's plenty of fuel, so no worries. Big Yellow Teeth patted his chest and grinned. So, Captain Jingshu, you mean we can make oxygen in here? Or do you have another way? But there's only one oxygen concentrator. Is that enough for over 100 people? We can't all just take turns breathing and hold our breath the rest of the time, right? Good point. Yeah, one oxygen concentrator seems like it can only supply one person at a time. Jingshu snapped her fingers again. Next to the oxygen concentrator were many sealed oxygen bags, similar to air pillows, which, when folded, looked just like plastic bags. Hard to notice if you weren't looking closely. Jingshu said, No need to worry about that either. These are matching portable oxygen bags, each 60 liters with disposable breathing tubes. It only takes 3 minutes to fill one, and it lasts about an hour. As the air gets thinner, it might only last half an hour later on. But don't worry, with 3 or 4 machines running 24 hours a day, we can store enough oxygen for everyone. The only thing is, at night, everyone will have to wake up every hour to change their oxygen bag. 3 or 4 oxygen concentrators? Captain Jingshu, you mean? Jingshu nodded. Turns out there were several more oxygen concentrators behind the first one. Everyone's expressions turned strange. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, Wait, Jingshu, we're not doubting you or anything, but did you really bring these all the way from China? Isn't this a Chinese brand? The oxygen concentrator had big letters on it, Made in China. Jingshu touched it and said, Why would I bring this all the way from China? It's just that we raided so many ships recently and one of them happened to have these. Since they're medical equipment, I figured I'd take them. Who knew they'd come in handy here? Amazing! Jingshu is awesome! Old Joe, who was about to use his powers, quietly let out a sigh of relief. He'd been ready to step in, but it looked like Jingshu had solved the problem again. When they got back, she definitely deserved a raise and a promotion. Actually, these oxygen concentrators weren't from the ship raids. Everyone might remember, before the apocalypse, Jingshu went shopping and spent hundreds of thousands, even $1 million in one go. She won all sorts of random prizes, including several unsold oxygen concentrators, plus all kinds of oxygen bags. At the time, Jing Shu thought, since Grandpa and Grandma Jing had heart disease and high blood pressure, oxygen would be good for them, so she stored them in her space. And there they sat for 6 years. She'd never needed them. Until now. Luckily, Jing Shu had a good habit of regularly organizing her space and knowing exactly what supplies she had. That's how she managed to dig them out just now. Not only did she save everyone, she saved herself too. Of course, Jing Shu only brought out 3 machines for now, which was enough, and kept 3 more as backup in case something went wrong. To prevent any machine from breaking down, she started making extra oxygen in her space, preparing for a long-term battle. With 3 machines constantly producing oxygen and seeing the bags fill up, she felt a sense of security. With Jing Shu's oxygen concentrators, everyone immediately felt much safer, especially when the machines started humming and filling the oxygen bags. Everyone got one, and when they plugged in the breathing tube, they all let out a sigh of relief. The feeling of oxygen deprivation disappeared instantly. This air was really good. Who would have thought that the most worthless thing, air, would become a luxury? Everyone in the Huaxia team carried an oxygen bag. It didn't look great, but it was life-saving, and everyone was full of energy to keep searching. There's only a few football fields worth of space. Even if we have to dig 3 feet down, we'll find the exit. Right! Finally, after 2 more days, Jing Shu, working with the national support team and using all sorts of calculations, which she didn't really understand, pinpointed a few locations. With the help of her bugs, they found some sand that was different from the rest. Hey, isn't this rose sand? The kind you can use as laundry detergent? Jing Shu immediately said. She not only had this in her space, but had brought a lot more recently, so much that her warehouse was full. No, that's not it. Jing Shu squeezed the sand in her hand, and everyone saw that the stone-like sand crumbled to dust in her palm as if it were nothing. Many people swallowed nervously. Everyone knows that crushing a stone takes a lot more strength than turning sand to dust. It's like folding an A4 sheet 4 times is easy, but folding it 2 more times is almost impossible because it becomes a round lump. Jing Shu's eyes lit up. It's the power of dark energy. The rose sand in this space contains dark energy. If we find all the dark energy in this space, there won't be any left to support it, and the space will naturally open. This was a conclusion Jing Shu had drawn from her many experiences in such spaces. Although this sand was hard to find among the ordinary sand, it was colored. With so many people, they set up an assembly line. One team to find the colored sand, another to sort it out. With this division of labor, they quickly collected several kilograms of energy in just 2 days. The energy was actually pink. Jing Shu looked at it and said, "We got this energy from someone before, but that was liquid. This is small crystalline granules. I remember hearing that this energy is specifically for ability users, but I don't know exactly what it does." Jia's eyes lit up. "Do you know what this is? This energy is extremely, extremely rare." Old Joe said, "Hurry up and tell us, just how rare is it? Don't keep us guessing." Jia didn't keep them guessing and explained directly. "Do you know why Dila's team is so powerful? Why she's not only a major force in America but also stirs up trouble in the Middle East? It's because she has this pink dark energy. This liquid, which no one knows how it's extracted, can temporarily strip all ability users of their powers." Everyone's eyes lit up. Old Joe's expression grew serious. This stuff was a real weapon. If someone had it, wouldn't their whole team of Chinese ability users be at the mercy of others? Old Joe asked, "How do you use it?" Ji held up the tiny pink crystals and said, "Dila usually grinds them into a liquid, adds a bit of water, and sprays it into the air. Any ability user who comes into contact with it will temporarily lose their powers, depending on the strength and dosage. If the dose is high, it can last 3 to 5 days. If it's low, it can still knock out powers for several hours." Everyone nodded. A few hours is enough to decide a battle. If we all lost our powers, we'd be no different from ordinary people. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll never lose 100 battles. Let's test this stuff on us. So, Jingshu gave some of the tiny pink crystals to a few ability users to try. First was Zhang Lan, a sea-level combat type with enhanced strength. After applying a little, everyone watched him. He, who could normally punch through an iron plate, now punched a rock and immediately cried out in pain, "I feel just like a normal person. My strength is completely gone. It'll take at least 3 days to recover." Next was B-level Zhou Mengyao. Her huge bone blade, usually over 3 meters long and able to emit hallucinations, now drooped uselessly. She couldn't use any of her powers. "My strength is drained. It'll take at least a day to recover." Then the A-level Macau gambler tried it. As expected, he was just like an ordinary person, unable to use his mysterious precognition ability. "I can still feel my power, but it'll take at least half a day to come back." Big Yellow Teeth and his zombie, Situ Xiaoye, also tried it. Both said they felt nothing. The stuff didn't work on them since Big Yellow Teeth had no powers to begin with, and Situ Xiaoye was a zombie, no longer human. Four Eyes tried it, and half the eyes on his head disappeared. He said, "If I drank more of this, could I turn back into a normal person?" At that, everyone looked at Zhang Lang. Even old Joe slapped his thigh. "That's right. Zhang Lang came to the Middle East with us, risking his life, to see if his worsening condition could be improved. Back during the national famine, Zhang Lang worked day and night producing endless cockroaches, overusing his power, and now he's almost completely cockroachified." Although Zhang Lang's power was getting stronger, if it ever reached his brain, he'd become a mindless monster. Zhang Lang was excited. After using the pink energy, he smacked his lips and his eyes lit up. "It suppressed the power that's always growing inside me. I really feel my power is gone, but not completely. Give me a bit more." He took some more, and the cockroach-like features on his face shrank. "It really works, but I can't take too much at once. I need to wait a while before taking more, or I feel like my power might disappear forever." Old Joe laughed heartily. "Good. It was worth bringing you all this way. If this solves your problem, we've already accomplished half our mission. This pink energy should be prioritized for you." After that, everyone tried a little for data collection, and all experienced varying degrees of power loss. When it was Jingshu's turn, everyone watched eagerly. To this day, no one really knew what Jingshu's power was, but everyone knew her strength was terrifying, even stronger than Tank, the team's powerhouse. Could that be her ability? Jingshu was curious too. She didn't have any powers, so what would happen if she used it? She tried a bit more than the others, but after using it, the energy in Jingshu's space became excited. "Eat more." That was the feedback from the Rubik's Cube space. After using the pink energy, Jingshu felt warm all over. "That's strange. Why does everyone else lose their powers, but I feel like I've been supercharged?" Jingshu couldn't figure it out, but since it was beneficial, she decided to get more and upgrade her space faster. The others asked, "Jingshu, how do you feel?" Of course, Jingshu couldn't say she felt great, so she coughed and said, "Nothing special. I don't feel anything." "Don't believe you. Try punching this rock and see if you're still strong." Everyone looked at her expectantly. It was the perfect chance to test Jingshu's rumored strength. Seeing everyone so eager, even Tank and Hao Yunlai from her own team staring at her, Jingshu smiled. There was nothing to hide. She was just an ordinary person. Then she punched a several hundred-pound rock and sent it flying. Everyone swallowed hard. That rock had taken a lot of effort to dig up from under the desert, just to test everyone's powers. Jingshu sent it flying with one punch. How strong was she? Jingshu frowned. Why did her strength increase after using this stuff? But it didn't feel permanent. So, other people lose their powers after using it, but I go into a temporary berserk mode? Why? Could it be because of the spiritual spring? That's what Jingshu thought, but she said aloud, "See? My strength is natural." Big Yellow Teeth forced his gaping mouth shut. Holy crap, Jingshu, who could survive a punch like that? That ended the experiments. Yang Yang coughed and said, "So, the question is, when we get out and run into Dila, if she uses this pink energy on us, how do we counter it?" Yeah, how do we deal with it? Are we really going to become powerless nobodies? Well, Dila has a lot, but so do we. If they use it on us, we'll use it on them. Hey, that's a good idea. At worst, both sides become powerless, and then we just fight it out with hot weapons. Right. And we still have some ability users who aren't affected by this pink energy. Everyone discussed a few plans. In short, whatever the enemy had, they had too, so there was no need to be too afraid. Besides, they still had some secret weapons left unused. But as for Jingshu, she hadn't given up on researching dark energy. She found Four Eyes, since he was especially sensitive to energy. Whether the eyes on his head could shoot lasers depended entirely on his ability. You could say Four Eyes was the perfect example of an ability user. Four Eyes didn't know why Captain Jingshu was being so mysterious, but she promised tandoor-baked buns for lunch. As a native of Yangcheng, he'd never tasted this northwestern specialty, so he was really looking forward to it. He let Jingshu experiment on him as much as she wanted. Jingshu ran many experiments on him, trying different energy combinations. Sometimes Four Eyes could shoot 4 laser beams, sometimes none, sometimes he was completely drained. He had no idea where Jingshu got so much energy. Finally, after recording all the experimental data, Jingshu nodded in satisfaction. She patted the exhausted Four Eyes and praised, "Not bad, handsome, you gave me some very accurate data. Eat more at lunch." "Hey!" Four Eyes replied loudly. Since everyone had found the energy crystals in the desert, as long as they collected enough, the world would revert to normal without the energy to sustain it. No need to even look for an exit, just keep digging. This was great news, definitely worth celebrating. Even better, Jingshu could use contribution points to buy some of the energy. Now she had the energy to upgrade her space, and the next Rubik's Cube upgrade was practically guaranteed. Naturally, Jingshu was happy, and when she's happy, she thinks about good food. And in this scorching desert, tandoor-baked buns were just the thing. All it took was a simple sandpit, heating the tandoor until it was red hot, and then Jingshu herself rolled out buttery pastry dough, filled it with a fragrant mixture of meat, onion, and pepper, shaped it into buns, and stuck them to the side of the tandoor. After 40 minutes, the aroma of baked dough and meat wafted far and wide. Everyone watched eagerly, unconsciously swallowing their saliva. This was the last bit of meat from Jingshu's green giant, but she generously used it all to make buns for everyone. Moved to the point that tears ran down their cheeks. Jingshu took out the baked buns one by one. With a crisp bite, the buttery crust and the juicy, peppery meat filling exploded with flavor. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Everyone got a bun the size of a fist. Even though the crust was a bit charred in places, no one was willing to waste a single bite. After the buns, Jingshu baked several sesame flatbreads, spicy flatbreads, and rose flatbreads. She hadn't baked in a while, so her skills were a bit rusty, but the flatbreads came out thin and crispy in the middle, thick and soft at the edges, with different fillings for different flavors. Jingshu took a bite of spicy flatbread, then enjoyed some roast meat in her green giant compartment. She ate dozens of skewers and more than 10 flatbreads, finally washing it down with a cold kvass. In the hot desert, it was pure bliss. Everyone was completely satisfied, and once again marveled at Jingshu's cooking, absolutely top-notch. No one said a word as they ate. Jingshu also baked plenty of extra flatbreads. They were delicious, hot or cold, and after a few days they'd turn into crunchy snacks, convenient and filling. Old Joe, being older and with a weaker stomach, could eat these on the road to keep his stomach settled. For 7 days straight, the Huaxia team turned the entire football field-sized area upside down, collecting every last energy crystal. It was a lot, but nothing compared to the energy in the mirrored South Sea. After all, this small space was only a few football fields in size, so there was a limit. Still, Jingshu was very satisfied, because she felt her space was much more saturated after absorbing the pink energy. With her methods, She figured she could upgrade her space again before returning to China. That would be perfect. By the 5th day, the desert environment started to change, and everyone stopped feeling oxygen deprived. There must have been a breach. But old Joe said, "This pink energy is rare. Dig it all up before we leave. Don't miss a single bit." So everyone worked even harder, searching day and night for the pink energy. Not that they were so dedicated, but for every 10 grams of energy turned in, they got 100 contribution points. Wasn't this like picking up money off the ground? Skilled ability users could collect several hundred grams a day. The best could get thousands. That's thousands or tens of thousands of points. Who could resist? So, in just 7 days, they cleaned out all the pink energy in the small space. This time, they didn't even need to look for the exit. Familiar faces started appearing all around. Codename 7 and another dark team were guarding them. Seeing the main group slowly reappear, Codename 7 finally relaxed. These past few days, he'd been under a lot of pressure. Unlike Jing Shu's group, who were eating and drinking well inside, he'd been so worried he couldn't sleep. After all, inside were not only Zhang Lang, who could feed millions, but also old Zhou, a national-level nuclear bomb trump card, and S-Class Jing Shu, plus other national elite ability users. If they were all lost, the country would suffer too much. Thank goodness. Codename 7 thought. The people inside must have been under a lot of pressure, right? After all, being trapped in an elevator, the most anxious are always those inside. He went up to comfort them, saying, "I made some porridge for everyone. Have some to calm your nerves." Hick. Hick. 1, 2, several satisfied burps in a row. Codename 7 was stunned. He looked at old Joe, thinking the old man must have suffered a lot keeping everyone together. But old Joe's face was glowing. He'd gained weight, and there was even a bit of chili on his mouth. The most striking thing was, why did everyone smell like barbecue? Old Joe came out and patted Codename 7 on the shoulder. "You've worked hard. These days must have been exhausting, right? Here, have some of the non-Jingshu baked. We even saved a few baked buns for you." The shadowy figure took a bun with a resentful look, took a big bite, and thought to himself, "If I'd known it would be like this, I'd rather have been the one trapped inside. How come life in there was better than out here? We were worried you'd be starving and freezing." Codename 7 had originally planned to suggest resting a day before resupplying, but seeing Jia and Mama has picking their teeth so leisurely, he realized these people had been living it up while trapped. "So what do we do now?" Old Joe waved his hand. "Let's go straight to the target. We've been in the desert long enough. Now's the perfect time to catch them off guard." So, they continued with the plan from 10 days ago. Although there had been a few hiccups, it shouldn't affect things too much, right? But actually, the impact was huge. If it had been 10 days ago, the Huaxia team would have run straight into the enemy's main force, and not only that, but also the surprise attack with the pink energy. That would have instantly stripped the Huaxia team of their powers. Jing Shu might have stepped in at the end, but her strength would have been exposed. But now, after more than 10 days, Dila and her main force had been waiting and waiting, for over 10 days. At first, Dila thought the Huaxia team had gotten wind of their plan and was lying in wait for them, so she took her people and hid in the shadows. And then they waited, and waited, but the Huaxia team never showed up. The scouts reported that the targets had vanished. They'd last been seen in Saudi City, but then mysteriously disappeared. Dila, furious, smashed countless wine glasses and, after venting her anger on a few people, cursed, "You've all fallen for Huaxia's diversion. With all the supplies they have, why would they bother robbing our warehouse? They're probably trying to smuggle everything out, so they spread rumors about robbing us. But in reality, they've already left by another route. What do we do? The Mujile's lines are still in their hands, and they have dozens of routes, all getting farther away." Dila sneered. "Chase them. Even if it takes us to the ends of the earth, we have to get it back. Forget the guns and ammo, but that secret weapon absolutely cannot fall into their hands, or else." So, the once heavily guarded warehouse was suddenly left with only the usual security force, as most of the troops were sent out to chase the Huaxia team along dozens of routes. This was something Jing Shu hadn't expected. Pure coincidence. If she hadn't set up that decoy, Dila would never have believed they'd escaped and would have kept waiting. But because of that one move, Dila and her people were thrown off and rushed to chase the real Huaxia team. With the personnel scattered for 2 days, Dila herself went off to handle other business. She had more important things to do, like seizing military power in Israel and getting her hands on those oil resources. So what happened? That's right. When the Huaxia bodyguard team finally escaped the desert, they were still worried about running into too much resistance or too many ability users. But what they found was unbelievable. Report, this is Team 13. We've hacked the surveillance and alarm systems. This is Team 4. We've cleared all the outer patrols. No alarms triggered. Report, this is Team 6. We've infiltrated their cafeteria and checked the meal records. Only about 200 people ate here today. This is Jingshu's team. I've already taken control of their top commander and got the full base and warehouse defense maps from him. I'm sharing the blueprints in the group now. Everyone can proceed as planned. Captain Jingshu, you're amazing. Wow, this is way too easy. That's it? That's all? It's really this simple? I feel like I'm dreaming. What's up with this base? Wasn't Dila supposed to have tons of guards and ability users here? Yeah, what's going on? I was ready to go all out, even Captain 7 is here and it's just an empty shell? The Huaxia team was completely dumbfounded. This was nothing like what they'd expected. Actually, Jingshu was able to control the enemy leader so quickly thanks to old Zhou. He'd decided to cut through the mess and gave her a hand. But when they fully took over this base, which had gathered supplies from several nearby cities, they realized, hey, where's all the supposed resistance? Why was it so easy? So the original ABCD plans were basically useless. It was like a pack of wolves in a sheep pen. They just grabbed whatever they wanted. Luckily, Jingshu's bugs had already dug tunnels underground these past days. The enemy had set up electric defenses, but that was no obstacle. Once they dealt with the remaining guards, it was time for the fun part, hauling away the loot. Ji had said this place was big, but Jingshu and the others hadn't realized just how big. A warehouse is supposed to be big, but this was on another level. Before the apocalypse, this place had been a logistics hub. There were tons of warehouses, all neatly categorized, much better than the chaotic ones Jingshu had seen in Han's. Here you could just close your eyes and load up as much as you wanted. The bugs in the transport tunnels clicked away, moving huge crates one after another. Jingshu also noticed how considerate the enemy had been. Every supply was already packed and sorted, ready to go. All they had to do was carry it out. The only problem was, some of the supplies were in giant shipping containers, almost as big as trucks, and the tunnels weren't big enough for those. These are all brand new supplies. It'd be a shame to leave them. Yeah, no matter what, we have to take them. This is way better than the junk cars we used to haul. But breaking down those shipping containers would be too much trouble. With that time, they could just move all the other supplies out. Screw it. Fortune favors the bold, and the timid starve. This time, they didn't use the underground tunnels. Instead, Jingshu had a group of mudfish men carry the containers overland. It was riskier, but from the base commander, Jingshu learned that Dila had taken everyone to Israel. Even if she rushed back by plane, it would take at least half a day. So Jingshu split her bugs into 2 teams, one to carry all the containers out, with the huge mudfish men lifting them from below. The mudfish men, being reptilian, needed a dozen or so to act like wheels, lumbering along with the containers, but they weren't slow. Jingshu even tied ropes to help them along. Of course, such a convoy needed supervision, and since these containers held the best supplies, Jingshu didn't trust anyone else. She sent Hao Yunlai and Zhang Lang to go along, one to command, one for protection. The rest of the supplies were moved out through the tunnels, which was safer and easier. The bugs just had to reach the coast, where Xiao Wei, Wenjun, and the others would meet them. Everyone had expected a day or 2 of hard fighting, but to their surprise, they arrived in the morning and had everything wrapped up by noon. There's just too much stuff in this warehouse. We can't even take it all. Damn, I've never seen so many supplies. Is this what you call restocking? Yeah, you have no idea. Watching all those supplies disappear warehouse by warehouse, it's wild. My feelings, man. As everyone was chatting, suddenly a new order came through the radios. News just in, Dila is rushing back from Israel with her main force and she's bringing some seriously heavy firepower, even nukes. We need to get out now. All teams prepare to withdraw. Make sure your retreat is covered. Even as they wrapped up, people were still joking on the radio. We've pretty much cleaned out the warehouse. When Dila gets back and sees her lair emptied, she's going to lose her mind. Ha ha ha, I just heard from their people that they waited for us for over 10 days and as soon as they left for 2 days, we hit them out of nowhere. Feels so good. But honestly, today the bodyguard team finally saw Jingshu's true power and everyone was in awe. Just look at her bugs. So well trained, clearly veterans. The way they moved supplies was just perfect. The speed was insane. It was like a factory assembly line. The big bugs lined up, moving goods like conveyor belts. Other engineer bugs sorted everything. It was a massive bug factory, each bug with its own job, working in perfect harmony. Each item was passed from the first bug through thousands of others, and in 2 minutes, it was on the last bug's back at the tunnel entrance. From there, the bugs carried everything through the dark tunnels. The efficiency was shocking. If Dila's team wasn't on the way, another hour and they could have emptied the place. Retreat! Retreat! Move, move! The bodyguards covered the withdrawal. Even though the base staff had been subdued, a fierce enemy force was on the way, so they had to run fast to avoid being caught. What about the last of the supplies? Forget it. We can't burn it now. Just take what we have. There's more than enough. Jingshu, seeing a bit left, quietly asked old Joe for permission, then slipped back to the site. She cut all surveillance, posted bug bodyguards, and shot out countless ropes. This was her new, fastest way to collect supplies. Thanks to the Rubik's cube space, as long as she touched something, or used a medium like these ropes, she could store it. In a blink, everything within several hundred meters of the warehouse was gone. After her space upgrade, it was empty and ready. She'd even cleared out anything without a shelf life before coming, so now it could hold a ton. She didn't care what it was, just stuffed it all in. Even though Jingshu and the team had collected so much today, it was all distributed by contribution points, so technically most of it wasn't hers. But she'd get a huge chunk of points, since every bug's work counted for her. But anything the organization couldn't claim was hers alone. Jingshu packed every last visible crate into her space until it was completely full, and Dila's super logistics space was totally emptied. Jingshu dusted off her hands, smiled, and vanished with her bugs from the warehouse. She was in such a rush she hadn't even checked what treasures she'd gotten. No hurry. She'd look once they escaped. Once everyone was out of the tunnels, Jingshu detonated the explosives she'd planted, leveling the whole area. The tunnels collapsed with a roar. Even if Dila's people chased them, they'd never find the exact escape route, only a general direction. This bought precious time for their getaway. Now it was a cat-and-mouse game, chase and escape, a thrilling pursuit. So, feeling a bit guilty, the Huaxia team ran like crazy, not daring to stop for a second. 2 hours later, a private jet, several fighter jets, and even legendary J-type fighters flew in. But all they found was a blasted, looted wasteland. Ah! Dila screamed, stomping furiously on the ruins. Her tongue shot out, turning into bloody tentacles that pounded the ground with a thunderous noise. Chase them! Even if they run to the ends of the earth, I want them back! All the supplies I spent years collecting! They all have to die! Dila was truly aggrieved. She had waited with her main force at the warehouse for over 10 days, expecting the Huaxia team to walk right into her trap, but unexpectedly, they vanished. With the Huaxia team missing, she couldn't keep all her troops there forever, so Dila made backup plans. She stationed sentries on every possible road nearby. If the Huaxia team showed up, she could immediately redeploy her forces. Since they'd disappeared, her people swept a 100-kilometer radius to make sure there were no survivors. If the Huaxia team appeared anywhere outside that range, Dila's people could fly over to intercept them. It was a foolproof plan. Normally, if the Huaxia team tried to escape by any other route, Dila's response time would have been more than enough. But who could have guessed that after disappearing, the Huaxia team didn't take any main or side roads? They came out right under everyone's noses, giving no time to react and just robbed the place. That's just not playing by the rules. So now, Dila was so furious she was spitting blood. In her rage, she abandoned her plans to stir up trouble in the Middle East and recalled all her forces to hunt down the Huashia team. Dila even put out a bounty on the black market for any trace or information about the Huashia team, vowing they would never leave the Middle East alive. For a while, all the powers in the Middle East were in turmoil, and it became huge news. The Huashia team had actually wiped out Dila's main supply base, and the person who helped them was none other than Hans's former leader, Jie. Some were envious, some jealous, and some just wanted to watch the drama. Within just a few hours, not only were ability users mobilized, but Dila's mercenary and armed teams from over a dozen Middle Eastern strongholds were all dispatched to hunt down the Huashia team. Meanwhile, Jing Shu and her group didn't get a moment's rest. They had finally managed to split all the supplies into 2 batches. One batch was already taking a long detour overland and was relatively safe for now, while the other had just been loaded onto ships. As mentioned before, Yang Yang's plan involved 2 fleets, a fast fleet carrying various supplies that had already arrived, and a slower fleet waiting at the coast to load up the rest. Now, both fleets had gathered, received their orders, and were waiting at the shore to load up. The Huashia team's main weakness was now clear. They had too few people, and all were elite fighters. If they'd brought more people, while Jing Shu's team was trapped for 10 days, the ships outside could have sailed to a friendly country, unloaded, and come back for more. But with all the top fighters trapped, the ships were guarded only by Codename 7 and Black Shadow, who didn't dare make a move. If anything had happened on the way, and old Joe was trapped inside, it would have been a total disaster. So with few people, they had to stick together and couldn't split up further. By the time most of the supplies were loaded, every ship was packed to the brim. Even the official warships, with their decks full of fighter jets and cannons, were stuffed with cargo. The crew had filled every available space, even their own bunks, with supplies. Ships that normally sat high in the water were now riding low, showing just how much they'd hauled in this time. Even the bodyguard team's private boats were loaded up. Some even tied their lifeboats and rafts to their ships to carry more. Some went even further. The ships that had been used to ferment beer with corpse bugs from the Mirrored Sea were now filled with supplies. There was just no space left. But even with all these ships, the Huashia team still couldn't fit all the loot from this warehouse. They were truly loaded to the max. Time was tight, and with so much cargo, the ships were slow. If they wasted any more time, they might not escape. At this point, Jing Shu snapped her fingers. Pick out anything that won't be ruined by seawater, and just let the bugs tow it in the water. We can't just leave it behind. So they spent another half hour tossing all the water-resistant supplies, like big boxes of daily necessities, into the sea, tying them to ropes, and letting the bugs tow them along. Finally, after a lot of work, the whole fleet set sail in a hurry. Night was falling, and soon it would be pitch dark. The sounds in the darkness and the ship lights were especially conspicuous. They could only hope Dila's trackers didn't have too many drones or planes, or such a huge convoy would be discovered sooner or later. All the ships ran at full speed, heading for the reef-filled waters. But with so much cargo, even the fastest ships were crawling along. Behind the most powerful warships, dozens of ropes dragged swarms of bugs and big boxes, making for a comical sight. Amazing! Honestly, it's all thanks to Captain Jing Shu. Yeah, we're all great fighters, but what's the use if we can't haul all this stuff? Jing Shu's got the real skills, otherwise wasting all this would break my heart. Even as they set sail, no one dared relax. They gathered in the warship's conference room for an emergency meeting, and Yang Yang sent 4 teams out to keep watch, just in case the enemy's ability users tracked them down and used some weird power to sink them. Jing Shu herself felt no sense of security. When she felt unsafe, she went all out. So she brought several green giants to the meeting and stationed mudfish men all around the warship, just in case anyone tried to snipe her. When the others saw Jing Shu's getup, Dila was truly aggrieved. She had waited with her main force at the warehouse for over 10 days, expecting the Huaxia team to walk right into her trap. But unexpectedly, they vanished. With the Huaxia team missing, she couldn't keep all her troops there forever, so Dila made backup plans. She stationed sentries on every possible road nearby. If the Huaxia team showed up, she could immediately redeploy her forces. Since they'd disappeared, her people swept a 100-kilometer radius to make sure there were no survivors. If the Huaxia team appeared anywhere outside that range, Dila's people could fly over to intercept them. It was a foolproof plan. Normally, if the Huaxia team tried to escape by any other route, Dila's response time would have been more than enough. But who could have guessed that after disappearing, the Huaxia team didn't take any main or side roads? They came out right under everyone's noses, giving no time to react, and just robbed the place. That's just not playing by the rules. So now, Dila was so furious she was spitting blood. In her rage, she abandoned her plans to stir up trouble in the Middle East and recalled all her forces to hunt down the Huaxia team. Dila even put out a bounty on the black market for any trace or information about the Huaxia team, vowing they would never leave the Middle East alive. For a while, all the powers in the Middle East were in turmoil, and it became huge news. The Huaxia team had actually wiped out Dila's main supply base, and the person who helped them was none other than Hans's former leader, Jie. Some were envious, some jealous, and some just wanted to watch the drama. Within just a few hours, not only were ability users mobilized, but Dila's mercenary and armed teams from over a dozen Middle Eastern strongholds were all dispatched to hunt down the Huaxia team. Meanwhile, Jing Shu and her group didn't get a moment's rest. They had finally managed to split all the supplies into 2 batches. One batch was already taking a long detour overland and was relatively safe for now, while the other had just been loaded onto ships. As mentioned before, Yang Yang's plan involved 2 fleets, a fast fleet carrying various supplies that had already arrived, and a slower fleet waiting at the coast to load up the rest. Now both fleets had gathered, received their orders, and were waiting at the shore to load up. The Huaxia team's main weakness was now clear. They had too few people, and all were elite fighters. If they'd brought more people, while Jing Shu's team was trapped for 10 days, the ships outside could have sailed to a friendly country, unloaded, and come back for more. But with all the top fighters trapped, the ships were guarded only by Codename 7 and Black Shadow, who didn't dare make a move. If anything had happened on the way, and old Joe was trapped inside, it would have been a total disaster. So, with few people, they had to stick together and couldn't split up further. By the time most of the supplies were loaded, every ship was packed to the brim. Even the official warships, with their decks full of fighter jets and cannons, were stuffed with cargo. The crew had filled every available space, even their own bunks, with supplies. Ships that normally sat high in the water were now riding low, showing just how much they'd hauled in this time. Even the bodyguard team's private boats were loaded up. Some even tied their lifeboats and rafts to their ships to carry more. Some went even further. The ships that had been used to ferment beer with corpse bugs from the Mirrored Sea were now filled with supplies. There was just no space left. But even with all these ships, the Huaxia team still couldn't fit all the loot from this warehouse. They were truly loaded to the max. Time was tight, and with so much cargo, the ships were slow. If they wasted any more time, they might not escape. At this point, Jing Shu snapped her fingers. Pick out anything that won't be ruined by seawater and just let the bugs tow it in the water. We can't just leave it behind. So they spent another half-hour tossing all the water-resistant supplies, like big boxes of daily necessities, into the sea, tying them to ropes, and letting the bugs tow them along. Finally, after a lot of work, the whole fleet set sail in a hurry. Night was falling, and soon it would be pitch dark. The sounds in the darkness and the ship lights were especially conspicuous. They could only hope Dila's trackers didn't have too many drones or planes, or such a huge convoy would be discovered sooner or later. All the ships ran at full speed, heading for the reef-filled waters. But with so much cargo, even the fastest ships were crawling along. Behind the most powerful warships, dozens of ropes dragged swarms of bugs and big boxes, making for a comical sight. Amazing! Honestly, it's all thanks to Captain Jing Shu. Yeah, we're all great fighters, but what's the use if we can't haul all this stuff? Jing Shu's got the real skills. Otherwise, wasting all this would break my heart. Even as they set sail, no one dared relax. They gathered in the warship's conference room for an emergency meeting, and Yang Yang sent 4 teams out to keep watch, just in case the enemy's ability users tracked them down and used some weird power to sink them. Jing Shu herself felt no sense of security. When she felt unsafe, she went all out. So she brought several green giants to the meeting and stationed mudfish men all around the warship, just in case anyone tried to snipe her. When the others saw Jing Shu's getup, all right, she was so armored up you could barely see her eyes. Was she afraid someone would poke her in the eye or what? Not only was she wearing a gas mask, but she'd even put on a bomb-proof helmet. Really, Captain Jing Shu, that's a bit much. Don't worry, Captain Jing Shu, we can protect you. Even if we can't, don't forget, the top names on Dila's blacklist right now are Ji and Mama Haas. That's true. Jing Shu thought about it, glanced at Ji trembling in the corner, and immediately felt much better. At this moment, Mama Haas, dressed in white robes with a cloth on his head, and Jia looked so thin and vulnerable, completely unarmed. Was it that Jia and Mama Haas didn't want to be armed? Of course they did. The problem was they didn't have anything. Right now, they'd love to have a gas mask just to filter out the rotten egg smell in the air. It was so bad they couldn't eat or sleep. All right, I'll take off the bomb-proof helmet. It is a bit hot. Jing Shu took off 1 layer of helmet, but there was no way she was taking off her 2 bulletproof vests. Fine. Ahem. Old Joe arrived with his thermos. Everyone was ready, and Yang Yang had his slides prepared. Old Joe gave a brief opening speech. Today was a truly exhilarating battle. Everyone did great, but we can't let our guard down. Everyone nodded. Of course, this one job had sent their Middle East procurement DPI off the charts. Old Joe continued. Now the problem is how to keep all these supplies. We've taken so much we have to exchange it for oil as soon as possible. Luckily, our brothers in Iran have more oil than they can use, and they're desperate for these supplies. So we'll escape. No, we'll go help our suffering brothers in Iran and ask for their support. See, Old Joe really had a way with words. Clearly, they were fleeing for help, but he made it sound like they were going to save their poor, struggling brothers. That's the art of speech. Everyone nodded. With Old Joe's opening done, it was time for the next steps. Yang Yang's turn. Yang Yang said, "We're only about 700 kilometers from the 400-kilometer safe zone. Once we're in that zone, with our brother nation's missiles as backup, we won't have to fear their heavy weapons. But if the enemy doesn't use missiles, we can't either. After all, missiles don't have eyes." Everyone nodded. Otherwise, what if a missile hit their own people? So, if all goes well, we'll reach the border in 7 days. But there's another big problem. There's no coastline there. So how do we transfer all these supplies to the border? Yang Yang continued. The biggest challenge is what kind of people Dila will send after us and how we'll escape. Dila's people will chase us like mad dogs, but since we have the goods, there's no need to fight them head on. So our main goal is to run. Yeah, Yang Yang's right. We definitely shouldn't fight them again. If we do, more and more of them will show up. We're not stupid. We've got all this stuff. Why fight? Everyone chimed in. With the goal clear, the plan was easy to make. Yang Yang marked everything he could think of, and anything that changed could be handled on the fly. All right, now I know what everyone cares about most. What did we get and how much contribution did everyone earn? Yang Yang's words instantly got everyone's attention. Why did everyone come all this way? To make money, of course. Is making money easy? So now it was time to count the loot. Yang Yang took out a notebook. He'd been tallying up the goods at the tunnel entrance as the bugs moved them, along with the other scorekeepers and contribution trackers. It was an exciting moment. Yang Yang coughed, picked up the loudspeaker and said, "It's not time to split the loot yet, but I'll give a rough summary of our haul." As mentioned before, Yang Yang's plan involved 2 fleets, a fast fleet carrying various supplies that had already arrived, and a slower fleet waiting at the coast to load up the rest. Now both fleets had gathered, received their orders, and were waiting at the shore to load up. The Huaxia team's main weakness was now clear. They had too few people, And all were elite fighters. If they'd brought more people, while Jingshu's team was trapped for 10 days, the ships outside could have sailed to a friendly country, unloaded, and come back for more. But with all the top fighters trapped, the ships were guarded only by Codename 7 and Black Shadow, who didn't dare make a move. If anything had happened on the way, and old Joe was trapped inside, it would have been a total disaster. So, with few people, they had to stick together and couldn't split up further. By the time most of the supplies were loaded, every ship was packed to the brim. Even the official warships, with their decks full of fighter jets and cannons, were stuffed with cargo. The crew had filled every available space, even their own bunks, with supplies. Ships that normally sat high in the water were now riding low, showing just how much they'd hauled in this time. Even the bodyguard team's private boats were loaded up. Some even tied their lifeboats and rafts to their ships to carry more. Some went even further. The ships that had been used to ferment beer with corpse bugs from the mirrored sea were now filled with supplies. There was just no space left. But even with all these ships, the Washia team still couldn't fit all the loot from this warehouse. They were truly loaded to the max. Time was tight, and with so much cargo, the ships were slow. If they wasted any more time, they might not escape. At this point, Jingshu snapped her fingers. Pick out anything that won't be ruined by seawater and just let the bugs tow it in the water. We can't just leave it behind. So they spent another half hour tossing all the water-resistant supplies, like big boxes of daily necessities, into the sea, tying them to ropes, and letting the bugs tow them along. Finally, after a lot of work, the whole fleet set sail in a hurry. Night was falling, and soon it would be pitch dark. The sounds in the darkness and the ship lights were especially conspicuous. They could only hope Dila's trackers didn't have too many drones or planes, or such a huge convoy would be discovered sooner or later. All the ships ran at full speed, heading for the reef-filled waters. But with so much cargo, even the fastest ships were crawling along. Behind the most powerful warships, dozens of ropes dragged swarms of bugs and big boxes, making for a comical sight. Amazing! Honestly, it's all thanks to Captain Jingshu. Yeah, we're all great fighters, but what's the use if we can't haul all this stuff? Jingshu's got the real skills, otherwise wasting all this would break my heart. Even as they set sail, no one dared relax. They gathered in the warship's conference room for an emergency meeting, and Yang Yang sent 4 teams out to keep watch, just in case the enemy's ability users tracked them down and used some weird power to sink them. Jingshu herself felt no sense of security. When she felt unsafe, she went all out. So she brought several green giants to the meeting and stationed mudfish men all around the warship, just in case anyone tried to snipe her. When the others saw Jingshu's getup, all right, she was so armored up you could barely see her eyes. Was she afraid someone would poke her in the eye or what? Not only was she wearing a gas mask, but she'd even put on a bomb-proof helmet. Really, Captain Jingshu, that's a bit much. Don't worry, Captain Jingshu, we can protect you. Even if we can't, don't forget, the top names on Dila's blacklist right now are Ji and Mama Haas. That's true. Jingshu thought about it, glanced at Ji trembling in the corner, and immediately felt much better. At this moment, Mama Haas, dressed in white robes with a cloth on his head, and Jia looked so thin and vulnerable, completely unarmed. Was it that Jia and Mama Haas didn't want to be armed? Of course they did. The problem was they didn't have anything. Right now, they'd love to have a gas mask just to filter out the rotten egg smell in the air. It was so bad they couldn't eat or sleep. All right, I'll take off the bomb-proof helmet. It is a bit hot. Jingshu took off one layer of helmet, but there was no way she was taking off her 2 bulletproof vests. Fine. Ahem. Old Joe arrived with his thermos. Everyone was ready, and Yang Yang had his slides prepared. Old Joe gave a brief opening speech. Today was a truly exhilarating battle. Everyone did great, but we can't let our guard down. Everyone nodded. Of course, this one job had sent their Middle East procurement DPI off the charts. Old Joe continued. Now the problem is how to keep all these supplies. We've taken so much we have to exchange it for oil as soon as possible. Luckily, our brothers in Iran have more oil than they can use, and they're desperate for these supplies. So we'll escape. No, we'll go help our suffering brothers in Iran and ask for their support." See, old Joe really had a way with words. Clearly, they were fleeing for help, but he made it sound like they were going to save their poor, struggling brothers. That's the art of speech. Everyone nodded. With old Joe's opening done, it was time for the next steps. Yang Yang's turn. Yang Yang said, "We're only about 700 kilometers from the 400-kilometer safe zone. Once we're in that zone, with our brother nation's missiles as backup, we won't have to fear their heavy weapons. But if the enemy doesn't use missiles, we can't either. After all, missiles don't have eyes." Everyone nodded. Otherwise, what if a missile hit their own people? "So, if all goes well, we'll reach the border in 7 days. But there's another big problem. There's no coastline there. So how do we transfer all these supplies to the border?" Yang Yang continued. "The biggest challenge is what kind of people Dila will send after us and how we'll escape. Dila's people will chase us like mad dogs, but since we have the goods, there's no need to fight them head on. So our main goal is to run." Yeah, Yang Yang's right. We definitely shouldn't fight them again. If we do, more and more of them will show up. "We're not stupid. We've got all this stuff. Why fight?" Everyone chimed in. With the goal clear, the plan was easy to make. Yang Yang marked everything he could think of, and anything that changed could be handled on the fly. All right, now I know what everyone cares about most. What did we get and how much contribution did everyone earn? Yang Yang's words instantly got everyone's attention. Why did everyone come all this way? To make money, of course. Is making money easy? So now it was time to count the loot. Yang Yang took out a notebook. He'd been tallying up the goods at the tunnel entrance as the bugs moved them, along with the other scorekeepers and contribution trackers. It was an exciting moment. Yang Yang coughed, picked up the loudspeaker and said, "It's not time to split the loot yet, but I'll give a rough summary of our haul." "Great! Hurry up, tell us!" Yang Yang started reading out the numbers, and as he did, everyone's faces lit up with smiles they couldn't hide. In a dark corner, Jing Shu stared blankly. Thank goodness for her gas mask, or everyone would think she was an idiot. Actually, Jing Shu was also sorting through the loot after the battle. Her space was completely packed this time. If it hadn't been so rushed, I could have taken out the boxes and compressed everything better. I could have fit even more. Jing Shu was reviewing and learning from the experience. While Yang Yang read out the numbers, Jing Shu was opening box after box. She sorted all the useful supplies together and set aside the useless ones. Once they reached Iran, she'd sell off the useless stuff for valuable oil. After all, by weight and density, maybe 10 cubic meters of goods could be traded for 1 cubic meter of oil. She'd rather fill her space with oil. It was more valuable, and she could fit more. This time we got over 100,000 tons of various ores, all needed for industry, and Iran is desperate for them. There are also over 20,000 boxes of finished military uniforms, which they also need. Yang Yang could barely keep from laughing as he said this. Just imagine. These were supposed to be Dila's uniforms for her troops, like school uniforms with logos. But soon, those uniforms would be all over the streets of Iran. Men, women, children, and the elderly all wearing them with American military logos on their chests. Ha 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 ha! Just picturing it is hilarious. Yang Yang. Besides that, there are about 50,000 boxes of American military canned food. Military rations, these are valuable. We'll decide later whether to sell them or keep them for ourselves. Meanwhile, as Jing Shu heard about these good things, she was almost done sorting her own haul. She divided it into 2 parts. The useless stuff, mostly industrial raw materials and a batch of valuable-looking alloy bullets, all in large quantities, all to be sold. Among the supplies Jing Shu collected were all sorts of random canned goods, which she planned to sell off in Iran. Honestly, these cans were just a mix of random ingredients, edible, but only a little better than corpse bug meat. If she brought them back to China, they probably wouldn't even sell. After all, in China, even the expensive food gets you giant meat patties. And for just one virtual coin, you can get red threadworm cakes or cockroach meat. There are plenty of choices. But this weird mixed stuff? If you sell it cheap, it doesn't even cover shipping and costs. If you sell it expensive, no one will buy it. Why not just use the space for oil instead? Jingshu also kept a batch of finished alloy construction materials. The reason the bugs didn't haul these out was because they were just too heavy. Really, really heavy. The bugs simply couldn't move them, so a whole pile was left behind. Their density was even higher than oil, making them top-tier materials, probably strategic resources, maybe for building some secret base. Since the bugs couldn't move them, Jingshu just put them in her space. Her space could handle it. These materials are pretty high-end. I'll use them to build a factory when I get back. Sure, a tin shack would do, but why not use alloy if it's free? Besides, no one's going to rob a brewery, a red threadworm factory, or a mask factory, but free materials shouldn't go to waste. So, after sorting, Jingshu realized this haul was pretty good. There wasn't much to sell, but a lot worth keeping. Meanwhile, Yang kept announcing the haul, the list growing longer and longer, making everyone more and more excited. In summary, aside from the strategic materials, all other supplies can be distributed to everyone based on contribution. These don't count toward your contribution points. You can sell them for cash or take them home. As soon as Yang said this, everyone's eyes lit up. So, the stuff the organization doesn't want this time is all ours? Haha, that's right, free loot. This time, everyone had contributed, and the officials didn't want to deal with the hassle of sorting the miscellaneous supplies, so they decided to give it all to the team to handle privately. After all, the higher-ups got the meat, but the team should at least get some soup. Yang said, "When we reach a safe place, the unwanted supplies will be piled up and everyone can pick based on their contribution. Sound good?" The Macau gambler flashed his gold teeth. No problem. He'd made major contributions this time. His guidance had helped them avoid danger at several key moments. When it came time to pick, he'd use his intuition to find the best stuff in the junk pile. Big Yellow Teeth also agreed, no problem. He hadn't done much himself, but his underlings had racked up enough points for him to pick a whole pile with his eyes closed. Jingshu, of course, had no problem. With all the transport bugs and tunnel digging, she'd earned a ton of contribution points. She'd be able to pick out at least half the stuff. When the time comes, just draw a line. This half is mine, the rest is for everyone else. Just thinking about it, Jingshu was a little excited. Everyone was dreaming of splitting the loot when suddenly a huge rumbling sound echoed. The radio crackled. "Enemy stealth aircraft have found us. Requesting orders. Our position is exposed." Damn it! Dila actually has stealth aircraft like that. The bodyguard team cursed. Yang hadn't expected this. Even with 3 layers of security, they'd still been found. Stealth aircraft aren't truly invisible, but use advanced tech to create an illusion and emit special frequencies that make them undetectable by radar. This was the latest American tech. There weren't many even after the apocalypse. Damn, they must have sent a bunch of these stealth planes to find us. Otherwise, there's no way they'd have found us so fast. Too late to complain now. We wiped out their base. Of course they're furious. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Old Joe was silent, so strategist Yang immediately issued new orders. "Send out 3 teams to destroy the stealth aircraft at all costs. Our position is exposed, so we'll definitely attract pursuers. From now on, 20 teams will rotate to intercept enemy forces within 100 kilometers. Don't let them get close to our supplies." Yang quickly assigned the 20 teams to different areas, with almost no rest. He wanted to use special abilities to deal with the pursuers, because now all the warships were overloaded with supplies, moving slowly and awkwardly. If the enemy got close, just a few shells could destroy everything they'd worked for. Soon the 20 teams were all deployed. Only Old Joe, codename 7, and Shadow stayed with the main fleet. The rest were ordinary people. But the warship's cannons were still formidable. If anyone dared approach, they'd be in trouble. Jingshu's team, Hao Yunlai and Zhang Lang, were on land transport duty. so she took Four Eyes, Tank, and Guotu, and the Longmen team was assigned to the outermost perimeter, acting as the vanguard. They had to stay far from the main force, so Jingshu left Xiaowei and Wenjun with the main group. Her own dozen ships were packed with supplies, so she kept half her armed force with her. Her 2 ferry-sized ships were as big as football fields and too valuable to risk. Xiaowei was producing new engineer bugs every day, so her side was well defended. Jingshu wasn't worried. She brought Guotu mainly to pilot the submarine. The sub was super fast and quickly disappeared underwater. In the distance, rumbling sounds signaled the stealth aircraft being destroyed, but Jingshu didn't care. Her goal wasn't the stealth planes. This time, her real target was to cut off the enemy's sea position. As for why Jingshu was so proactive this time, of course it was because there were benefits to be had. Otherwise, why would she be so enthusiastic? If there were pursuers, what did that mean? It meant vehicles, of course, and vehicles, whether submarines, little boats, or warships, could all be captured and made her own. If a bigger ship showed up, even better. It would help solve the problem of not having enough transport for all the goods. Even if it wasn't a ship, a helicopter would be great. Jingshu was seriously short on vehicles right now. The submarine was fast. In just an hour, it had put over 100 kilometers between itself and the fleet. Inside the submarine, with nothing to do yet, they waited, listening to the team's chatter on the radio and, of course, snacking. Jingshu took out sweet potatoes and corn that had been baked in a dirt pit for over an hour. She carefully peeled off the blackened earth, broke open a sweet potato as big as her arm, and fragrant steam wafted out, revealing the snow-white flesh inside. She handed it to Tank and Guotu. She dug out some giant corn, blew on it, peeled off the husk, snapped off the end, and handed it to the others. Jingshu herself took a huge sweet potato, took a bite, and revealed the white flesh inside. This white-fleshed variety was a bit drier, but sweeter and chewier, while the red-fleshed ones were softer and juicier. Each had its own charm. Guotu, burning his tongue, juggled the sweet potato between his hands, blowing on it as he ate. He couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "I've never had white-fleshed sweet potato before, Boss Jing. What variety is this? It's kind of like mashed potatoes, but so sweet and tasty." Jingshu, munching on a big sweet potato, replied casually, "No idea." They were all seeds from her space's seed bank. She had over a dozen varieties and just planted them at random. After the last Rubik's Cube space upgrade, she'd gained 6 more plots of land. She'd first planted 2 batches of hybrid rice. That stuff grew like crazy. She just scattered some seeds and the whole plot was full of rice. If there were AI art, it would be a screen full of rice. The yield was amazing. 2 harvests from 6 plots, nearly a ton of grain. She processed it all, fed the husks to chickens and ducks, and planned to sell the rice later. She didn't dare plant more. If she did, it would fill up her whole space. Each planting required several cubic meters just to store the harvest. She planned to sell some to the organization to improve everyone's meals. So she planted sweet potatoes and corn, not caring about the variety, just ate them as soon as they were ready, or else they'd fill up her space. These days, her green giant bugs were stuffed with sweet potatoes and corn. Whenever they had free time, she'd roast some for the team. Delicious. Everyone gathered around eating sweet potatoes. The atmosphere was great, but contribution points disappeared fast. Even with Boss Jing's discount, eating like this every day was both painful and joyful. All units, attention. At X934, Y123, there's suspected new ship activity. Be alert. This is Team 6. Just took down a stealth plane at 12 o'clock. Didn't control the force, so it crashed into the sea. Requesting instructions? Should we salvage it? Yang. If there's no danger nearby, you're allowed to salvage it. All items are yours. Someone chimed in. Who was that? Didn't you know to be careful? That plane's so expensive and you just shot it down. If we'd captured it, we could have used it ourselves. Team 6. We wanted to, but our team's all assault types. If we had a controller, it wouldn't have happened. Tank, eating his sweet potato, asked, Mirror, we've been out here a while and haven't run into any enemies. If it's a sea battle, fine, but if it's in the air, we're out of luck, right? True. With Hao Yunlai gone, the rest of the team's firepower was lacking. Jing Shu, munching on corn, said, "No worries, we're on the outermost edge. If there are pursuers, we'll be the first to meet them." Actually, she'd sent out a lot of mudfish men. There were so many, and they were spread far out. As soon as anything happened, she'd know. So even though they were just a little submarine, their detection range was huge. Just then, Jing Shu's expression changed, as if she'd sensed something. She smiled and said, "Let's go, get ready, action's coming." She wiped her hands and lips clean. Guotu slurped his fingers and hurried to the cockpit, ready for orders. At sea, a modified patchwork ship, a cargo ship turned pirate vessel with homemade weapons, was heading for a specific location. Damn, they really sent us to the front? Yeah, what can we do? I heard the other side has a lot of ability users and hundreds of ships and warships. Otherwise, they couldn't have moved all that stuff from the warehouse. But we've only got one ability user and he's not even strong, just a slacker. I don't want to die. They said we should pretend to be a regular merchant ship. The Huaxia team won't attack us. Once we're all gathered, we'll surround them. Good, good. Just as they finished talking, a few men in wetsuits suddenly burst out of the darkness. Guotu asked Tank, "Did you record what they just said?" Tank nodded. "Got it all. We can move now. This way, we'll know exactly what they were planning." Guotu gave a thumbs up. "Tank, you're awesome." The so-called vanguard was scared half to death by the sudden attack, immediately going on alert, but the whole ship was eerily silent. Half an hour later, the ship had been completely taken over and was now obediently following behind a submarine, pretending to be just another passing merchant vessel. Tank washed his hands, and when his huge body sat down, the whole submarine shook. He picked up the sweet potato he hadn't finished earlier and kept eating. These pursuers are way too weak. If they're all like this, it doesn't matter how many come. Jing Shu coughed lightly. It's not that the pursuers are weak, it's that you're all getting more skilled. But she didn't say much. Pride comes before a fall. Her team still needed more training. They should learn from her. Always respect life, keep a healthy fear of death, and be as cautious as possible. After all, she knew the pain of death and losing all her loved ones. Jing Shu's team kept their satellite radio on speaker, listening to updates from all the squads. All units, the fleet is now heading into a reef zone. There are lots of reefs here, so almost no merchant ships pass through. Got it, got it. If there are no merchant ships, then any ships we see must be pirates or pursuers. No need to check. Exactly. We're escaping into deep sea territory. If there are still ships out here, something's off. Attention! Radar has detected a large number of ships 200 miles away. Type unknown. Recon teams are on their way to investigate. Jing Shu listened to all the chatter while eating roasted sweet potatoes, lying on a lounge chair. If only she had some milk tea, it would be perfect. The only downside was that she'd probably be stuck in the submarine for days, so no more meals from Master Liang, just instant food. Dila's vanguard kept clashing with the bodyguard teams. Jing Shu's squad was on the outermost edge, covering a 30-degree arc. It was both a big and small area. As time passed, other squads kept running into ships. Jing Shu's side also encountered 2 mercenary teams. This was a typical sea combat fleet, 4 medium-sized fast attack ships with cannons and weapons, plus 6 cargo ships, all heading to a rendezvous point. Dila had put out a bounty in various circles, publishing their rough coordinates. Anyone who came could get a big reward and take whatever cargo they wanted, attracting all sorts of opportunists. This group, hoping to get lucky, was following from a distance, being careful, but still ran into Jing Shu. Sometimes that's just fate, delivering themselves right to her. Jing Shu barely had to do anything to capture another batch of ships. Great, more cargo ships for our supplies. Hundreds of ships continued their slow journey toward their destination. After a day, Dila's massive force finally gathered and launched a fierce attack on the Huaxia team. The sea was ablaze with war. Cannon fire could be heard for miles. To keep their cargo ships safe, the Huaxia team had to send out squads early to intercept, constantly splitting their forces. Radio chatter about the fighting grew more frequent. After so long in the Middle East, they were finally in a real battle. But it wasn't a head-on clash. It was a war of countless small squads. The bodyguard group's 20-plus teams fiercely protected the central fleet of hundreds of cargo ships. Four Eyes was anxious. "Captain Jingshu, my ability can split ships in half at a critical moment, keeping them from getting close. Aren't we too idle out here on the edge?" From yesterday to today, the fighting had only escalated, and the Huaxia team had suffered casualties, though only among the ordinary members. Other squads all had clear targets, heading straight for them. Only their squad was drifting on the outskirts, not sure what to do. Jingshu patted Four Eyes and handed him some roasted chestnuts. These chestnuts, roasted in black stones and brushed with honey, were sweet to the core. Jingshu cracked open a pre-cut chestnut, took a bite, fragrant, soft, chewy. If she had time, she'd make chestnut yam chicken. Now that would be delicious. After eating, she said, "Don't worry, handsome. The enemy hasn't sent out their top ability users yet. Our role is important. Aces always come out last." Her mysterious words fired Four Eyes up. The next moment, another fleet appeared in the distance. Jingshu's eyes lit up, and she put down her chestnuts. "Action! Another fleet spotted!" Her excitement made Four Eyes doubt her earlier words. As she left, she patted him again, telling him not to worry and not to act. Because if he did, the ships would be split in half. He knew his power was too destructive. Sometimes he envied the others. His moves were always overkill. Ah, the loneliness of a master. Four Eyes watched as in just 2 minutes the submarine was empty again. The others were thrilled to see all the new ships. But he wasn't allowed to go, and each time he went out, he'd earn 100 contribution points. But just eating sweet potatoes, corn, and chestnuts every day cost him over 100 points, always spending, never earning. Four Eyes was anxious. Still, the chestnuts were really sweet, and Captain Jingshu's milk tea was delicious. As a Cantonese, he'd only had sweet milk tea before, never salty. The salty milk tea and brick tea's flavor lingered in his mouth. Back in the day, people who only ate sweet tofu pudding and those who only ate salty tofu pudding always fought. But if you tried both, it was actually pretty interesting. Unknowingly, another hour passed. Captain Jingshu had gone out with the team and hadn't returned. "Looks like the enemy's force is pretty big this time." Four Eyes peeled a pile of chestnut shells, remembering that Captain Jingshu wanted to take them back to feed the pigs. She really was thrifty. A lonely submarine underwater, a lonely man eating chestnuts. Care for the empty nest, Four Eyes. Start with you and me. Tooey. He spat out another shell, then suddenly his extra eyes twitched. He pressed up against the submarine's glass. With 2 more eyes than most, Four Eyes could see much farther, especially spotting movement in stillness. If he couldn't see far, he wouldn't be able to use his precision laser-splitting technique. What did he see? He saw another submarine in the water. But Captain Jingshu's submarine was a super-luxury, super-sized one with all kinds of radar and features, able to launch torpedoes and all sorts of restricted weapons if needed. But the enemy's little submarine could only hold 7 or 8 people at most, probably didn't even have a radar control panel. Most importantly, it didn't even have a glass dome, just a completely bare-bones version. What are they doing here with a submarine at this time? Four Eyes frowned, ignoring his chestnuts for now. He carefully buried them in the warm bunk so they'd still be hot when he got back. He told Guotu, who was piloting the sub, to be extra careful and call for backup if anything happened. That's just how meticulous a Cantonese guy is. Then he put on his wetsuit and slipped out of the submarine. Four Eyes swam and swam. His vision underwater was so good, but it still took him over half an hour to get there, and he was exhausted. But in just that short half hour, what started as 1 submarine had become more than a dozen. And they were all these old, simple types. Once they'd all gathered, the subs started floating weirdly on the surface, flickering in and out of sight, as if some special power was boosting their speed, making them as fast as speedboats. So, there was a power at work. Four Eyes suddenly realized, if these subs had no radar or signals, Then the main fleet's radar wouldn't detect them. No wonder Captain Jing Shu hadn't noticed. After all, in the vast ocean, most detection relies on radar and positioning. You can see how many ships are around, but you also risk exposing yourself. But with these signal-less subs, if they really hid in the ocean, you'd never spot them. The ocean is huge, and in this post-apocalyptic darkness, if you sneak up underwater, you're basically invisible. Four Eyes' heart pounded. So there must be a lot of ability users here. If they want to approach the fleet undetected, they have to use these radarless mini-subs. Big ships are too obvious, but these little subs are impossible to spot underwater. They're so sneaky. His first instinct was to rush back and report to Captain Jing Shu and the higher-ups to warn them about this group of ability users. But then he thought, it took him half an hour to swim here, and another half hour to get back. He couldn't bring a phone underwater, so he'd have to go back to report. But if he left now, these subs would lose their target. If he stayed to observe, he couldn't warn Captain Jing Shu. So, what to do? Suddenly, Four Eyes' extra eyes twitched. There was only one solution. Take care of them all, right here. I'll just cut up all their vehicles. Then they won't be able to chase the main fleet. And these things are so crappy they can't even carry cargo. Captain Jing Shu won't mind if I destroy them, right? He found a perfect sniping spot. After all, Captain Jing Shu always said, the mission is important, but your own life is more important. If anything happens, save yourself first. His wife and kids were waiting for him at home. Once the subs had moved a bit farther, making sure they couldn't catch up even if they got mad, Four Eyes took a deep breath. He was about to challenge dozens of ability users, alone. Zap! The eyes on his head fired powerful laser beams like crossing rays. How fast is a laser? As fast as light. By the time you see it, it's already shot out a kilometer or two. When the ability users in the subs sensed something was wrong, 2 laser beams had already sliced through several subs. Four Eyes rubbed his eyes. Too bad, 3 left. Let's go again. He fired more lasers, zapping away. For a moment, the seawater in that area almost turned to vacuum. The last few subs were split in half. The lucky ones just fell into the sea. The unlucky ones lost their heads or bodies. The sea churned as the ability users went wild, unleashing their powers. One turned into a giant meatball, another grew vines hundreds of meters long, wrapping everything within a kilometer to protect the others. Four Eyes saw the chaos but didn't run, he just kept firing. His laser attack burned through energy fast. He could only fire a dozen times before running out, though lately, with all the good food from Captain Jing Shu, his energy had grown. Maybe 30 shots now. So he went wild, firing X-shaped lasers into the crowd. After a crazy barrage, he didn't even check the results. He just slipped away. Time to go. I bet I earned at least 1,000 contribution points this time. Four Eyes thought happily, planning to trade them for treats for his wife and kids. He didn't know that his wild attack had thrown the ability users into chaos. In the cramped subs, teammates were suddenly cut to pieces, seawater rushed in, and then came a storm of lasers. The quick ones used all their defensive powers, the slow and unlucky ones were instantly chopped up. Hurry! Find the damn attacker! I've searched all my plants within a kilometer. No one. Damn, it's a long-range attacker. Who the hell is it? How did they know our position? The chaos in that patch of sea was huge. Jing Shu, who had mudfishmen stationed every kilometer as sentries, got the news right away. She was in the middle of, loading cargo, but dropped everything and said, "Let's go. Looks like a windfall is coming our way." Tank asked, "What's up? Something good again?" Jing Shu replied, "Four Eyes must have accidentally found a big group of ability users. From the info I just got, there are at least 50. Tank, while cleaning up, almost tripped. "Mirror, are you sure we're heading for a windfall and not straight to our deaths? If they had someone like Hao Yun Lai or Codename 7, it'd be fine, but the current team wasn't exactly made up of top-tier ability users. Even though Tank was known as China's #1 powerhouse, This wasn't the old days of physical combat. If he rushed in now, he'd probably get blasted to pieces by all the magical attacks. Jingshu grinned. Those guys were trying to sneak into the main fleet and catch us off guard, so they used those crappy little subs. But Four Eyes spotted them and probably hit them with a bunch of lasers. Now there's a mess left behind. We're just going to clean up. What? There's actually a good thing like this? Tank couldn't imagine it. If he were just sitting in a boat and Four Eyes laser hit, he'd probably be split in two. Even in the apocalypse, with all the new energy and new humans, people were still people. Lose your head or body and you're dead. Jingshu led her team quickly to the scene. Longmen muttered, "See, it was right not to bring Four Eyes out." Tank nodded. That laser of his, tisk tisk, terrifying. As Jingshu led her team over, she also had the mudfish men surround the area to prevent any ability users from escaping. After all, even if she got there with her fear of death, she wouldn't dare get too close. What if some ability user hit her from afar? She started calling for backup in the group chat. "This is Jingshu's team. At coordinates X234Y553, we've found a large group of ability users, about 50 or more." That message nearly blew up the whole group. "WTF, are you kidding, Captain Jingshu? Did you poke a hornet's nest of ability users? How are there so many?" "Oh no, our squads are busy with other fleets, we might not make it." "How did so many ability users get here without being detected by radar? Did they sneak in?" So sneaky. One moment, Jingshu was calling for help. The next, her expression turned odd. She shared the mudfish men's vision. Even though it was black and white, she could see clearly. Of the 50-plus ability users, 7 or 8 were already dead, floating in the sea. More than 30 were seriously injured, missing arms or legs, half dead. A lucky dozen or so were mostly unharmed, but the real trouble was a plant vine ability user who had wrapped everyone up, making little boats to escape in another direction. So, the next second, Jingshu posted in the group, "This is Jingshu's team. We've already wiped out most of the enemy's combat power. Now we just need a transport team to come pick up the prisoners." Everyone else. "You?" Old Yellowteeth was jealous. "What's going on, Captain Jingshu? You sure you can handle a team of 50-plus ability users?" Zhang Lan. "Yeah, don't push yourself, Captain. Maybe let Codename 7 handle it." Zhou Mengyao. "Haha, Captain Jingshu is awesome, but even she can't take out that many at once. Maybe I should go. One illusion and I could knock out a bunch." Jingshu, still rushing to the scene, kept chatting. No need, just send a team to pick up the prisoners. If not, my team can deliver them. Actually, I forgot to mention, did everyone forget about the pink energy?" At that, everyone remembered. Desert Lone Wolf. "Damn, that's the ultimate weapon." Wan Bing worried. "But Captain, can you get close to them?" Lion Dancer. "We're so used to fighting we forgot about poison." At this point, old Joe finally spoke. "Jing girl, handle it yourself. We're under attack from too many fleets and can't send anyone. Just keep the prisoners with you for now and use heavy drugs. Don't let them resist." Yang Yang reminded, "Dead ones are worth 200 points. Live ones, 2,000. With that comparison, Jingshu looked at the floating ability users like walking contribution points. Before, without the pink energy, most ability users had to be killed. But now, with the pink energy, new humans had research value, so the higher-ups wanted a batch of ability users for Gen Nantian to take back to China with the missiles. Oh, and by the way, Gen Nantian had already arrived in Iran and was waiting in a safe place. This was a big deal. He couldn't be exposed. He also brought Sumari's mysterious gift, and yesterday told them to hurry to the rendezvous point, making Jingshu very excited. Back when she was trapped in the desert, Jingshu had traded for a lot of pink energy. Now, she could finally use it. She just had the mudfish men release it near the vines. Just a little in the air could temporarily disable ability users, let alone dumping it right in the water. Jingshu, just to be sure, dumped a lot of it around them. The vines shriveled up instantly and a chorus of curses rang out. "What's that familiar smell?" "Damn it, Mana, did you not hide the pink energy properly? We were supposed to use it to poison their fleet." Mana. "It's still in my stomach pouch. Unless I die, it can't leak. Look, there are still dozens left. enough to wipe out all the ability users in the area as long as we get close. Damn, why is my body weakening? If it's not Mana's pink energy, is there a leak nearby? Did the Huaxia team find us? No way. Dila said the pink energy was extinct, only she had it. Damn, what's going on? We've all lost our powers. No, we still have one chance. Meanwhile, Jingshu's team was still 3 kilometers away. Too close, and she'd be scared too. The others. Longmen nervously asked, Captain, we're so far away, can we even tell what's going on? Tank patted Longmen reassuringly. Don't worry, safety first for us. After a while, Jingshu's eyes lit up. Let's go. Let's collect our harvest. There were so many people floating in the sea. If they didn't hurry, Jingshu worried some of the ordinary people might drown. The group sped out in a speedboat. The mudfish men formed thick walls surrounding all these ordinary people and, afraid of any tricks, gave each one a few tail slaps, making them cry out in pain. They couldn't understand who had released the pink energy on them or who was humiliating them like this. But soon, they'd find out. Once Jingshu confirmed everyone was affected, she led her team forward and fished them out one by one. Before these people could react, they were tied up like dumplings. Tank tossed the bound ability users into the boat. Mirror, some of these people are missing arms or legs. What do we do? In the cabin Jingshu had just commandeered, the cries and curses were deafening. Jingshu simply drugged everyone. Within a minute, the whole cabin was silent. These people are valuable test subjects. Alive, they're worth a lot. We need to bandage them up quickly. Longmen asked, should we use medicine? If we don't stop the bleeding, they'll die. Ability users are still human. Jingshu handed Tank some ground mudfish bone. Sprinkle this to stop the bleeding. I'll check underwater for any survivors. After another round of searching, Jingshu even hauled up the dead bodies, 7 or 8 in total. Even a dead one was worth 200 contribution points after all. She even managed to save 2, netting an extra 4,000 points. Once things were under control, Jingshu had Longmen and Tank guard the prisoners, feeding them porridge and water, then drugging them again, and dosing them with pink energy every 8 hours. She gave them no chance to resist. But Jingshu hadn't expected a surprise. As usual, after tying everyone up, Tank searched them thoroughly, taking everything. Searching was a skill. Some people hid family heirlooms in places you'd never think to check. Tank was an expert. With a touch, a look, and experience, he could tell if something was off. He picked up a skinny woman. Mirror, she's got something in her stomach. She's hiding something. Jingshu's eyes lit up. She loved it when people hid things. Usually it was something good. Longmen looked. Hiding something in her stomach? What, poop? How do you know? Tank snorted. I can feel it. There's something lumpy inside, but I can't get it out. Mana, terrified, tried to back away, but Tank was too strong. She didn't even know how he could tell she was hiding something. Jingshu narrowed her eyes and snapped her fingers. Her black gloves turned into a puddle of slime which slid into Mana's mouth. Mana clutched her throat, trying not to let the thing in, but it slipped down like an eel. Then, vomit. Mana threw up everything in her stomach. Amazingly, her tiny stomach held so much, over 10 kilos of stuff. It was all sealed in round wax balls. When Jingshu opened them, she was delighted to find they were all pink energy. So much. Jingshu took it all for herself. Spoils of war. Didn't expect to spend a little and get so much back, and the enemy delivered it right to me. Not bad at all. Tank patted his chest. That was close. If all those ability users had gotten close to our fleet and released that stuff, we'd have been in real danger. Jingshu nodded. Four Eyes gets top credit this time. Mana slumped in despair, glancing at one person in the crowd, hoping he could escape and get word out. Maybe they'd still have a chance. Luckily, the Huaxia team didn't seem to notice. There was still hope. That special ability user was the group's last hope. He wasn't affected by the pink energy, but the Huaxia team was so ruthless and careful, not only tying everyone up, but drugging them so they stayed unconscious. Once he tried to check the surroundings and was knocked out with a few blows. Now he was out cold. A whole group of ability users, Dila's last hope, had been wiped out by the Huaxia team's Devils from the Deep. They didn't know how long they'd been unconscious. When the Huaxia team finally stopped drugging them and handed them over to another team, they were greeted by an old man in a white coat holding a chainsaw, grinning, "I've been short on test subjects lately." And so, that was the fate of these ability users. They'd completely ruined Dila's plans. Jingshu's team had stumbled into this by luck, but she didn't get cocky. There was no time for pride, because more and more enemy fleets were closing in, attacking like mad. At first, Jingshu had only set out with a submarine, but in just 3 days she'd picked up over 30 ships of all sizes. None were her favorite big ferries, but at least she wasn't short on transport anymore. After 3 days of fleeing, even the slowest ships were finally reaching the Iranian border. Once they crossed, the pursuers wouldn't dare follow. "Everyone hang in there! There aren't many pursuers left! Yeah, we're almost there!" Mama has asked worriedly, "We're about to escape their attack range. What if they get desperate and use some other special means?" As soon as he said that, everyone remembered. Whenever Mama has said something, it always came true. Like in the desert or at the trade fair. It was uncanny. Everyone immediately covered his mouth. "Shut your jinxed mouth!" And then, if nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected will definitely happen. Everyone facepalmed. Sure enough, Mama Hass's jinxed mouth worked its magic again. The ship's radar was going crazy, beeping non-stop. In that instant, the noise was piercing. Mama Hass, "Woo!" in disbelief. "Dila's people are really devious waiting for us at the destination." "It's normal. They could easily guess our route. They've sent over a dozen planes, including fighters and stealth aircraft. There's no way we can intercept them in time." Yang narrowed his eyes. "Let's see what their goal is. If they're going for broke, they might use heavy weapons. For now, they haven't launched missiles. They want to protect the cargo. If they do launch, what do we do?" "What do you think?" Yang clapped his hands. "All right, execute Plan D. Don't panic." If it came to it, they'd have to abandon the main force to save the cargo. The last 2 squads went to intercept the planes, but everyone else was tied up with the fleet behind them. No one had time to deal with these sudden aircraft. There was still one team left, Jingshu's team, but that was his ace in the hole, not to be used until the last moment. "We'll have to gamble." Yang's fingers flew over the computer, directing the entire fleet. When he finally stopped, he smiled slightly. "Let's bet Dila can't bear to lose this cargo." 15 minutes later, the planes broke through the defenses, and at least 8 caught up with the main fleet. Even though the warships had anti-missile and anti-pursuit systems, they couldn't withstand a bombing run from so many fighters. If the enemy fighters went wild with heavy weapons, the Huaxia team would survive. After all, they were ability users, but at least half their hard-won cargo would be lost. However, the fighters dropped rain bombs from a distance. In an instant, the already humid sea was drenched in a downpour, and for several kilometers everything was soaked. A strange smell filled the air. To ordinary people, it was just a mix of rotten eggs and something worse, but to ability users, it was deadly. "It's pink energy! They put pink energy in the rain! Our ability users have all lost their powers!" The entire Huaxia team was in an uproar. Their powers were their lifeline, and to lose them at such a critical moment was a huge blow. So that's their plan? They want to strip us of our powers, then send in their own ability users to wipe us out. The air is full of this stuff. Even hiding in the ship won't help. Even holding your breath is useless. What do we do? In the command room, Yang actually breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they still want the cargo, we have a chance. Mama has wiped his sweat, not daring to say another word, but still asked, "So what's the plan?" Yang quickly called Jingshu on WeChat, and the first thing he said was, "Jingshu, help." So they saved their big move for the end? Jingshu narrowed her eyes. "How am I supposed to help?" I'm just an ordinary person now, no powers at all. You want me to take on Dila's whole team by myself? Yang Yang calmly replied, their ability users can't come over either, because to keep this up, they have to keep making it rain. They want both sides powerless, then send in regular troops. Jingshu nodded. This pink energy was really a headache. If it wiped out their powers, it should do the same to the enemies too. So now, neither side could use ability users. And then? Jingshu asked. Yang Yang continued. They'll definitely send in a ton of regular troops or mercenaries. I bet there's an ambush waiting for us at the coast. So we pretend to lose, run away in a panic, and when we're almost there, you unleash your bug army and hit them hard. Deal. How's the contribution points? Yang Yang, same as always. Everything the bugs take down is yours. All right. No one knew Huaxia still had a bug army. But Dila's rise in the apocalypse, her reputation as the Queen of Arms, wasn't for nothing. She had her own secrets. Back when she was starving, she found a pond and drank from it like crazy. America was heaven for capitalists, but hell for the poor. She didn't want to die, so she kept drinking from that pond, hungry or thirsty. Miraculously, she survived, but her belly kept swelling. She started to feel something moving inside, like thousands of bugs swimming. That's when she realized, in terror, that she'd lost all sense of pain. One day her belly exploded, and countless flying mosquitoes poured out. One giant mosquito tried to eat her, but she was too hungry and fought the giant mosquito. In the end, the mosquito ate her, and she ate the mosquito. But she didn't die. Instead, she discovered something terrifying. She could produce and control endless mosquitoes. Each mosquito was as big as an eagle, with mouth parts that could instantly kill a human. These were mutated, apocalyptic mosquitoes, huge, slow, but deadly. Dila could produce tens of thousands of mosquitoes a day. As long as they ate corpse bugs, they'd grow, no need for feed. The only downside was their short lifespan, just over a month, even as a new species. So Dila's mosquito army was never huge, but she always kept about 2 million. Once she unleashed her giant mosquitoes, nothing could stop her. That's how she rose to power in the apocalypse. And the reason she could use pink energy freely was not just to control her subordinates, but because she herself, Dila, was a new species, immune to the pink energy that crippled ability users. If nothing unexpected happens, then something unexpected will definitely happen. Everyone facepalmed. Sure enough, Mama Hass's jinxed mouth worked its magic again. The ship's radar was going crazy, beeping nonstop. In that instant, the noise was piercing. Mama Hass, woo! In disbelief. Dila's people are really devious, waiting for us at the destination. It's normal. They could easily guess our route. They've sent over a dozen planes, including fighters and stealth aircraft. There's no way we can intercept them in time. Yang Yang narrowed his eyes. Let's see what their goal is. If they're going for broke, they might use heavy weapons. For now, they haven't launched missiles. They want to protect the cargo if they do launch. What do we do? What do you think? Yang Yang clapped his hands. All right, execute Plan D. Don't panic. If it came to it, they'd have to abandon the main force to save the cargo. The last 2 squads went to intercept the planes, but everyone else was tied up with the fleet behind them. No one had time to deal with these sudden aircraft. There was still one team left, Jing Shu's team, but that was his ace in the hole, not to be used until the last moment. We'll have to gamble. Yang Yang's fingers flew over the computer, directing the entire fleet. When he finally stopped, he smiled slightly. Let's bet Dila can't bear to lose this cargo. 15 minutes later, the planes broke through the defenses, and at least 8 caught up with the main fleet. Even though the warships had anti-missile and anti-pursuit systems, they couldn't withstand a bombing run from so many fighters. If the enemy fighters went wild with heavy weapons, the Huaxia team would survive. After all, they were ability users, but at least half their hard-won cargo would be lost. However, the fighters dropped rain bombs from a distance. In an instant, the already humid sea was drenched in a downpour, and for several kilometers, everything was soaked. A strange smell filled the air. To ordinary people, it was just a mix of rotten eggs and something worse, but to ability users, It was deadly. It's pink energy. They put pink energy in the rain. Our ability users have all lost their powers. The entire Huaxia team was in an uproar. Their powers were their lifeline, and to lose them at such a critical moment was a huge blow. So that's their plan. They want to strip us of our powers, then send in their own ability users to wipe us out. The air is full of this stuff. Even hiding in the ship won't help. Even holding your breath is useless. What do we do? In the command room, Yang actually breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they still want the cargo, we have a chance. Mama has wiped his sweat, not daring to say another word, but still asked, "So what's the plan?" Yang quickly called Jingshu on WeChat, and the first thing he said was, "Jingshu, help!" So they saved their big move for the end? Jingshu narrowed her eyes. "How am I supposed to help? I'm just an ordinary person now, no powers at all. You want me to take on Dila's whole team by myself?" Yang calmly replied, "Their ability users can't come over either, because to keep this up they have to keep making it rain. They want both sides powerless, then send in regular troops." Jingshu nodded. This pink energy was really a headache. If it wiped out their powers, it should do the same to the enemies too. So now, neither side could use ability users. "And then?" Jingshu asked. Yang continued, "They'll definitely send in a ton of regular troops or mercenaries. I bet there's an ambush waiting for us at the coast. So we pretend to lose, run away in a panic, and when we're almost there, you unleash your bug army and hit them hard. Deal! How's the contribution points?" Yang, "Same as always, everything the bugs take down is yours." "All right!" No one knew Huaxia still had a bug army, but Dila's rise in the apocalypse, her reputation as the Queen of Arms, wasn't for nothing. She had her own secrets. Back when she was starving, she found a pond and drank from it like crazy. America was heaven for capitalists, but hell for the poor. She didn't want to die, so she kept drinking from that pond, hungry or thirsty. Miraculously, she survived, but her belly kept swelling. She started to feel something moving inside, like thousands of bugs swimming. That's when she realized, in terror, that she'd lost all sense of pain. One day, her belly exploded and countless flying mosquitoes poured out. One giant mosquito tried to eat her, but she was too hungry and fought the giant mosquito. In the end, the mosquito ate her, and she ate the mosquito. But she didn't die. Instead, she discovered something terrifying. She could produce and control endless mosquitoes. Each mosquito was as big as an eagle, with mouth parts that could instantly kill a human. These were mutated apocalyptic mosquitoes, huge, slow, but deadly. Dila could produce tens of thousands of mosquitoes a day. As long as they ate corpse bugs, they'd grow, no need for feed. The only downside was their short lifespan, just over a month, even as a new species. So Dila's mosquito army was never huge, but she always kept about 2 million. Once she unleashed her giant mosquitoes, nothing could stop her. That's how she rose to power in the apocalypse. And the reason she could use pink energy freely was not just to control her subordinates, but because she herself, Dila, was a new species, immune to the pink energy that crippled ability users. The reason Dila could use pink energy so freely was not just because she could control her subordinates, but because she herself, Dila, was completely unaffected by it. Pink energy only restricted ability users, not a new apocalyptic species like her. At this moment, Dila was sipping fresh blood and let out a satisfied burp. Ever since merging with the mosquito, she'd developed a taste for blood, so she kept over 1,000 people captive. She commanded a mosquito army, silently lying in wait along the coast, ready to ambush the Huaxia fleet. Dila was full of confidence. Under her training, her mosquito army had become incredibly powerful. Their wings were as hard as iron, their flight speed was extremely fast, and they could launch deadly attacks in an instant. The only real weakness was that they couldn't fight long battles over the sea, they needed a place to land. So Dila chose this battlefield, waiting for the Huaxia ability users to flee here, where she could show her true power. But Dila never expected someone like Jingshu in the Huaxia team. She also didn't expect the existence of the bizarre creature called the mudfish man. These creatures were immune to the giant mosquito's bites. Their skin was like mud, able to resist the mosquito's sharp mouthparts. Ready? Reporting. Everywhere the Huaxia team passed has been doused with pink energy. They'll reach the coast in 3 hours. Dila's lips curled into a smile. The coastline was already packed with giant mosquitoes. With such an air force, how could she possibly lose? Dila could already picture her mosquitoes draining the Huaxia team dry. But suddenly, a strange croaking came from the sea, as if something was crawling out. Countless shapes, like maggots crawling out of a toilet, churned the water into waves. Soon the shore was crawling with mudfish men, huge and ugly, slapping the mud and rolling around happily. Like a swarm of locusts, they stuffed anything edible into their mouths. Dila's mosquito army was startled by the mudfish men and tried to take off like birds startled from a tree. Flapping sounds filled the air. Some mudfish men pounced on the mosquitoes, swallowing them whole. Others just grabbed mouthfuls of sand, but didn't mind. After days of eating corpse bugs in the sea, the mudfish men were thrilled to finally get some dirt and sand. For the mosquitoes resting on the shore, it was like wolves among sheep. They scattered in terror. The buzzing of mosquito wings filled the air. What's going on? Reporting. A ton of monsters just appeared on the shore. Dila, looking through her night vision binoculars, was shocked. The monsters were endless, devouring everything in their path, crawling rapidly across the ground. Some leapt up and caught several mosquitoes at once, stuffing them into their mouths. For the mudfish men, this was a rare feast. Mosquito meat was even richer than regular meat, especially the fatty abdomens. If these were normal mosquitoes, the mudfish men wouldn't stand a chance. But with so many packed together on the shore, the mudfish men could just stand up and grab a few with their eyes closed. In just a few minutes, tens of thousands of Dila's mosquitoes were wiped out. Dila's mosquitoes were killers, fast, sharp, and deadly, with millions in her army. She'd never feared firepower, as long as she spread them out. With pink energy to suppress ability users, she'd risen to power in America, and her strength was unquestionable. With such an army, she was nearly invincible. But today, she'd met her match. The mudfish, men's tough hides shrugged off the mosquitoes' attacks. Even when dozens of mosquitoes stabbed them full of holes, they healed quickly and kept going. What are these immortal monsters made of? Dila ordered her mosquitoes to fly higher. If they couldn't win, at least get away. But she didn't know. Their real target was her. Once the mudfish men had eaten their fill, they spread out, and then something even more shocking happened. From the sea, more giant bugs crawled out, huge maggot-like creatures that burrowed into the sand. Soon the shore was riddled with giant holes. Suddenly, Dila realized how her military base had been robbed. It was these damn bugs. Kill those bugs. Mosquitoes might be useless against mudfish men, but against the giant white bugs, their steel-like mouthparts could pierce right through. Surely these bugs would be easy prey. The mosquitoes swarmed the white bugs, and sure enough, the bugs were fragile. Hundreds of mosquitoes could kill one in no time. But before Dila could celebrate, the bugs let out strange screams, and soon, even more swarmed ashore. These new bugs were even bigger, with over 30 giant legs moving with incredible speed. Each swing of a leg shredded dozens of mosquitoes at once. If the mosquitoes were fast, these bugs were even faster, like walking fans, slicing through mosquitoes wherever they went. With these bugs protecting the giant white ones, the mosquitoes couldn't even get near the holes. What are these bugs? They're with the Huaxia team. Someone on their side must know insect control. What do we do? Retreat. We'll meet again, Huaxia, Dila declared, leading her mosquito army and ability users into the night, and then they didn't get away. It really is a quick reunion, Jingshu dug at her ear. In American movies, the villain always says that line, and she was sick of hearing it. Why do villains always say that after losing? Is it to build anticipation for their next appearance? Next episode? See you again? Not happening. See, we really did meet again quickly. Jingshu looked at the stunned group in front of her, smiling with gleaming white teeth and a chilling grin. Honestly, it was a pleasant surprise. Originally, Jingshu had come to block Dila's main force, since, as Yang Yang said, after all the trouble they'd gone through, there had to be a large group of ordinary people coming. So she arrived early. But instead of catching the main force, she ran into Dila and her special ability users. She hadn't expected Dila's true form to be a giant mosquito. Even more surprising, this giant mosquito had no backup plan at all, just standing there openly with her mosquito army. So confident? Even Queen Xiaowei of the insect tribe always hid in the safest place. Maybe Dila had been the apocalypse queen for too long, and things had gone too smoothly for her. Tank patted his broad chest and asked, "Mirror? Dead or alive?" Jingshu smiled. "Dead ones are only worth 200, but alive? Well, that's not just 2,000. Especially a new human who can produce endless mosquitoes. She's too valuable." Tank scratched his head. "But you can eat cockroaches. What's the use of these mosquitoes? I caught one just now, you wouldn't believe it. So big. Legs thin as needles, no meat at all. They say mosquito legs are meat, but that's a lie. Not tasty. Not at all." Yeah, in the apocalypse, if mosquitoes were useless, why bother bringing them back? And ability users are hard to control. Jingshu coughed. "Tank, we might not eat mosquitoes, but we can feed them to chickens, ducks, and other animals. Think about it. If livestock have so many mosquitoes to eat, we save a lot on feed. Indirectly, it helps us raise more poultry." Tank's eyes lit up and he thumped his chest. Good point. Tank's concerns might be simple, but Jingshu, just by glancing at Dila, had already decided her fate. As a new human who could breed insects, Dila was ridiculously strong, with an insect army as backup. Whether it was Zhang Lang or Queen Xiaowei, both were powerful. Zhang Lang could summon millions of cockroaches for shields or attacks. Xiaowei was even more formidable. Dila was also extremely dangerous, a ticking time bomb. If her mosquitoes weren't limited by lifespan, she'd be even more terrifying. So what to do with Dila on the way back? Jingshu had already decided. Hand her over to Queen Xiaowei. Both were bug types. One, a 3 to 4 meter giant with 36 huge legs, the other human-sized. No matter how many mosquitoes Dila produced, she couldn't outdo Xiaowei. Dila's fate was set. Now it was time to close the net. Can't escape? Dila snapped her fingers, and over 20 ability users around her activated their powers. A huge, fat man roared, trying to transform. He roared again, but nothing happened. Everyone. A faint stench filled the air. They realized in horror, it was pink energy. All the ability users had become ordinary people. So villains die from talking too much, but I was just stalling for time. Jingshu snapped her fingers and Tank charged like a mad bear. Run! Escape! Dila's mosquitoes formed a flying carpet, trying to carry them away, but Tank smashed through like a cannonball. This was a battle between ordinary people. It looked fair, but the greatest fairness is absolute unfairness. Half an hour later, the coast was calm again. Waves washed away all traces of the fight, as if nothing had ever happened. 2 hours later, waves of ships, big and small, arrived. The largest were as big as football fields, sending waves that washed corpse bugs onto the shore. Smaller boats, like fishing vessels, were tied behind the big ships, packed full. Loudspeakers blared, making the once silent coast lively. Buses rolled off the ferries, crowds bustled, signal towers went up, patrols circled, and the logistics team set up makeshift kitchens. In no time, it was like a bustling marketplace. Patrols ranged 10 kilometers out, and gunshots could be heard. When the jeeps returned, there was laughter. Someone had found wild game, even if it was some unknown black creature. It went into the pot for a feast. A few kilometers from the coast, the insect army was camped, feasting. Mudfishmen and Xiaowei's bugs alike. They were eating mosquitoes. In Jingshu's space, the livestock also enjoyed a rare feast, bellies round from gorging on giant mosquitoes. On Jingshu's ferry, Chef Liang was busy. He ground up tens of thousands of giant mosquitoes, mixed them with octopus tentacles from earlier, and made thousands of kilos of dry feed. This could feed the pigs, sheep, chickens, and even the crabs, lobsters, and fish in the tanks. Everyone was busy and organized. Only Dila, terrified and lost, was tied up next to a giant bug with massive legs. The Huaxia people laughed and chatted around her, speaking words she didn't understand. Just then, a familiar voice came. "You got caught too, sis." Dila jerked her head up, barely recognizing the person in front of her. You're... Mai Rui pointed at her own golden hair, now out of power. "It's me, Mai Rui, sis, the one who does the electric stuff from the military base, the one with Octopus Guy." "Where's Octopus?" "Octopus became feed." Silence. Mai Rui brought over a bowl of porridge. The white soup had only a few grains of rice, but there were several big chunks of sweet potato, giving off a tempting aroma. Dila turned her head away. Who would eat this disgusting food? As the queen of the apocalypse, what hadn't she eaten before? These Chinese people weren't killing her. They'd regret it. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach growled. "Go ahead and eat. I'm telling you, Chinese food is just too good." Dila looked up. She had to admit, the originally handsome blonde kid, Mai Rui, not only had lost her hair, but had also gained a lot of weight. "How good could it be? What haven't I eaten?" Dila scoffed, but still took the sweet potato porridge and sipped a little. Instantly, the aroma of the porridge and the soft, sweet taste of the sweet potato blended together. It felt just like biting into a pearl in bubble tea. Delicious, unbelievably delicious. Slurp, slurp. Before she knew it, Dila had finished the whole small bowl. When she realized, there was only an empty bowl left in her hands. Dila was stunned, unable to believe it. Normally, she had a small appetite. Besides normal human food, she would drink dozens of kilograms of fresh blood every day. Mai Rui grinned. "Want some more? Boss Jing Shu said there won't be any more blood in the future. She's going to make spicy blood stew. Sis, let me tell you, that stuff is amazing. But this porridge is filling too." In just a few days, Mai Rui's Chinese had improved rapidly, to the point where she was almost forgetting her native language. Dila grunted. "Give me some more of this. By the way, did the Chinese say how they're going to deal with me?" Mai Rui picked up the bowl, ready to get more porridge. Hearing Dila's question, his expression turned odd. With his still improving Chinese, he had only caught the gist. It seemed Boss Jing Shu was in charge of her meals from now on, but the mosquitoes she produced would be split with her. In other words, this SIS might have it even worse than him. He just had to recharge every day, but she had to provide for both sides, here and for the higher-ups, apparently for research. He remembered Boss Jing Shu patting him on the shoulder and saying earnestly, "Dela used to be your boss. Talk to her. Don't let her do anything stupid. If you do well, I'll reward you with a chicken leg." Thinking of the chicken leg, Mai Rui's eyes almost filled with tears. He wiped them away, thinking, "Sorry, but in my heart the chicken leg is still more important." So Mai Rui shook his head. "Don't know. They haven't said. Give Dila a little hope for survival first, then slowly corrupt her." Mai Rui left. Dila called after him, "Wait." Mai Rui stopped and looked at her. Was she going to tell him about an escape plan? His heart pounded. If that was the case, wouldn't he be a hero? Maybe he'd get 3 chicken legs? Dila said flatly, "Add more potatoes." Mai Rui was a little disappointed, but still replied, "Sure." The first step to corruption, conquer her stomach. Jing Shu finished her work and finally remembered Dila, the apocalyptic woman locked up with Xiao Wei. When she saw her again, the former viciousness and arrogance were completely gone. Now she was lying obediently near Xiao Wei, not daring to move an inch, just like a little dog. In the room, quite a few newly hatched, fist-sized mosquitoes were flying around. If these killer mosquitoes got out, they could kill an ordinary person with a single bite. But in Xiao Wei's room, Xiao Wei's huge insect legs were teasing the flying mosquitoes. The mosquitoes were fast, but her fully extended legs, a full 7 or 8 meters long, were even faster. When Jing Shu entered, Xiao Wei quickly caught all the mosquitoes in the room and stuffed them into her mouth as a snack. "Jing Shu, you're here? Can we go out now? We've been stuck on the boat for days. I'm bored to death," Xiao Wei pouted. She was so bored she'd started playing with mosquitoes. Jingshu glanced at Dila in the corner. She hasn't caused any trouble, has she? Zhao Wei pouted. No, she's boring. I wanted her to get up and make more mosquitoes for me to play with, but she wouldn't. Jingshu laughed. All right, let's go. Pack up. Next leg, we're traveling by land. Time to experience the desert. Zhao Wei's eyes lit up. They were close to the Iranian border, but there was still some distance from the coast, so everything on the boat had to be transported. The tunnel was still being dug, so they had a day to rest. Jingshu and the others finally had a rare meal on the coast. After being on the sea for so long, always swaying, it felt strange to be on land, like they were still swaying. Even though it was already so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, the coast was still lively, with smoke rising and the rich aroma of sweet potato porridge drifting far away. Old Joe gulped down a big bowl of porridge, then raised his bowl. We made it to the Iranian border so smoothly, escaped Dila's army, all thanks to Four Eyes and Jingshu. This time they deserve first-class merit. The other bodyguards also gulped down big bowls. The hot porridge slid down their throats, paired with sweet potato chunks, so fragrant and sweet. They heard the rice was sold to the organization by Jingshu herself. Captain Jingshu's stuff was always the best. They finished in one gulp, nodding hard. Yeah. All thanks to Captain Jingshu. For a while, the entire makeshift open-air canteen on the coast was filled with the sounds of people eating. A slight sea breeze brought the smell of rotten eggs, but it couldn't cover up the aroma of the food. Old Joe, satisfied, scooped another big ladle from the big pot and signaled for Yang Yang to get to the main point. At this moment, whoever spoke up would lose out on the food. Yang Yang took another big gulp, then looked to Jingshu for help. Jingshu cleared her throat. All right. Once she got back to her own little territory, she'd have Chef Liang make a fresh Chaoju-style porridge with over 100 different toppings and enjoy a great meal. Actually, what happened today was purely a coincidence. Jingshu started to explain everything that had happened, especially praising Four Eyes and the team. Four Eyes grinned, eating the only bowl of porridge with a chicken leg and all sorts of toppings in the pot, a reward for his contributions today. The bodyguards nodded as they ate, slurping away. Whether they were really listening or not, or whether this was a meeting, didn't matter. Their attitude was proper enough. Especially Big Yellow Teeth. He couldn't help but marvel. He really wanted to ask Jingshu, just how many connections did your ancestors pull for you from the underworld? How many people did they bribe to bring you such good luck? He even wanted to ask how to burn offerings during holidays to get this kind of blessing from his ancestors. Everyone turned their envy into appetite, and the cooks nearly burned the pot with all the food they made. Only after everyone was stuffed did the meal finally end. One by one, they lay on the beach with full bellies. The night sky wasn't pretty. The sky was blocked, and they hadn't seen stars since the apocalypse began. Even the air didn't smell good. But even in this environment, the Chinese people were still at ease, because they were full of hope for what was to come. Yang Yang finally announced the next plan. We've already contacted our brother country, Iran. There's no way around it. They're very enthusiastic and insisted on coming to pick us up, so we've agreed to meet in the Talmu Desert ahead. Ji let out a long breath, feeling like he'd escaped death. He said, If we're in that area, we don't have to worry about any pursuers. That's the gateway to a major country. Mama Haas burped, just about to speak, but before he could, Yang Yang quickly covered his mouth. Don't talk. You're not allowed to talk. Mama Haas nodded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Mama Haas didn't speak, there'd be no problems on this journey. And the handover of the secret weapon will also take place in the Talmu Desert. It's vast and sparsely populated, making it easy for Jen Nantian's team to transport it back home. Their team is already waiting there. Yang Yang said this for Jingshu's benefit, so she nodded, indicating the secret weapon was safe. She was finally about to receive the gift Sumari had prepared for her. Jingshu was in a great mood. After the handover, we'll continue on to the border area of our brother country Iran called Horgos. There's a huge market there. When the time comes, we'll sort out everything we've gathered, sell what needs to be sold, and reorganize. This was the time for rewards. Jingshu had been promised she could pick out quite a few good things for herself. But in this battle, we lost 3 or 4 brothers, and another 4 or 5 were seriously injured. The ability users are all fine, but this should be a lesson. Remember, our goal is to survive and return home alive. Only then can we enjoy the life ahead. Let's have 3 minutes of silence for our fallen brothers. After the moment of silence, Yang Yang reiterated the core mission. This wasn't a battlefield, and there was no shame in retreating. This was about begging for resources. Everyone's precious life came first. If you need to run, then run. Let's hope that on the rest of this journey, every single one of us returns to China with abundant supplies to help build our country. With that, he raised the last bit of sweet potato porridge, and everyone finished the last of the soup. Those who needed to sleep went to sleep, and those on watch took their posts. Jingshu, full and satisfied, had a great night's sleep. That's the good thing about being a hands-off boss. With thoughtful and capable subordinates, she didn't have to worry about a thing. When she woke up, Zhang Yicheng had already sorted out almost everything from their ship. At this point, all the supplies had been unloaded onto the crowded coastline. Teams of vanguard bugs were already transporting the first batch of goods through the tunnel. Zhang Yicheng held the inventory list. "Boss, here's the list of supplies we're taking to Iran. Please check if anything's missing." Jingshu nodded. All the supplies going to Iran this time were to be exchanged for oil. After all, some supplies were useless and too low in value. Take all those clothes and daily necessities, for example. It looked like a whole ship full, right? But shipping a whole boat of clothes back home might even lose money, and a whole boat of clothes could only be traded for a few barrels of oil. So, to maximize the value, all the worthless supplies would be traded for oil. Only by shipping back a full load of oil would it be a real profit? Jingshu glanced over. This time, aside from the organization's share, everything she'd gotten for herself had been sorted, checked, marked, and packed by Zhang Yicheng, who hadn't slept all night. Since Zhang Yicheng had done so much, he made sure to show it. "Boss, we've sorted out 10 ships of daily necessities. They're not worth much, so I had them all unloaded and ready to transport to Iran. There are 4 ships of food. 3 are ordinary local food, which can be traded for a lot of oil. The last ship is high-end food, with lots of beans. Should we trade those or keep them?" Jingshu replied, "Don't keep any food. Unload it all and trade for oil." "All right." Zhang Yicheng quickly made a note, then gestured, "Boss, there's one ship I sorted out with some luxury goods. I kept the gold and diamonds, but there are other luxury items. Should we trade or keep those?" Zhang Yicheng led Jingshu to a cargo ship where all kinds of goods were neatly arranged on shelves. Artworks, local specialty items, things that looked impressive, but you couldn't tell if they were $100 street goods or a 10 billion Mona Lisa. Zhang Yicheng didn't know their value and didn't dare decide. Jingshu didn't know either. But what if, in the apocalypse, there really was a rich fool who liked collecting these things? So Jingshu waved her hand. "Take all of these to the Iranian market and auction them off. Doesn't matter if they're cheap or expensive." "All right." Jingshu patted Zhang Yicheng on the shoulder. "Well done. You get a chicken leg." "Okay." Zhang Yicheng's voice shot up by 8 pitches, fully expressing his joy, so different from his usual business-like tone. Of course, this chicken leg wasn't a real chicken leg. In short, Zhang Yicheng got a raise, and Jingshu was happy too. As ship after ship of goods was unloaded and transported through the tunnel, the main group also slowly moved forward. Because there was so much cargo, their convoy stretched out a long way. Reports kept coming in over the walkie-talkies and group chat from all positions. Here, the Chinese team had to thank Dila's team for the stealth drones they'd sent, over a dozen of them now perfectly monitoring all the routes. And Jingshu was waiting. Waiting for what? It didn't feel like much, but Jingshu could sense a faint energy fluctuation. Jen Nantian noticed the plastic jade pendant Jingshu wore around her neck, so typical of her, always afraid of dying. But it was also a sign of respect for his strength, so he didn't mind giving her something still in the experimental stage, a fair exchange. Thanks. Jing Shu happily tied the little plastic sword to the jade pendant. Zhang Yicheng looked odd. Either the world had gone mad, or his boss was just playing house. But Zhen Nantian's teammates looked even stranger. Their captain really was bold, just handing out state secrets like that. But it seemed Captain Jing Shu didn't really understand, so maybe it didn't count as leaking secrets. This is the latest energy sealing crystal, right? Jing Shu asked, looking at the little sword and jade pendant, both feeling like plastic. Zhen Nantian nodded. Keep the energy crystal old Zhou mentioned safe. By the time you get back, it should be ready. Okay. Jing Shu nodded, a bit awkward. She'd already used up most of the energy, but it had grown a lot. By the time they got back, it should be even bigger. So maybe it wouldn't be too obvious? Maybe she could get away with it. No. She'd have to bribe old Zhou more. Maybe he'd be too old to notice. Zhen Nantian left with the nuclear bomb. The noisy desert was still bustling. Hurry up! They're about to hand out rewards and divide up the loot. Quick! Quick! If you're late, you won't get the good stuff. Ah, hurry! Everyone was excited, even eating dinner out of big bowls as they crowded around the warehouse at the edge of the desert, where supplies were piled up like mountains. Tomorrow all this would be auctioned at the Horgos market. But first, everyone got to pick out some good stuff. In front of the mountain of supplies, 7 or 8 people sat at a table with computers and paper, the computers almost smoking from all the calculations. They were the scorekeepers and statisticians, doing the final tallies. Everyone waited eagerly for their turn to pick. Jing Shu saw that Sumari still hadn't replied, so she left the mudfish to guard the mysterious object and took her team to start picking out supplies. Ahem! Everyone quiet down! Yang Yang called out with a megaphone, signaling everyone to form a circle and hold their lists. Based on everyone's contribution points, the totals are in. Now when your name is called, you can start picking your rewards from the supplies. Jing Shu naturally stepped forward and stood in the first spot, grinning from ear to ear. When they were transporting supplies earlier, old Zhou had already said that the person with the highest contribution points would get to pick first. Sure enough, when Yang Yang read out the names, the first was Jing Shu. First, Captain Jing Shu can select supplies worth 400,000 contribution points, then her team members. Hao Yunlai can pick supplies worth 10,000 points, Tank can pick 5,000, Four Eyes can pick 20,000, Long Menjin can pick 3,000, and Zhang Lang can pick 5,000. Jing Shu and her team members happily stepped up. These supplies were the ones the higher-ups didn't want. It wasn't that they weren't valuable, but they weren't in large enough quantities to be stored in the city's warehouses, and some were miscellaneous items that didn't count as strategic materials, so they were all given out as welfare. It was basically like a year-end bonus. Other team members looked on with envy and jealousy. Jing Shu alone could pick 500,000 points worth of supplies. To put it in perspective, a can of beef was only 1 point. Imagine how much buying power that was. Hey, I won't say much about Captain Jing Shu. Along the way, it was all thanks to her bug army that we could transport so many supplies. Without her bugs, we couldn't have managed this much. Yeah, and her bug-dug tunnels and the bugs that did the carrying weren't even the same kind. Plus the green giant. And you don't know this, but when we were clearing out Dila's base, even when there were almost no bugs left, suddenly a whole wave of mud-like bugs rushed in. That means Captain Jing Shu has at least 4 types of bug armies. Her bug armies were the core force this time, so I'm not jealous of her rewards, just envious. On the supply square, Jing Shu walked at the front, followed by 4 or 5 scorekeepers. She pointed at piles of supplies. I want this, and this, and this pile too. It was like shopping at a supermarket, pointing and saying, I'll take all of these, pack them up. This kind of shopping without asking the price made everyone else green with envy. Now I'm not just envious of Captain Jing Shu, I'm envious of her team. Don't you think her team is super lucky? What do you mean? Anyone who follows Captain Jing Shu gets lucky. Look at Long Menjin. What did he do? Almost nothing, but he still racked up a few achievements and now has thousands of points, more than some team leaders. Yeah, Long Menjin was originally sent to protect Zhang Lang. And speaking of Zhang Lang, he was just a logistics guy with no combat ability, even needed a team to protect him. But following Jing Shu, he earned a ton of points. This time, he got extra rewards for commanding the bug team. Everyone nodded. It was true. Who would have thought a logistics guy would have more points than them? And Four Eyes, a B-level ability user, is way below the 7 or 8 A levels here, but just by following Jing Shu, he discovered Dila's ability user army, helped wipe out a bunch, and even captured a lot of them, earning tens of thousands of points. For a while, many people were discussing whether they should try to transfer to Jing Shu's team next. Unlike Jing Shu, who picked supplies with a grand, sweeping gesture, her team members had to be more selective with their limited points. But the points had great buying power. Tank bought his sister lots of pretty clothes and jewelry for just 500 points, and with the rest, he got boxes of canned beef, bags of rice, and other daily necessities, enough to fill several shopping carts. Hao Yunlai, not wanting the hassle, said, "Mirror, I'll give you my points. Just cover my food and late-night snacks, okay?" Jing Shu smiled and nodded. Sure. The points were so valuable she was making a killing. But Hao Yunlai grinned too. He was the real winner. Spending over 10,000 points for all of Jing Shu's food was a great deal, and after eating her food, his abilities would improve too. Behind Jing Shu, Zhang Lang shyly asked about the prices, hesitated, and finally picked out some materials. He wanted to arm his cockroaches. This experience had awakened his ambition. He suddenly realized that using his cockroaches just for food was a waste. Like Xiao Wei's bugs, which were used for transport, fighting, protection, and could even be sold as food. Of course, her bugs were big and meaty, but there weren't many, just a few thousand each time. Zhang Lang's cockroaches, on the other hand, were numerous, though smaller, but he could maximize their strengths. Fighting? Who says I can't? From then on, Zhang Lang started down the path of combat, breeding bigger and stronger cockroaches. Since their lifespan was short, after fighting, they could still be used as food. He kept optimizing his cockroaches to make the most of them. But that's a story for later. Jing Shu had almost finished picking and asked a few times, "How much do I have left?" "Captain, you still have 210,000 points." "Still 100,000 points." Jing Shu made another round, but still hadn't spent it all. She picked up some employee benefits, clothes, and daily necessities to give out to the soldiers back home, finally using up all her points. She didn't find any hidden treasures among the supplies, but she wasn't disappointed. Everything had been thoroughly checked already. "Ah, darling, I just woke up and saw your message. I'm so glad you finally got my gift." At that moment, Sumari's message arrived. Jing Shu grinned, left the supply warehouse, and went to the giant black egg. How had it grown even bigger in just a short walk? How big was it going to get? Sumari messaged again. "I think this must be fate. When I saw this thing, I just knew only you could handle it, and you really need it. I don't know why, but you know my sixth sense is always right, so I sent it to you right away." Jing Shu's heart started pounding. With the way Sumari described it, she knew this thing was anything but ordinary. And if Sumari, the goddess of luck, said so, she was never wrong. "Sumari, you know, every time I send you something, I end up getting what I want too. Darling, isn't that fate?" Seeing Sumari say this, Jing Shu burst out laughing. "You're right, it's always been like that. So Mary, don't say anything. When I get back, I'll bring you gifts, and I bet there'll be something you really want in there." Sumari, "Exactly, that's what I think too. So, Ashu, don't ask me what that thing is because I don't know either, haha. You figure it out yourself, I'm sure you'll like it. And when you do, don't forget to thank me." Jing Shu, "Okay." After that, Jing Shu opened a few more chat windows. As the master of keeping everyone happy, she shared all the weird things she'd found these days in the family group chat, so everyone could enjoy them. Especially this egg. It drew a crowd from the Jing family. Grandma Jing, voice. "Oh my, if that egg hatches, it'll feed us for ages, right?" Dad Jing. "Girl, the farm's had a few weird animals lately too. Don't know if it's the apocalypse radiation or something else, but they all got taken away for research." Grandpa, voice. Foreign eggs really are bigger than ours. Granddaughter, bring it back for Grandpa. I'll make tiger skin eggs for you. Jingshu laughed, then chatted with Sumari a bit more. Sumari. Jingshu, you have no idea how bad the air is here in the South China Sea lately. It always smells like rotten eggs. We've got a dozen air purifiers at home, but it's still so stinky. No kidding. The next disaster was almost here. Jingshu replied, It's not just the South China Sea, it's like this all over the country. I'm in the Middle East, and it's even worse. Rotten eggs mixed with fart smell, it's enough to knock you out every day. Sumari. That's why your mask factory in the South China Sea has raised prices. You wouldn't believe how many masks we've sold these months. The machines are almost smoking from working nonstop. I think if it gets any worse, you should invest more and start making gas masks too. I can't stand the smell anymore. I've lost my appetite. Jingshu thought about it. Masks are cheap to make, but gas masks cost dozens of times more. Still, if she made them for the rich as a luxury item, she wouldn't need to produce many. She replied, Sure, but you'll have to help me source the raw materials. I'll find someone to handle the rest. Actually, I think we could make a tent-sized luxury gas mask. Expensive materials, but at least you could eat without smelling the stink. Sumari. Yes, Jingshu sighed. If only there was something that could filter out this stench. Even though gas masks and masks could filter out more than 50% of the toxic gases, the overwhelming, disgusting smell was still like a nightmare. And this was just the early stage of the gas fermentation. Jingshu was already struggling. She couldn't imagine what it would be like later. If I used fragrance to cover it up, would that work? Jingshu wondered, then shook her head. She remembered hearing gossip in her previous life about rich people who couldn't stand the smell and sprayed perfume everywhere, trying to mask it. The result? The air became a toxic bomb. Perfume mixed with the stench made it even worse, like rotten eggs plus farts plus body odor plus roasted durian. It was enough to knock people out, and some even lost their sense of smell and taste. Maybe that was a blessing in disguise. All right, I'm off to buy more air purifiers. Wish me luck, Ashu. Okay. Jingshu put away her phone and started studying the egg. She poked it hard. The black egg was soft. Her finger sank right in, like poking cotton, with a black membrane on the outside. So this isn't an egg. Jingshu placed her hand on the black membrane, quietly sensing it. There was no sign of life inside, so it wasn't a living thing. But something inside was moving. There's a bit of energy. Maybe it's a new dark species, a non-living new species? Should I open the membrane and see what's inside? Jingshu felt she had to figure it out. This thing was huge and kept growing. Who knew how big it would get? If she wanted to take it back to China, it would be hard to transport. She had to know what it was before deciding whether to give up some supplies and have her bugs carry it back. Jingshu took out a kitchen knife from her space and chopped at it. With a squelch, the knife went in. Jingshu's eyes lit up. Easier than she thought. Did it just open up? She raised the knife to chop again, only to find she was holding just the handle. Jingshu. She looked at the handle, now completely swallowed by the egg, and was stunned. That was her favorite kitchen knife for cutting meat and veggies. Now she only had a few dozen left. It was a handmade knife by Master Jiang, who only made one every 1,000 years. This time, Jingshu took out a long knife, a trophy from who knows where. She didn't care about this one, so she chopped down again. As the blade entered the black egg, she felt an energy quickly devour the part that went in. Sure enough, when she pulled it out, the part that had gone in was gone. Well, it was useless now anyway. Jingshu stuck the knife handle and the remaining bit of the long knife into the egg, and, as expected, they were both swallowed. Interesting. So, for the rest of the day, Jingshu kept battling with the egg. She refused to believe she couldn't cut it open. She took out a pistol and fired at it. Every bullet was absorbed, the black membrane barely rippling, just a little squirm, completely impervious to blades and bullets. Jingshu put a chicken next to it. No reaction. She threw the whole chicken in, and only then did the egg reluctantly swallow it. But the chicken had a steel rod in it, and as soon as the egg started to dissolve the chicken, Jingshu used her space ability to pull the chicken back out. Trying to eat my chicken? Dream on. But the steel rod melted. It seemed that anything swallowed by this thing would melt, but it never actively swallowed anything around it. Jingshu put some bugs in, letting them try to bite the black egg's membrane, but the membrane was like a single hole, soft but as sticky as glue, impossible to bite through. So what was this thing that looked like an egg but also like a membrane, soft and sticky like the green giant's slime? What exactly was it? With no other choice, Jingshu decided to use her ultimate move. Fat Chicken, it's your turn! Cluck, cluck. Fat Chicken hadn't had a chance to shine in a long time. It was already restless, ready to amaze everyone. Fat Chicken had grown even bigger, now as plump as a calf. At home, Grandma Jing would surely squeeze it, but outside it didn't dare act spoiled. Whatever the master said, Fat Chicken did. Jingshu was not as easy to please as Grandma Jing. Now, Fat Chicken was full of fighting spirit. It scratched the ground a few times like a bull about to charge, then rushed at the egg. Cluck, cluck, cluck! Fat Chicken charged and started pecking at the giant egg like a woodpecker, scratching at it with its claws. It looked fierce and powerful, but after a long time the giant egg was like a Schrodinger's fluid. Every time it seemed some slime was pecked off, it would just slide back like liquid. No matter how hard it tried, it was like hitting glue. But Fat Chicken's beak seemed to be the nemesis of the egg's membrane. It managed to make a big dent. After 10 minutes, Fat Chicken was exhausted, shrugged, and gave up. This thing was just too weird. Jingshu, however, looked thoughtful. Could it be that the whole thing is just this giant egg and the inside is the same stuff? As for why it kept growing, she remembered some famous experiments, like the elephant toothpaste experiment. Just a little concentrated hydrogen peroxide and some other substances, add potassium iodide, and the hydrogen peroxide rapidly decomposes, producing a huge amount of foam in an instant. A fist-sized solution could instantly create a bed-sized foam eruption. Amazing. So this giant egg must be reacting with something, causing it to expand. While Jingshu was deep in thought, Zhang Yicheng came to check on her for the third time. The boss hadn't moved from the egg since yesterday, eating and sleeping right there. What was so fascinating about it? He looked closely. The thing couldn't move, just like a rock. Boss, old Joe says it's about time. Everyone's finished sorting and dividing the supplies. We need to get everything to the Horgos market to trade. Jingshu nodded. Okay, have them go ahead. I'll be there soon. Zhang Yicheng coughed. Everything's ready, just waiting for you. Zhang Yicheng left. Soon after, Hao Yunlai and Tank arrived. Hao Yunlai yawned. Mirror, why are you still staring at this egg? I talked to Jen Nantian yesterday. There's no life in it. I can't sense anything. Maybe it's just a growing rock? Tank said, why don't we go to the market first, auction off our stuff, and come back? This egg won't run away, and no one's going to steal it. The thing had been there a long time. Some curious bodyguards had come to look, but all left shaking their heads. It was like a rock, couldn't be broken, didn't consume energy. Someone even tried biting it, but it was like chewing a rubber ball, so they gave up. Jingshu said, Give me another half hour. If nothing works, we'll go. What else could she do? Cut off a piece and put it in her space? She couldn't just leave the black egg here. They wouldn't be staying after selling their goods. When everyone left, Jingshu felt she was close to a breakthrough. Expansion and contraction, chemical reaction, energy. Her eyes lit up and she rubbed her hands together. If none of this works on you, then I really have no choice. Jingshu unleashed her ultimate move, taking out all kinds of energy and experimenting on the black egg. If it was a new dark species, it should react to energy. Sure enough, she quickly found it reacted most to 3 types of energy. One was pink energy, which normally suppresses dark energy. Any ability user who touches it would shrink away, losing energy. But with the black egg, it made it expand rapidly, like a stimulant. Just a little pink liquid made it grow much bigger. The second was orange energy, from the mirror South China Sea, containing the power of time. Getting close to the orange crystal would accelerate aging. Most people wouldn't dare approach, But when she used this time energy, the black egg shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was car-sized. A bit more, and it shrank to the size of a fist. Amazing. Jingshu guessed the orange time energy made the black egg revert to its state from a few days ago, which is why it shrank so fast. The third energy was spiritual spring water. Jingshu put the black egg into her space, then dripped a bit of spiritual spring water on it. Suddenly, it started growing like crazy, splitting open as if something was about to burst out. It felt like her space was about to explode. Jingshu quickly moved it to a 1 cubic meter plot of land. Everyone knew her space had a special property. Even though her plots were only 1 cubic meter, she could grow a 20-meter-tall coconut tree in them. The 1 cubic meter plot was instantly packed tight, the roots forming a cube. Then, as if it had nowhere else to grow, the black egg finally changed from egg form to something like a plant, growing wildly. Jingshu's mouth dropped open wider and wider. Even as an experienced apocalypse survivor who'd seen all sorts of strange things, she was still shocked. Her mouth could fit several eggs at once when she saw the bizarre black giant egg sprout and grow like a plant. Was this even a plant? Are there plants that are completely black? But if it wasn't a plant, then why did it look so much like... Right. Jingshu suddenly remembered a famous experiment, Pharaoh's snake. That was when you mixed sugar, baking soda, and alcohol, and it would rapidly expand, a tiny bit turning into a snake-like chemical reaction. Jingshu half squinted, her consciousness diving into her space, and touched the black plant. The black giant egg, using its 1 cubic meter root system as a base, grew wildly in all directions, becoming a towering tree dozens of meters tall, with clearly veined leaves and a trunk. The main trunk was 6 or 7 meters thick, with thousands of long branches, each splitting into countless twigs, all covered in black leaves. When Jingshu's consciousness touched a leaf, the giant egg let out a moan, stretching comfortably as if it had finally relaxed after being cramped for so long. Holy crap! That's terrifying! This thing is a sentient being! Jingshu almost peed herself when she sensed its thoughts. Swish, swish, swish! The branches shook in protest, then, in a blink, they stretched out and wrapped around Jingshu's consciousness, gently brushing her cheek, telling her not to be afraid. Then, like a pump, Jingshu's mind was flooded with the thoughts of this new dark species. It was extremely satisfied with its new environment. This was its dream home. It had been searching for a place to take root, and since it couldn't find a suitable spot, it had stayed in seed form. If it couldn't find a place, it would have just rooted itself anywhere with enough energy. If needed, it could uproot and shrink to escape, though it was troublesome. Luckily, it had anticipated Jingshu's arrival, blah blah blah. A flood of rambling thoughts poured in. It wasn't that the plant could talk. Jingshu felt it was more like a new species that had gained sentience, communicating like Fat Chicken did. So, are you a plant or what? The egg tree shuddered, then told Jingshu, it wasn't a plant, nor a living creature. If it had to say, it didn't really know what it was. It started as an energy body, but after absorbing so much dark energy, it might have gained consciousness. But it was still just a juvenile, very fragile, and needed protection. It needed to grow quietly in this safe place. A juvenile? Jingshu's mouth twitched as she looked at the towering tree, its branches stretching hundreds of meters. Other people's 1,000-year-old trees weren't this big, and it claimed to be a fragile baby? What a joke. Maybe it was the spiritual spring and the space that made Jingshu feel like she'd completely tamed the black egg. She felt a close bond with it. Since you're pitch black, not quite a tree, not quite a plant, not an animal either, I'll call you Black Egg, okay? Jingshu gave it a cool name. Black Egg. It didn't think that was a very nice name. But when Jingshu started feeding it fruit, plants, weeds, and all sorts of trash, Black Egg didn't care about its name anymore. It just gobbled everything up. Jingshu mainly wanted to see what Black Egg liked to eat. Plants just needed water, livestock needed feed, dark creatures could live on sludge and garbage. So what about Black Egg? Turns out, Black Egg wasn't picky at all. Whatever she put in front of it, its branches would wrap around and dissolve. Black Egg? If you'd been born before the apocalypse, I'd have fought to become the national garbage disposal plant manager. You'd just chow down on trash every day, and the money would pour in from everywhere. Jingshu joked. Black Egg shyly wiggled its branches, thinking its new owner was pretty nice. But the next second, Jingshu's smile faded. But in the Jing family, there's an unwritten rule. If you want to live here, you have to prove your value. Your big sister Fat Chicken lays lots of eggs, your brother produces tons of snake babies, and your other sister is a sulfuric acid ant who makes acid every day. So what about you? You're all black and don't seem to bear any fruit. What's your use? You're taking up one of my precious spiritual fields. What use? Black Egg was confused. It had just been born. It didn't know what it was good for. Bear fruit? It said it could, but only when it was mature, not as a juvenile. So you're useless? Jingshu narrowed her eyes dangerously. Black Egg's branches whimpered and shrank back. Jingshu's eyes lit up. Your body is pretty handy. Why don't you try helping me harvest crops in the spiritual field? Black Egg's branches could stretch as far as its energy allowed. It quickly learned to use its slender branches to pick ripe fruit in the spiritual field, and with so many branches it was much more efficient than Jingshu doing it herself. Good, not bad. Now try helping a sow give birth. Black Egg. Okay, just kidding. Black Egg was still young. Those complicated jobs could wait. For now, Jingshu had it help manage her dozens of spiritual fields. That included watering the bees, harvesting honey, picking fruit as soon as it ripened, and moving vegetables and melons to the next space. There was so much to do in the space that Jingshu used to spend over 3 hours a day on it, even if she could multitask during meetings or bathroom breaks. But now, with Black Egg's help, things were much easier. As for helping sows give birth, postnatal care, castration, helping cows calve, and daily milking, she could teach Black Egg those later. As for what Black Egg ate, Jingshu found it could eat anything, but it liked energy best. With enough energy, it could grow to a terrifying size. And Jingshu didn't believe Black Egg was useless. She just hadn't discovered its true abilities yet. Such an amazing new species had to have an important purpose. Jingshu's mouth dropped open wider and wider. Even as an experienced apocalypse survivor who'd seen all sorts of strange things, she was still shocked. Her mouth could fit several eggs at once, when she saw the bizarre black giant egg sprout and grow like a plant. Was this even a plant? Are there plants that are completely black? But if it wasn't a plant, then why did it look so much like... Right. Jingshu suddenly remembered a famous experiment. Pharaoh's snake. That was when you mixed sugar, baking soda, and alcohol, and it would rapidly expand, a tiny bit turning into a snake-like chemical reaction. Jingshu half squinted, her consciousness diving into her space, and touched the black plant. The black giant egg, using its 1 cubic meter root system as a base, grew wildly in all directions, becoming a towering tree dozens of meters tall, with clearly veined leaves and a trunk. The main trunk was 6 or 7 meters thick, with thousands of long branches, each splitting into countless twigs, all covered in black leaves. When Jingshu's consciousness touched a leaf, the giant egg let out a moan, stretching comfortably as if it had finally relaxed after being cramped for so long. Holy crap, that's terrifying. This thing is a sentient being. Jingshu almost peed herself when she sensed its thoughts. Swish, swish, swish! The branches shook in protest. Then, in a blink, they stretched out and wrapped around Jingshu's consciousness, gently brushing her cheek, telling her not to be afraid. Then, like a pump, Jingshu's mind was flooded with the thoughts of this new dark species. It was extremely satisfied with its new environment. This was its dream home. It had been searching for a place to take root, and since it couldn't find a suitable spot, it had stayed in seed form. If it couldn't find a place, it would have just rooted itself anywhere with enough energy. If needed, it could uproot and shrink to escape, though it was troublesome. Luckily, it had anticipated Jingshu's arrival, blah blah blah. A flood of rambling thoughts poured in. It wasn't that the plant could talk. Jingshu felt it was more like a new species that had gained sentience, communicating like Fat Chicken did. So, are you a plant or what? The egg tree shuddered, then told Jingshu, it wasn't a plant nor a living creature. If it had to say, it didn't really know what it was. It started as an energy body, but after absorbing so much dark energy, it might have gained consciousness. But it was still just a juvenile, very fragile, and needed protection. It needed to grow quietly in this safe place. A juvenile. Jingshu's mouth twitched as she looked at the towering tree, its branches stretching hundreds of meters. Other people's 1,000-year-old trees weren't this big, and it claimed to be a fragile baby? What a joke! Maybe it was the spiritual spring and the space that made Jingshu feel like she'd completely tamed the black egg. She felt a close bond with it. Since you're pitch black, not quite a tree, not quite a plant, not an animal either, I'll call you Black Egg, okay? Jingshu gave it a cool name. Black Egg. It didn't think that was a very nice name, but when Jingshu started feeding it fruit, plants, weeds, and all sorts of trash, Black Egg didn't care about its name anymore. It just gobbled everything up. Jingshu mainly wanted to see what Black Egg liked to eat. Plants just needed water, livestock needed feed, dark creatures could live on sludge and garbage. So what about Black Egg? Turns out, Black Egg wasn't picky at all. Whatever she put in front of it, its branches would wrap around and dissolve. Black Egg, if you'd been born before the apocalypse, I'd have fought to become the national garbage disposal plant manager. You'd just chow down on trash every day, and the money would pour in from everywhere. Jingshu joked. Black Egg shyly wiggled its branches, thinking its new owner was pretty nice. But the next second, Jingshu's smile faded. But in the Jing family, there's an unwritten rule. If you want to live here, you have to prove your value. Your big sister Fat Chicken lays lots of eggs, your brother produces tons of snake babies, and your other sister is a sulfuric acid ant who makes acid every day. So what about you? You're all black and don't seem to bear any fruit. What's your use? You're taking up one of my precious spiritual fields. What use? Black Egg was confused. It had just been born. It didn't know what it was good for. Bear fruit? It said it could, but only when it was mature, not as a juvenile. So you're useless? Jingshu narrowed her eyes dangerously. Black Egg's branches whimpered and shrank back. Jingshu's eyes lit up. Your body is pretty handy. Why don't you try helping me harvest crops in the spiritual field? Black Egg's branches could stretch as far as its energy allowed. It quickly learned to use its slender branches to pick ripe fruit in the spiritual field, and with so many branches, it was much more efficient than Jingshu doing it herself. Good, not bad. Now try helping a sow give birth. Black Egg. Okay, just kidding. Black Egg was still young. Those complicated jobs could wait. For now, Jingshu had it help manage her dozens of spiritual fields. That included watering the bees, harvesting honey, picking fruit as soon as it ripened, and moving vegetables and melons to the next space. There was so much to do in the space that Jingshu used to spend over 3 hours a day on it, even if she could multitask during meetings or bathroom breaks. But now, with Black Egg's help, things were much easier. As for helping sows give birth, postnatal care, castration, helping cows calve, and daily milking, she could teach Black Egg those later. As for what Black Egg ate, Jingshu found it could eat anything, but it liked energy best. With enough energy, it could grow to a terrifying size. And Jingshu didn't believe Black Egg was useless. She just hadn't discovered its true abilities yet. Such an amazing new species had to have an important purpose. It couldn't be that after consuming so many resources, the only use for the Black Egg was to help Jingshu tidy up her space and take care of her vegetable garden, right? Since Sumari said this thing would be important, Jingshu believed it. This Black Egg definitely had a big purpose. Inside her space, Jingshu patiently taught Black Egg how to look after the garden. There were so many types of vegetables. Most just needed to be planted and harvested, but not everything should be picked as soon as it ripens. For example, spiritual ginseng, regular ginseng, and lingzi. The longer they grew, the better. Some of her spiritual fields had herbs that had been growing for years, and with the time-accelerating effect of the space, they were probably 1,000 years old by now. She had to make this clear. If Black Egg picked them, Jing Shu would have nowhere to cry. Then there was honey harvesting. There was regular honey, special royal jelly, and even larvae, each with its own rules. Black Egg had a lot to learn, but Jing Shu wasn't in a hurry. She didn't expect a newborn energy being to master everything at once. At least someone was helping her lighten the load, which made her happy. So when Jing Shu clapped her hands and returned to the team, she was still smiling. Zhang Yicheng was one of the few who truly cared about his boss. He'd been anxiously waiting for Jing Shu, not understanding why she was so obsessed with a rock, but it didn't change how he felt about her. Everyone was packing up and heading to the Horgos market. It was time to see the results of their time in the Middle East. The once busy area was now quiet, everything packed up neatly, not a trace left behind. Naturally, no one noticed that in the dark, the black boulder was gone. But Zhang Yicheng had noticed. Just 10 minutes ago, that huge boulder had vanished into thin air. Zhang Yicheng's jaw dropped, drool almost dripping out, his heart pounded. Boss, is the boss some kind of monster? She actually made that giant boulder disappear. When Jing Shu came over, still in a good mood, she saw Zhang Yicheng looking conflicted and asked, "Let's go. Why do you look so constipated?" Zhang Yicheng knew he was still alive because he didn't know his boss's secrets. If he did, would she silence him? But he really wanted to know, where did that giant boulder go? New human abilities were already shocking, but his boss was on another level. Nothing. Zhang Yicheng decided his life was more important than curiosity. Let's go. Everyone's selling their loot now, we should too. The more oil we get, the better. Jing Shu was so happy she almost started humming, "La la 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 la, what a beautiful day, la la la." Zhang Yicheng suddenly remembered that when someone's in a good mood, it's the best time to ask for something extra. He tentatively asked, "Boss, did you take care of that giant boulder?" "Oh." Jing Shu's expression turned serious. Zhang Yicheng's question reminded her. The boulder was too conspicuous. Many people knew Captain Zhen Nantian had brought it for her, some had even taken photos, and a few had tried biting it. Even though it was useless and not edible, what if someone came back to check and found it gone? What excuse would she have? Seeing her reaction, Zhang Yicheng quickly shook his head. "I won't ask. I won't ask." "Ahem, what are you afraid of? It's not a big secret. Look, this is what the boulder really looks like." Jing Shu quickly took out a small piece of branch from her space. It was as ugly as a chunk of rock. "Ah!" Cluck, 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 swish, swish, swish. Black Egg in the space suddenly had a bit of its branch pulled off and started giggling, like someone was tickling it. Actually, as part of Black Egg's body, the branch couldn't really be separated, but it cooperated with its owner and broke off a piece. Jing Shu explained the Pharaoh's snake experiment and said, "You know about pink energy, right? Just a drop, and it returns to its original form." Zhang Yicheng immediately understood. "So that's it, boss. Pink energy makes ability users lose their powers, so if it hits an energy block, it would make it shrink too." Jing Shu nodded. Now no one would make a fuss, and she could secretly develop Black Egg. "Hey, boss, what's that black stone smell? It's got a weird odor." "Weird smell?" Jing Shu hadn't noticed until Zhang Yicheng mentioned it. She leaned in to sniff, then took off her gas mask. Since the air was so foul these days, she always wore one. As soon as she took it off, a wave of rotten egg stench hit her. With the passing of time, this year's natural disaster had truly arrived. Ugh! Jing Shu almost threw up. It took her a while to recover. She frowned. Before, the giant egg hadn't smelled, but now that she'd pulled off a piece, it did. She kept sniffing. Zhang Yicheng scratched his head. Had he said something he shouldn't have? Why was the boss reacting so strongly? He'd just said it in passing. By the way, boss, let's go. The market's already started. Zhang Yicheng jogged ahead, signaling for the boss to get on the Green Giant's special ride. Jing Shu absent-mindedly agreed, got on the Green Giant, and headed to the market with a load of goods pulled by bugs. Zhang Yicheng sat beside her. As a good secretary, he knew what his boss liked best: a cup of bubble milk tea, with mud pearls, taro balls, and honey for a thick, sweet taste. "Boss, have some tea." He placed the milk tea on the table and stood quietly by. The boss was acting strange today. Suddenly, Zhang Yicheng got a hard slap. "Ah!" he yelped. He was nearly knocked flying. Jingshu shouted, "Zhang Yicheng, you're a real talent. We're going to make a fortune this time. Tell me, what reward do you want?" "Huh?" Zhang Yicheng's mouth dropped open, completely confused. What did he do? He hadn't done anything. He'd just done what a secretary was supposed to do. "Boss, what did I do?" Zhang Yicheng couldn't help but ask. What did he do? He did something great. If Zhang Yicheng hadn't asked her where the egg went today, Jingshu wouldn't have thought to break off a piece of the black egg. If she hadn't broken off a piece, it might have taken her a long time to discover that the black egg's branches could actually make the stinky, suffocating air smell fresh. At first, there was a strange smell. Jingshu guessed it was some kind of chemical reaction. But after a little while, the whole green giant was filled with a faint, pleasant fragrance. So, these little branches from the black egg are basically air purifiers? When the black egg was growing, there was no chemical reaction. But once a piece was broken off, it reacted and made the air fresh and pleasant. The key was, just a tiny bit had such a big effect, and the black egg's body was huge. With a little energy, it could keep growing. If that's the case, isn't this a supersized mobile air purifier? Maybe in the future she wouldn't even need to wear a gas mask when going out. Just carry a black egg, and she'd have a portable purifier. Jingshu's mind was full of getting rich, getting rich. This was basically the must-have artifact for the coming year of the apocalypse. She could already imagine how popular it would be. Even if it only lasted a year, the black egg would be legendary in that year. Thinking of this, Jingshu didn't keep it a secret. After all, she'd have to leave the work to Zhang Yicheng. "See, if you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known this black stone could purify the air. Isn't it true that there's no bad smell in the green giant now?" Zhang Yicheng took off his gas mask and sniffed. He didn't smell anything, but when he stuck his head outside the green giant, ugh, and then back in, he could clearly tell there was no stench inside. Zhang Yicheng blushed. "It's just a small discovery, not worth such praise, boss. But the black egg is so small it's probably only enough for you." Jingshu grinned. "Who says? Just add a bit of dark energy and it'll grow a lot. We can cut it into pieces and sell them for a high price when we get back home. This is a luxury item. You'll be in charge of this. But since it's an energy body and there's not much of it, there's no need to set up a factory. We'll just take it to the auction house." A factory would make it seem cheap. This thing would be limited edition, only a set amount auctioned each week. Jingshu could feel the palm-sized black egg in her hand releasing a fresh scent like a fridge deodorizer. What did that mean? It meant this thing was a consumable. She didn't know how long each piece would last, but she decided that each auctioned piece should be just big enough to purify a room for 5 days. People who never had air purifiers might not care, but once they tried this and saw how well it worked, they'd be hooked. After a few days, when it was gone, they'd go back outside, and be hit by the stench. Who would want to go back to that if they could afford not to? Jingshu laughed out loud. When she got home, she'd send some to Sumari. She'd love it. And then Sumari could show it off in the aristocrat circles. "What? You don't have the new Apocalypse Black Purifier? So outdated!" That would set the whole circle abuzz. Jingshu almost burst out laughing. Zhang Yicheng coughed, excited. "Boss, thank you for trusting me with such an important secret, but since we have the formula, we can't let people know it grows with energy." "No, we can let that slip, but only that. Actually, the black egg's growth isn't just about energy." Jingshu narrowed her eyes. The black egg's real secret was much deeper. The black egg would definitely become popular, and people would try to get their hands on it. Instead of blocking them, she'd mislead them. Let them think adding energy would make it grow forever. Let the rumor spread and people would try all sorts of energy. But they'd find, what the hell, I've tried every energy, but it won't grow. What they didn't know was that these were just disconnected pieces. Without the main body, they couldn't grow. And most importantly, they didn't have the spiritual spring as a catalyst. Just like the elephant toothpaste experiment, hydrogen peroxide and other substances are the main ingredients, but without potassium iodide as a catalyst, it won't work. The spiritual spring was the black egg's catalyst. Without it, it wouldn't grow like crazy. "Don't worry, I'll keep the real secret safe." Jingshu patted Zhang Yicheng. Zhang Yicheng instantly understood. His boss definitely had another secret formula. When Jingshu arrived at the market, she had a bag full of black egg pieces, all different sizes. She planned to collect data before going home so she could auction them off directly. She needed lots of data. She decided to give these out for free to old Joe and the bodyguard teams to try. The bodyguard elites were big clients. Now, with their wallets full, they were even more valuable. She wouldn't charge for now. Let them get used to it first, then they'd be hooked. When everyone realized that regular air purifiers couldn't actually clean the air. At the market gate, the team was waiting. Without Jingshu, their goods couldn't be delivered. As soon as she arrived, Tank greeted her. "Mirror's here. Come on, the market started. Let's go to the auction house first." Jingshu nodded. "Okay. By the way, here's a little thing I found. Wear it and it'll purify the air, make it less stinky." "Thanks." "Here, Hao Yunlai and the others get one too." Jingshu gave everyone a different size, secretly marking each with a number and time. "When you run out, come back to me for more." Soon, Jingshu would know the evaporation rate and purification efficiency of the black egg pieces. "Thanks, Mirror," the team members said in unison, but they didn't take it too seriously. After all, the air was stinky, but still bearable. It hadn't reached the point of green smoke everywhere. Horgos Market. This was one of the largest markets in Iran, and for Jingshu it was a real eye-opener. The place was full of Iranian flavor, also called the Grand Bazaar. The outside looked like a retro Islamic castle, built from stone with colorful, vintage patterns. Very beautiful. For a moment it felt like the lively days before the apocalypse. But with a closer look, Jingshu noticed there were no elderly people in the market and very few children, mostly just adults. This meant that, in this apocalypse, those who couldn't survive had already been weeded out. Though the sky was dim, the locals used a new kind of dark mutant creature, similar to fireflies, catching them in cages. Whenever a customer passed by, the locals would shake the cage, and the creatures would emit a bright light to illuminate the shop. Jingshu quickly caught up with the main group, who were listening to an Iranian brother introduce local specialties. Everyone was rubbing their hands, nodding in approval. Iran might be poor, but it had plenty of interesting things. "Here she is," old Joe nodded at Jingshu, then introduced. "This is Anang, the diplomat assigned to host our team." Jingshu looked up to see a tall, thin, dark-skinned Iranian man with a long beard and a kind smile. Mahamaz and Jia looked a bit unconvinced. After all, rivals are always a bit resentful. After a brief greeting, Anang enthusiastically explained, "We call this lamp a handshake lamp. Just shake it and it lights up, much cheaper than electric or oil lamps and easy to keep alive. They just eat corpse bugs. The only downside is the light isn't very bright and you have to shake it every minute. But it's still cheaper than electricity. If you put males and females together, they'll even reproduce on their own." Jingshu was curious. Every household had one, and it really was convenient. Old Joe nodded. "This thing really improves people's happiness. In China, electricity costs a lot of energy. Too bad we can't take too many. Pack up 5,000 for us to breed back home. Yang, make a note." Anang looked serious. "No need to pay. These are gifts for our friends from China. They're not worth much. We have plenty. Kids catch them every day." Yang smiled. "They're fast flyers, not easy to catch. They sell for 1 virtual coin each. We'll pay that price." Anang refused to accept payment, so Yang decided to send some food as thanks later. Here, food was the scarcest thing. Everyone looked skinny. In better times, at least people could eat and kids were everywhere. Now, with the apocalypse and disasters, Even the famously fertile Iranians weren't having many children. Anang led everyone onward. The market was huge, with lots to see. The locals were very friendly. The women wore all black robes covering themselves completely. The men wore faded shirts and jeans like China in the 1980s. If not for the castle architecture, the border town goods, and the dark skin, Jingshu would have thought she'd traveled back to the 80s. Anang proudly said, "A few years ago, thanks to China sending us lots of clothes, we managed to get by. Each piece was only 3 won, about 20,000 reals. So cheap everyone could have clothes. Look, many of us are wearing big brands. The currency here was the rial, which had devalued terribly. Before the apocalypse, 1 yuan could exchange for over 6,000 rials. Here, you really felt how worthless money could be." The Chinese team looked a bit embarrassed. So many clothes, plus shipping, for just 3 yuan? It seemed cheap, but the sources were questionable. Some stripped from the dead, some donated by businesses. For the sellers to profit, the cost had to be almost nothing. It wasn't something to comment on now, so old Joe quickly changed the subject. "What's this?" "That's a mutated post-apocalypse date palm. Iran's 5 core specialties were dates, oil, turquoise, Persian carpets, and more." Jingshu was interested and traded for some at the market. After all, traveling so far, it was rare to find something not made in China. She had to bring some home for her family. And why didn't she have to pay? That was thanks to Dila sending supplies from afar. The Chinese team was fascinated by the local specialties, almost buying out the whole market. The Iranian brothers were very generous, selling at half price or just giving things away. In the end, both sides benefited. After touring the market, Anang led everyone to the huge castle behind the bazaar. They'd been circling the outer market, but now entered the ancient fortress, soaking in Iranian culture. Unlike the market outside, the inside was lit with crystal chandeliers, much more upscale. Anang welcomed everyone in. "Welcome to the International Crude Oil Exchange." Just the name sounded impressive. Inside, many merchants were already seated, mostly wealthy Iranians, their eyes shining as they heard the Chinese team had brought many good things from the Middle East. These merchants had heard the news and prepared their goods early, just waiting for the China team to arrive so they could all share in the spoils. "But I heard the China team only wants hard currency like crude oil, so everyone brought more oil." "Saudi oil is the good stuff. Our oil never sells for a good price over there, and buying their stuff is ridiculously expensive. We're all brother countries now, so we can't gouge each other." "Understood, I get it. Don't worry, we'll do a buy 5 get 1 free deal. That's fair enough, right?" The higher-ups had already set the rules, and the merchants knew not to push their luck. After all, power comes from the barrel of a gun, and they didn't dare go too far. The trading hall was huge. The China team laid out their samples densely in the exhibition area. But soon, the merchants started whispering with strange looks on their faces. "Didn't they say they brought a lot of good stuff from Saudi? Why is there so much scrap metal? My factory does need it, but scrap isn't worth much these days." "Even if it's not worth much, it's still iron brought from far away. We'll just buy it all at market price so our Chinese brothers don't lose out." "Yeah, and even if we lose money, the government will subsidize us." "Wait, isn't this a US military uniform? That's actually pretty good, very sturdy. In Saudi, it's worth at least 200,000, about 30 virtual coins. Wonder how much they're selling for and how many they have. They even have military rations. Those are in high demand. I thought China had 1 billion people and was short on food. Why not keep it for themselves?" "They probably can't bear to eat it themselves, so they're selling it to us for more oil. We should give them more oil in return." "Tisk tisk. Even wound-stopping medicine for sale. Even if it's Indian generics, it's still rare. China must be really struggling." Sigh. "The truth?" Old Joe frowned. "What? Half of it is generics? Sell all of those. Keep the real stuff. Generics are too unreliable. With this batch, we can ease the pressure at home. No need to use expired generics." More importantly, Jingshu's Mud Mermaid Bone Ash healing medicine was cheap and effective back home. These generics would cost a fortune to ship and wouldn't sell well anyway. Hey, I even brought a new dark energy mutant. But now I wonder if the Chinese can even afford it. Of course not. Who would buy that? The fruit it bears isn't even filling. The merchants had sharp eyes and quickly found what they wanted among the Chinese team's goods. To be fair, most of what the China team brought was in high demand: food, drink, supplies, enough to improve the lives of people in these brother countries. Anang coughed, signaling everyone to quiet down and explain today's rules. Today we've gathered you merchants to work with our government to absorb all the goods from the China team. Buy what you need. If there's anything left, the government will buy it all. The Chinese bodyguard team was surprised. Big Yellowtooth said, "Our brothers really know how to do business. Buying everything, sight unseen." Desert Lone Wolf laughed. "Ha ha, I was worried no one would want my stuff. Now there's a guaranteed buyer." Macau Gambler. "I told you today would be a good day. Everyone will leave happy. And Captain Jingshu, some people laughed at your scrap metal, but now the government will buy it all." Jingshu chuckled. "I'm selling cheap. Soon they'll be fighting over it. They won't lose out." Everyone looked at her strangely. Big Yellowtooth said, "Jingshu, you brought so much scrap and the bugs hauled it for free. Even if you trade it for a barrel of oil, it's pure profit." So jealous of Captain Jingshu. Old Joe coughed. "All right, our Iranian brothers have it tough too. Don't set prices too high. Sell all your odds and ends or there won't be room on the ship." Of course. This time I filled 3 ships with my private goods. Big harvest. After Anang finished explaining, he started with the first item. "These are U.S. military uniforms brought by our Chinese brothers. Very high quality, only a few 100,000 pieces." "What? That many? That's at least 2 shiploads." "These can't be cheap. I'll take 500 just to support our brothers." "Looks expensive. I'll just buy a few." Then Anang continued. "Each one is only 3 virtual coins worth of crude oil. If they don't all sell, the government will buy the rest." He hadn't finished when the crowd erupted. "What, only that much? I want 10,000. I want 100,000. That's basically free. That's cheaper than before the apocalypse. I want 100,000 too. Don't fight me for them. I'll even throw in an extra 1/10 of the oil for free." Anang coughed. He'd expected this. "Each person is limited to 30,000 pieces." All those warehouse clothes brought from the base were snatched up at low prices. Within just 2 minutes, the merchants had bought them all. The merchants didn't actually have much money, but they had plenty of oil. A single barrel of oil could be exchanged for at least 100 pieces of clothing. For them, that was a huge bargain. And with those 100 pieces of clothing, they could hire 100 people to work for 10 days. Imagine how much crude oil those 100 people could extract in 10 days. When you compared it like that, the profit margin was thousands of times over. Anang quickly moved on to the next round of trades, since the Chinese team had brought nearly 200 shiploads of goods, an enormous amount. This even included some private items like the next batch, which belonged to Miss Jingshu herself. "Ahem, all right, if you didn't get any clothes, don't worry. The next item is available in huge quantities. Look, it's this scrap metal. Just needs a bit of processing and fusion. And it's not just scrap metal, there are motors and engines which can be modified for use as air conditioners and such. Oh, and there are over 1,000 luxury cars. They all run on oil, but since we don't make cars anymore and you're not worried about fuel, they're still very practical." Anang introduced a bunch of items, but the merchants didn't seem too interested. After all, iron and cars weren't necessities for them. If they had them, they'd use them. If not, it didn't matter. Before the apocalypse, these cars would have cost tens of millions of rials each, enough to trade for tens of thousands of barrels of oil. Even now, after being shipped all the way from the Middle East, they'd still be worth thousands of barrels, expensive. Sensing the lukewarm atmosphere, Anang added, "Oh, I forgot to mention the price. These luxury cars, any brand, are all parked outside. Just 50 barrels of oil for one. Pick whichever you want and the government will buy up the leftovers." The price was so low that Anang had to confirm it 3 times. Such cheap luxury cars, 50 barrels? Before the apocalypse, that wouldn't even buy a few tanks of gas for one. Everyone was stunned, then fell silent for a moment. Anang continued, And for the scrap metal and motors, you can't pick. Those are distributed randomly. 1 barrel of oil for one item. What? 50 barrels of oil for a luxury car? Did I hear that right? And a working motor or a big chunk of scrap metal for just 1 barrel? People thought they'd misheard, but after Anang repeated it several times, they went wild. Everyone rushed out to the plaza to pick out luxury cars. Honestly, if the price had been higher, they wouldn't have cared much. Cars weren't edible after all. But 50 barrels of oil? In other places, that might be expensive, but here, where oil is everywhere, it's nothing compared to the value of 50 barrels of food. 50 barrels of oil was like 50 yuan. Buying a luxury car for 50 yuan was basically getting it for free. It was like gold bracelets. You wouldn't buy a 30,000 yuan bracelet, but if one day it was 30 yuan, you'd grab a handful. Very quickly, the merchants each picked out dozens of cars, planning to give them to relatives and friends. After all, these were million yuan cars before the apocalypse, and now, with a little oil, they could drive them. And in their world, oil was the one thing they had in abundance. The luxury cars were almost all gone, with Anang reserving 100 or so for government use. As for the scrap metal, not a single piece was left. It was worth all the effort Jingshu put into shipping so much scrap from the Middle East. Now it was all sold out. In no time, Jingshu had collected hundreds of thousands of barrels of crude oil, enough to fill 2 ferries. Note, ferries, not just regular ships. Envious looks came from all around. The bodyguard team's private ships could hold thousands of barrels, but Jingshu had filled 2 ferries right from the start. How many tons was that? Ahem, next up is this batch of canned food. Military rations, packed with nutrition. You all know what that means, but the government will keep 2/3 of this batch, and only 1/3 will be sold to you. The merchants were a bit disappointed. Only 1/3 for sale, but even that was a lot, and these meat cans were expensive and rare. 10 cans of meat for 1 barrel of oil? Isn't that too expensive? Meat cans are almost extinct here. On the black market, it's already 1 can for 1 barrel. That's the market price. Oil is everywhere, but meat is almost gone. Old Joe was very satisfied and said to Yang Yang, "You can't get this much oil for canned meat back home. After all, we have synthetic and giant meat now." Yang Yang nodded. Yes, and it's all thanks to Jingshu. And of course, to Xiao Wei's insect and cockroach meat. Otherwise, meat in China would be sky high now too. Just the canned meat alone used up most of the merchants' oil, but they still gritted their teeth and bought it all. After this batch of canned meat, who knew when they'd see meat again? Jingshu squinted, thinking, should she bring more synthetic meat next time? Maybe she could sell it at a high price in Iran. But then she shook her head. Synthetic meat was in short supply even in China, and shipping it here was expensive. Setting up a factory would involve all sorts of secrets, and if she had to trade for oil again, she'd need to organize a caravan. The cost and logistics of transporting oil were just too high. Sigh, this was a one-time deal. What a pity. Still, since meat was so valuable, she could try trading with the wealthy for some good stuff. After all, she had plenty of meat. Most of the goods she got from Dila's warehouse would be traded here for oil. The canned meat alone brought in a lot of oil, and then all sorts of other storable foods were also traded for good prices. Old Joe decided to put some beer up for trade. The weird plants growing on the dozen or so ships had grown too fast, so there were only a dozen ships' worth of beer left. Originally, they'd planned to sell it in Hans, but after what happened, there was no room, so they could only sell it to their Iranian brothers. Of course, the price for the Iranians couldn't be high. When those huge barrels of fragrant beer were rolled out, the whole trading hall went silent for a moment, then erupted in chatter. Beer was a luxury in the apocalypse, especially in Iran, where the poor could barely eat. In China, at least half the people could have a beer now and then, but here, maybe only a tiny fraction could afford it. I told you, the China team brought good stuff. Just the smell is amazing. Do you think it's expensive? Who cares? Even if it's pricier than canned meat, I want some. Anang said, "This beer was originally meant for the Middle East, but there was a problem, so we're selling some here. The government has already signed a contract to buy 50 tons at a rate of 1 barrel of oil for 1 barrel of beer. The Chinese don't want trouble, so the public price is the same, sold by the barrel. This is a rare chance. What? That cheap? Good thing I brought a few hundred tons of oil or I wouldn't be able to buy much. This price is really fair. I tried to buy beer on the black market for ages, and the few cases I smuggled in from the Middle East cost 10 times as much. I'll take a ton. I'll take 5 tons. Very quickly, the dozen ships worth of beer was almost sold out. Someone from the China team blinked. Didn't they say the Iranians were poor? They're buying beer by the ton? Yeah, the Iranians are so poor they have nothing left but oil. According to the latest data, if they go all out, their underground oil will only last another 200 years. Isn't that sad? Yeah, it is kind of sad. But don't you think trading 1 ton of oil for 1 ton of beer is just insanely profitable for us? If anyone says they're poor again, I'll smack them with my shoe. Jingshu coughed. Here it's 1 to 1, but in Arabia it'd be at least 2 to 1. Big Yellowtooth twitched. 2 to 1? What do you mean? Yang Yang explained. It means 2 tons of oil for 1 ton of beer. Big Yellowtooth's jaw dropped. That's crazy, right? Yang Yang nodded. Too bad we can't go there now, but this is good enough. After the beer, it was time for cigarettes. The merchants were running out of oil, some calling family or friends or even asking the government for credit. For them, oil was easy to get. They all had oil fields. With time and enough workers, they could get more. But if they missed out on today's goods, they'd regret it. And the Chinese team's goods were all top quality, with Dila's team providing great stuff too. Even the less popular items were bought up by Anang with oil. Mahamas and Jia looked on and muttered, If it's not the government buying, it's him using public funds. These are all good things. He'll auction them off nationwide later and make a killing. Jia nodded. That's true. But no one else has these goods, and the China team is in a hurry. Anang has the money and the authority. Mahamas's eyes were red with envy. Ji said, We're lucky just to survive. The goods were moving fast. Inside, the auction was warm and friendly, but outside dozens of Chinese staff were tallying up the oil, while Anang's people were transporting it. Barrel after barrel of crude oil was loaded up, to be trucked to the coast and then onto the Chinese team's ships. The auction was almost over. Anang announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the wholesale products are done. Now it's time for open trading. Please feel free to buy and sell as you wish. The atmosphere at the scene relaxed. A local woman in a black robe with a nose ring and covered in gold jewelry, a wealthy, plump lady, stepped forward. She waved her hand, and someone brought over a black ball bigger than a basketball. When it was opened, it revealed finger-sized black kernels. She handed these black kernels to the Chinese team. The team looked confused. What were these black charcoal-like things? Only Jingshu's eyes lit up. Is this a new type of dried nut from after the apocalypse? Sure enough, the woman showed everyone how to peel the kernels, revealing a peanut-like nut inside. When they tasted it, a rich, sweet, oily flavor instantly spread in their mouths. If you had to describe it, it was like eating a handful of sunflower seeds and pine nuts all at once, with a lingering aftertaste that stayed on the palate for a long time. So fragrant, it's amazing! Just one of these feels like stuffing my mouth with all the sunflower seeds I've shelled in an afternoon. So satisfying. Delicious! I've never tasted a nut so rich in oil and so crisp. The woman was very pleased with everyone's reaction. She handed out more nuts in different flavors, chocolate and cream, and had Anang translate, These are Afghan pine nuts she planted before the apocalypse. After mutating, they've grown several times larger. These are chocolate and cream flavors. Top quality food here. Jingshu tried 2 more and her eyes lit up. The taste and texture were similar to the Brazilian pine nuts she'd bought before the apocalypse, but these were much bigger. Each as thick as a finger, and even tastier. If they were roasted or flavored, the taste would be even richer. Raw seeds and roasted seeds are very different. Anang smiled and translated. Are the Chinese team interested in these? The value is about 5 pine nuts for 1 can of meat. The Chinese team instantly lost interest. What the, robbery? That expensive? 5 pine nuts for 1 can? They're tasty, but that's way too much. Yeah, I wanted to bring some home for my family for the new year, but at that price I'd rather trade for oil and get a few hundred pounds of meat back home. Anang explained. These pine nuts are a new energy product. Eating them strengthens the body, prevents illness, and reduces wrinkles. It's the apocalypse. Who cares about wrinkles? Most people weren't interested, but a few were. Well, if you're not buying, I'll take 10. Yeah, I'll take 10 too. But no one wanted a lot, just to try. You can't fill up on these after all. A few hundred were sold, but the woman was still disappointed. She spoke to Anang, who said, "Actually, selling them individually is expensive, but we're not trying to rip you off. This pine tree is the only one that mutated out of hundreds of acres. It's the only one that produces these nuts. But she can't find enough good food to trade for locally. If anyone wants to buy the tree, she'll offer a better deal. She wants food with a long shelf life and meat, especially things children can eat. Otherwise, she'll have to take the tree to the Middle East." Jingshu was just thinking about buying a tree. These pine nuts were too delicious. No matter how many you buy, you'll run out eventually. It's better to have your own tree. She hadn't expected the woman to want to sell the tree, and for food, no less. Jingshu stepped forward. Wow, Big Boss Jing is making a move again. To be honest, only Captain Jingshu could buy a tree. 5 pine nuts for a can of meat. Buying the tree must cost dozens of tons of canned food. Isn't that too expensive? But if you sell these pine nuts back home, you'd make a fortune. They really are delicious. Anang had already noticed Jingshu. She was the team's core and the biggest trader with all the iron and cars. She definitely had the means. So Anang smiled and asked, "Miss Jingshu, do you have a lot of canned meat? That's what this lady needs most." The woman had just bought all the limited canned meat, but with a big family, a few thousand cans wasn't enough. And in the apocalypse, canned meat would only get rarer. Jingshu shook her head. "Sorry, I don't have any more canned meat." Anang looked disappointed. Right now, canned meat was the most valuable food. Nothing else was worth as much. He said, "If it's not canned meat, it might not be enough to trade for such a precious pine tree. This tree is a post-apocalypse energy product." Jingshu whispered a few words to Zhang Yicheng, who ran out. She'd brought a big black box, but it wasn't convenient to take out too much at once. She understood. The woman wanted only the best, and Jingshu had plenty of that. So Zhang Yicheng went to fetch 2 green giants from outside. Jingshu said, "Please wait a moment. My people are getting the goods. You'll get what you want." Anang chatted with the woman, who was skeptical. "I only want canned meat and other long-lasting nutritious foods. Honestly, my family isn't short on food. We have oil fields. But eating well is different from just being full. I just want my children to eat real pre-apocalypse food, not black and red bugs every day. Otherwise, I could just sell the pine nuts little by little and get all the local food I want." The atmosphere at the scene relaxed. A local woman in a black robe, with a nose ring and covered in gold jewelry, a wealthy plump lady, stepped forward. She waved her hand, and someone brought over a black ball bigger than a basketball. When it was opened, it revealed finger-sized black kernels. She handed these black kernels to the Chinese team. The team looked confused. What were these black charcoal-like things? Only Jingshu's eyes lit up. Is this a new type of dried nut from after the apocalypse? Sure enough, the woman showed everyone how to peel the kernels, revealing a peanut-like nut inside. When they tasted it, a rich, sweet, oily flavor instantly spread in their mouths. If you had to describe it, it was like eating a handful of sunflower seeds and pine nuts all at once, with a lingering aftertaste that stayed on the palate for a long time. So fragrant. It's amazing. Just one of these feels like stuffing my mouth with all the sunflower seeds I've shelled in an afternoon. So satisfying. Delicious. I've never tasted a nut so rich in oil and so crisp. The woman was very pleased with everyone's reaction. She handed out more nuts in different flavors, chocolate and cream, and had Anang translate. These are Afghan pine nuts she planted before the apocalypse. After mutating, they've grown several times larger. These are chocolate and cream flavors. Top quality food here. Jing Shu tried 2 more and her eyes lit up. The taste and texture were similar to the Brazilian pine nuts she'd bought before the apocalypse, but these were much bigger, each as thick as a finger, and even tastier. If they were roasted or flavored, the taste would be even richer. Raw seeds and roasted seeds are very different. Anang smiled and translated. Are the Chinese team interested in these? The value is about 5 pine nuts for 1 can of meat. The Chinese team instantly lost interest. What the? Robbery? That expensive? 5 pine nuts for 1 can? They're tasty, but that's way too much. Yeah, I wanted to bring some home for my family for the new year, but at that price I'd rather trade for oil and get a few hundred pounds of meat back home. Anang explained, these pine nuts are a new energy product. Eating them strengthens the body, prevents illness, and reduces wrinkles. It's the apocalypse. Who cares about wrinkles? Most people weren't interested, but a few were. Well, if you're not buying, I'll take 10. Yeah, I'll take 10 too. But no one wanted a lot, just to try. You can't fill up on these after all. A few hundred were sold, but the woman was still disappointed. She spoke to Anang, who said, actually, selling them individually is expensive, but we're not trying to rip you off. This pine tree is the only one that mutated out of hundreds of acres. It's the only one that produces these nuts. But she can't find enough good food to trade for locally. If anyone wants to buy the tree, she'll offer a better deal. She wants food with a long shelf life and meat, especially things children can eat. Otherwise, she'll have to take the tree to the Middle East. Jing Shu was just thinking about buying a tree. These pine nuts were too delicious. No matter how many you buy, you'll run out eventually. It's better to have your own tree. She hadn't expected the woman to want to sell the tree, and for food no less. Jing Shu stepped forward. Wow, Big Boss Jing is making a move again. To be honest, only Captain Jing Shu could buy a tree. 5 pine nuts for a can of meat. Buying the tree must cost dozens of tons of canned food. Isn't that too expensive? But if you sell these pine nuts back home, you'd make a fortune. They really are delicious. Anang had already noticed Jing Shu. She was the team's core and the biggest trader, with all the iron and cars. She definitely had the means. So Anang smiled and asked, Miss Jing Shu, do you have a lot of canned meat? That's what this lady needs most. The woman had just bought all the limited canned meat, but with a big family, a few thousand cans wasn't enough. And in the apocalypse, canned meat would only get rarer. Jing Shu shook her head. Sorry, I don't have any more canned meat. Anang looked disappointed. Right now, canned meat was the most valuable food. Nothing else was worth as much. He said, If it's not canned meat, it might not be enough to trade for such a precious pine tree. This tree is a post-apocalypse energy product. Jing Shu whispered a few words to Zhang Yicheng, who ran out. She'd brought a big black box, but it wasn't convenient to take out too much at once. She understood. The woman wanted only the best, and Jing Shu had plenty of that. So Zhang Yicheng went to fetch 2 green giants from outside. Jing Shu said, Please wait a moment. My people are getting the goods. You'll get what you want. Anang chatted with the woman, who was skeptical. I only want canned meat and other long-lasting nutritious foods. Honestly, my family isn't short on food. We have oil fields. But eating well is different from just being full. I just want my children to eat real, pre-apocalypse food, not black and red bugs every day. Otherwise, I could just sell the pine nuts little by little and get all the local food I want. Anang translated the woman's words for Jing Shu. If you have food that's good for children, that's even better. Soon, 2 huge green giants arrived. Jing Shu gently patted one, and it immediately opened up, revealing a trove of various foods inside. It was like opening a supermarket. An array of goods dazzled everyone. Everyone around gradually gaped in astonishment. Jing Shu smiled. I don't have canned meat, but I have many other long-lasting foods. Take a look and let me explain them to you. She took out a few cans of milk powder. This is premium cow's milk powder made from pure milk with a shelf life of about 3 years. One can make 300 cups of milk. 3 cups of milk can be traded for a barrel of oil, so 1 can of milk powder is worth 100 barrels of oil. Everyone swallowed hard. This was a true luxury. A barrel of oil, one of those huge ones, 150 liters, about 300 jin, 150 kg. After Anang translated, the woman's eyes lit up with excitement. This was a real treasure. Nowadays only the super rich had cows, and even then, milk was rare. It had been ages since anyone had seen real milk powder on the market. Jingshu took out the next item. This is soy milk powder, ready to eat after boiling. Very convenient. This is cheaper. One can make 300 cups of soy milk and trades for 10 barrels of oil. This is smoked meat and sausage. Shelf life about 5 years. 1 jin of meat for 1 barrel of oil. This is pure honey which never spoils. 1 jin for 20 barrels of oil. A jin of sugar was already sky-high in price, and pure honey was almost extinct after 6 years of apocalypse. Trading 20 barrels for a jin wasn't high, but not low either. As Anang introduced each item, everyone's breathing grew rapid. No one expected to see so many treasures today. People clamored to trade for some. After all, oil was plentiful for them, but these pre-apocalypse luxuries were rare. Anang shook his head regretfully and told everyone, "Sorry, these are Miss Jingshu's personal items. She won't trade them for oil, only for rare goods like what Ms. Dilladal has." Many people were disappointed. Some started making calls, preparing to bring out their own rare treasures. The woman in black came forward, carefully inspecting the goods, more and more reluctant to leave. These were all truly good things, clearly fresh post-apocalypse products, not expired stock, making them even more precious. She waved her hand, and someone brought over a pine tree more than 2 meters tall. The tree looked odd, bald except for a tuft on top where several basketball-sized fruits hung like jackfruit. When opened, each fruit was packed with thick pine nuts. Jingshu had grown pine trees before, but ordinary ones only produced pine nuts the size of a fingernail, even in her space. These were as thick as a finger, nothing like she'd ever seen. She was thrilled, like finding giant cherries after only ever eating tiny ones. A mouthful of something this big and sweet was truly satisfying. The woman spoke at length to Anang, who translated for Jingshu. "Miss Jingshu, this is Dilladal's pine tree. It can survive anywhere, just needs watering, and is very hardy. Every year it produces basketball-sized pine cones, each with about 10,000 nuts. She's willing to sell you the tree and its pine nuts, but it's the only dark energy pine tree. She tried planting thousands of nuts, but none succeeded. This is still the only one. She hopes you understand its value." Jingshu nodded. She knew how precious dark energy plants were. If she was right, this was a rare phenomenon of dark energy fusing with a pine tree. There would never be another. That's why she was willing to trade so many rare foods. "I understand, Mr. Anang. Iran is our brother country. I won't lowball. As long as we both feel it's fair, we have a deal. Please ask the lady how much she wants." Anang and the woman discussed and calculated, then said, "Don't worry, Miss Jingshu. We won't let our Chinese friends lose out. The government will also compensate Ms. Dilladal with 20% more food. These pine nuts, about 10,000, are worth over 300 barrels of oil, or 15 jin of honey. How about that?" Jingshu thought, a few basketball-sized pine nuts could trade for thousands of cans of meat, but for her honey, it was only 15 jin. She said, "All right, I'll give the lady 2 more jin as a gift." The woman was delighted. Anang continued, "As for the tree, our estimate is at least 3,000 barrels of oil. She wants 10 cans of milk powder, 50 cans of soy milk powder, and 150 jin of smoked meat and sausage. How about that?" Jingshu thought, what a bargain. These goods were less than half a day's production in her space, and she could get a post-apocalypse dark energy plant in return. She didn't haggle. "Deal. I'll also give the lady 50 eggs as a gift." "Thank you, thank you." Both sides exchanged goods, and the woman had her attendants carry away all the food. She immediately made a cup of milk, and the rich aroma spread through the air, making many people smack their lips. So fragrant. Just 1 cup was worth a barrel of 300 gin, 150 kg of crude oil, truly luxurious. At this moment, Big Yellowtooth and Old Joe swallowed hard. They often sat with Jingshu at the Green Giant, and every time Jingshu would serve a cup of rich milk tea, they never realized that every sip was worth a barrel of oil. As for Jingshu, she had the Green Giant carry the pine nut tree away. She planned to see if she could transplant it into her space, but she couldn't resist plucking a few dozen pine nuts, cracking them open, and popping them into her mouth. The burst of oil and flavor from these supersized pine nuts was just too satisfying. Jingshu didn't have the Green Giant pack up the food yet, but left it out to see if there were any more dark energy foods. Each one was unique. Next came the free trading session. Old Joe and Yang Yang began negotiating with Anang to sell some strategic materials. Indeed, in any country, strategic materials must be kept under control and can't be sold to ordinary merchants. This included weapons found this time, various military equipment from bases, medicines China didn't need, and important minerals from Dila's base, all classified as strategic materials. The government would sign for all of these. If it weren't so far, the Chinese team would have wanted to ship everything back home. Jingshu listened to Anang's negotiations with one ear and kept an eye on the scene with the other. Many Chinese team members started trading their own private goods. "I've got 10 ships, big and small, all fully equipped. Interested? Trade for oil?" Someone quickly asked, "What kind of ships? How big? Can you mount weapons?" These are all pirate ships, already armed with cannons. We didn't even bother to remove them, selling cheap all in one go." The locals looked on with admiration. See, if they went out, they'd probably be the ones getting robbed. But the Chinese team came and sold off a bunch of ships, all captured from pirates. That's the difference. The scene was lively. Of course, many merchants were also interested in Jingshu's goods, crowding around and chattering. Soon someone came up with a pile of odds and ends. After translation, Jingshu learned these were all found in a black pit, glowing with dark energy fluctuations. Everyone kept them, thinking they might be useful someday. Jingshu looked them over and shook her head in disappointment. While they were mutated, they were just ordinary items tainted with energy. Nothing special. But then someone produced a black seed that even gave off a stinky smell. People around laughed. "Kaibi, stop trying to sell that useless seed. You've tried planting it for years and nothing's grown." "Yeah, don't scam the Chinese. You've tried everything and it's still nothing, it's garbage." The translator relayed this to Jingshu, and Kaibi handed over the black seed. "As they said, I haven't been able to grow it, but I feel you Chinese are farming experts. Maybe you can make something of it." Jingshu picked up the fingernail-sized seed and could clearly sense the dark energy within. It was definitely a seed corrupted by dark energy, though she didn't know what it used to be. Now, it was huge. "I'll take this seed. Name your price, brother," Jingshu said directly. Kaibi was happy and brought out a whole handful of such seeds. "Take them all. I just want 10 cans of soy powder, is that okay?" Then, a bit embarrassed, he added, "Actually, I'll just take 5 cans. I don't even know if these seeds will grow." Jingshu grabbed the seeds and casually tossed one into her space's spiritual field. The moment it was planted, she felt a reaction. That meant these seeds could indeed grow. Kaibi just didn't have the right conditions, or lacked a spiritual field like hers. But every dark plant was never simple. Jingshu gave Kaibi 10 cans of soy powder, plus a piece of smoked meat and a can of milk powder. "These might be very useful to me. For so many seeds, you deserve these." "Thank you, brother. Thank you." Kaibi's deal made others even more envious. Chinese goods really were amazing. Unfortunately, nothing else caught Jingshu's eye. Her goods, though rare and luxurious, were too little for the government to bother with, so she packed them back into the Green Giant. Big Yellowtooth said, "Jing girl, your stuff is really good. If I get something good, can I trade with you?" Of course, everyone can come and trade if they have good stuff. While Jingshu sat steadily on her side, Zhang Yicheng, as the secretary, couldn't afford to be idle. He was running around everywhere and finally managed to sell off all the supplies from Jingshu's dozens of ships. Apart from occasionally asking Jingshu about pricing, he handled everything else without bothering her at all. Jingshu was becoming more and more satisfied with Zhang Yicheng. The rest of the bodyguard team were beyond ecstatic at this point. They weren't just overjoyed, they were basically nouveau riche now. The gambler said, "After tallying up today, what luck. All the personal items I've been saving these days, I sold them for 2 shiploads of oil, about 5,000 barrels. Big Yellow Teeth said, "Haha, looks like you alone can't beat my zombie team. I got over 6,000 barrels today." You guys are all bosses. I only managed a bit over 3,000 barrels. I sold several ships and only got a bit over 4,500 barrels. But as the real big bosses behind the scenes, the transactions between the two governments were on a whole different scale, numbers so huge they were terrifying. "Pleasure doing business." "Pleasure doing business." Anang burst out laughing. This was a huge win. So many supplies, enough for Iran to survive another year or two in this apocalypse, greatly easing their material shortages. Old Joe also smiled. "Not bad. With so much oil shipped back, these crude oils can be refined into many other derivatives, which will revive all kinds of industries." Yang nodded. "So far, we've traded over 5 million barrels, filling more than a dozen ferries and other transport ships. There are still too many ships, so we'll sell off some and keep the good ones." Originally, the Huaxia team brought over 20 warships and dozens of cargo ships, planning that if they could fill all those cargo ships, it would be a huge haul. But unexpectedly, even after deducting the medical and other supplies they sold, they still had over 30 ships of medical supplies and more than 20 ships of important goods. Plus, with the 50-plus ships of oil they got from today's trades, they now had nearly 100 extra supply ships. Yang planned to sell off most of them and trade for more oil. Meanwhile, Zhang Yicheng started reporting Jingshu's gains. "Boss, this time we sold all kinds of reward supplies and goods from various channels, including the cars and scrap metal you sold earlier. Altogether, we got over 800,000 barrels of oil. But right now we don't have enough ships to carry it all." Jingshu frowned. 2 cargo ships should be able to hold a lot, right? Zhang Yicheng started counting on his fingers. "We have 7 or 8 ships growing beer plants. 2 big ships were given to Miss Xiaowei, so we only have 1 big ferry cargo ship and 4 or 5 other ships available. We're short at least 5 ships." Actually, real ferry cargo ships can hold a lot. Those as big as football fields can easily carry 500,000 barrels. But such huge ships are rare. Jingshu only had 2. The rest were smaller, only able to hold 70 or 80,000 barrels. Ships like Big Yellow Teeth's could barely hold 10,000 barrels at most. So even though everyone talks about a few ships, the size difference between ships is massive. Jingshu's ships were all large, but even so they still couldn't fit 800,000 barrels. How did this happen? The more she traded, the more supplies she ended up with. Zhang Yicheng calculated, "We would have had enough space, but the luxury cars you brought alone sold for 100,000 barrels, and the scrap metal, though cheap, was so much that it sold for tens of thousands of barrels too." The city was full of luxury cars, and the ones from the rich people's garages added up to a lot. So Jingshu could only rent some ships from Yang. This time, the haul was just too big. Anang asked, "Can all these goods be loaded by tomorrow? Do the Huaxia bros have any other plans?" "Any other plans?" After Anang asked, all the Huaxia bodyguards perked up their ears. Old Joe squinted, sipping from his thermos. He thought for a while, then nodded at Yang. The strategist Yang said, "Originally, we were only halfway through our plan. We wanted to travel through at least half the Middle East. But now we've only been to a few countries, and as you can see..." He pointed at the notebook full of supplies and the overflowing goods, sighed, and said, "There's nothing we can do. We gathered too many supplies in advance, and we don't have enough people. If we get any more, we won't be able to transport it all back. So we're not planning any more big moves and are preparing to head home." Hearing this, not only the bodyguard team, but even Jingshu and the people around Anang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, there was just too much stuff. Even with hundreds of ships, it was a stretch to get it all here. Even though most of the goods had been traded for oil, it was still twice as much as when they came. This meant a much bigger defensive line, a long journey, and too many unknowns. Anang nodded regretfully. If you still have the capacity, why not swing by Dubai? As for the reason, at the very least, it would be a win-win. Why say that? Some of the less sharp team members looked confused. Why? But the sharp ones, their eyes lit up. Right now, the Huaxia team was at its peak, with so many supplies. Wouldn't there be some fools out there? If that's the case, then Iran, this hard-luck brother, really wants to load up the missiles and start a fight. But alas, he has no legitimate reason to do so it's not possible. Since ancient times, going to war always required a just cause, even if it's just an excuse, there has to be a reason. Now, with the Huaxia, Chinese team here, that's the best reason. If anyone dares to mess with Huaxia, and especially with the goods Huaxia bought from their Iranian brothers, well, they're finished. As for Huaxia, even though they're acting as bait, they can definitely make a profit from it. Old Joe rubbed his thermos cup, looking a bit troubled. But we have too many supplies. If we make a detour to Dubai, we don't really have a proper reason. Hey. Before he could finish, Jing Shu coughed lightly from the side. Old Joe, did you forget? We still have 7 or 8 ships of beer that haven't been sold yet. Oh, actually, counting yours and mine, we have 13 ships of beer. 13 ships! Anang's neck stiffened, thinking he'd misheard. Just now, they'd bought tons of beer thinking that was most of the Huaxia team's stock. After all, it's a luxury item. How could there be so much? But now, hearing there are 13 ships? How many tons is that? No, how many tens of thousands of tons is that? How does the Huaxia team have so many luxury goods? But Yang Yang's eyes lit up. If we trade all this beer for oil, that's not bad at all. And Dubai is filthy rich. Trading beer for oil is a huge win. You can brew a shipload of beer in half a month, but oil doesn't just appear like that. Although Huaxia has plenty of untapped oil fields, after the apocalypse they even banned extraction, because Huaxia wants to leave more resources for future generations, even if it means tightening their own belts. That's always been the spirit of the Chinese people. They scrimp and save, leaving the best food for their descendants, often going hungry themselves. With their sweat and wisdom, they pave a road to happiness for those who come after. Old Joe also wanted to bring back more oil. Even though this was a bit outside the original plan, after thinking it over, he said, "Then let's make a trip to Dubai and trade all our beer for oil. It'll only delay us a little." Anang's eyes lit up, and so did the bodyguard team's. Since the Huaxia team was heading to Dubai, Anang naturally wanted to see them off. When the auction went into the evening, Anang warmly hosted the entire Huaxia team. Dinner was served in their famous stone fortress, featuring their well-known Persian rice and meat pies. Even though conditions weren't great, and the meat pies were made with pitch-black bread and some kind of unidentifiable black meat, the Huaxia bodyguards still ate happily. They weren't picky. "Why don't I come along on this trip? What do you think, Mr. Joe? If you need a translator or anything else, I can help out." After Anang asked, he noticed the 2 people next to Old Joe didn't look like Huaxia translators, but more like locals. Seeing Anang's confused look at Jia and Mahama's, Yang Yang enthusiastically introduced, "These are diplomats from Mas and Hans. Aren't diplomats supposed to stay in their own countries? Why are they traveling with you guys?" So Yang Yang gave a brief explanation. After listening, Anang's expression turned a bit odd. Old Joe downed a cup of goji tea to wash down the strange taste of the black meat pie, then gave a thumbs up. "This meat pie is really good. Oh, what did you just say? You want to come with us? Sure." Jing Shu quietly covered her mouth to hide a laugh. Old Joe really is a social butterfly. Even after being spoiled by her cooking, he can still praise this stuff with a straight face. Anang's face turned pale, and he coughed suddenly. No, dear friend. I just remembered it's almost the end of the year, and I've been really busy with work. The construction here can't do without me, so I won't be going. Every time the Huaxia team goes somewhere, the local diplomats seem to meet with disaster. If he went along, who knows if he'd make it back alive? Sigh. Ji and Mahamas both sighed inwardly, a bit disappointed. They'd wanted to see if anything would happen to Anang if he went along. The next day, Anang didn't go, but he did send plenty of armed soldiers to escort them. No matter what, Anang himself wasn't going. The Huaxia team seemed to have a magnetic pull for trouble. He'd rather keep a close watch from behind and provide the most plausible cover when needed. At the send-off, Anang pounded his chest and emphasized, 1,400 li within range of our secret weapon. Yang patted his chest lightly. Got it. Dubai was still within range. The main group set off again, this time with only a few tanks for escort, not much other firepower, but still a long line of super-long cargo trucks. They were at the Iranian border, and by afternoon they'd reached the coast, rejoining their fleet. There were empty cargo ships ready to load up Anang's temporarily assigned troops. Since they wouldn't be returning to this place, Jingshu had extra luggage this time. Not only did she need to destroy some of the tunnels she'd dug, but she also had to get the bugs to carry all kinds of supplies back to the fleet for loading. At this point, along the coast, the hundreds of ships' worth of supplies had already been exchanged for over 100 fully loaded oil tankers. Although the number of ships had decreased significantly, their value had increased exponentially. The ships were riding very low in the water. On the official ship, Yang pointed to the ground and said to everyone, "We're now on this coast just outside the Iranian border. Dubai is right across the water, so we're basically stopping by Dubai to sell some goods on the way." Everyone nodded. Exactly. Just cross the coast and you're in Dubai. The ships could even anchor just off the Dubai coast, sell everything, and then head back to the city. It was perfect. Mahamas, who knew this area very well, enthusiastically introduced Dubai's highlights. Dear friends, this city is a very interesting place. Only 10% of the population are locals, and 90% are dependents. But every local is filthy rich. And in recent years, this place has become a commercial hub, with a huge variety of goods. So whatever you want to buy or trade, you can find it here. It's the biggest trading center for goods in more than a dozen nearby countries. Everything you could want is here. Hearing this, some people still felt a bit regretful. They came to stock up, not for equal trade. But as the Huaxia saying goes, since we're here for the new year, might as well see what's good. So, let's see what treasures are hidden here. Mahamas continued. But honestly, Dubai's security is very good. So if you want to lure out enemies, I'm not sure it'll work. As soon as Mahamas finished, everyone's eyes lit up. Someone even said, "If you can talk, say more." Everyone remembered Mahamas's crow's mouth. Every time he said there would definitely be no robbers, the next second, there would be robbers. Yeah. What other special features are there? Seeing everyone so excited, Mahamas felt a bit strange. Jingshu couldn't help but laugh on the side. Mr. Mahamas is quite a character. Yang sipped his thermos of raisin water and nodded in agreement. Old Zhou's plan is to take them back to Huaxia. Jingshu glanced at Yang's thermos, speechless. Why soak raisins? I'll give you some goji berries and red dates next time. No thanks, raisins are fine. Yang shook his head immediately. He'd had goji berries and red dates for a few days and kept getting heaty. After all, he was still young, not like old Zhou, and couldn't handle goji berries. Jingshu didn't say more, just finished her own thermos in one gulp. Hers was filled with taro bubble milk tea. Master Yang had made the taro paste and pearls, blended with top-quality black tea and pure milk, rich and fragrant. Old Yellow Teeth also finished his thermos in one go. His was beer with honey, the honey bought at a high price from Jingshu. As he put it, with one foot in the grave and over 100 zombies supporting him, why shouldn't he enjoy life? Everyone in the bodyguard team had their own tastes, but drinking what they liked and working toward the same goal, with no annoying people around, was a wonderful thing. It was so good that Jingshu didn't even want to leave the Middle East. There was just too much good stuff here. Just like that, after crossing the coast in less than a day, they arrived at the legendary Dubai. Unfortunately, the journey was so safe that not a single clueless pirate showed up, leaving the Huaxia bodyguard team a bit disappointed. Before the apocalypse, there used to be 8-day Dubai tours for 8,000 yuan. She never had the chance to go. Now, after the apocalypse, she'd come here with dozens of ships to stock up. Fate's tricks. From afar, they could see the famous Burj Al Arab Hotel, built on an artificial island 280 meters from the beach in the Persian Gulf, 56 stories, 321 meters tall. But now, after 2 years of rising tides and being submerged for half a year, the hotel's exterior looked pitch black. But rumor had it the inside had been mostly restored. Old Joe waved his hand grandly. "Until all the beer is sold, we'll stay at the Burj Al Arab. It's on the company." "All right. Old Joe, you're so generous." "So cool." Jingshu was also eager, a little excited. Only the pure-hearted Tank scratched his head. "If we all stay there, who's going to guard the cargo on these 100-plus ships? Why not stay on the ships?" Hao Yunlai covered his face beside him. "If we don't stay there, who's going to rob us?" Tank blinked, then went, "Oh, finally understanding. Finally." Jingshu nodded with a smile. "If you don't put out the bait, how can you fish for lawbreakers?" The Dubai coast was bustling, worthy of being the trading hub for more than a dozen small countries nearby. There were tons of ships coming and going, but after the apocalypse, it was rare to see such a large fleet, especially with so many fully loaded cargo ships. At first, the nearby ships were curious, but when they saw dozens of warships escorting them, many who wanted to approach quickly backed off. As everyone wondered where such a massive fleet had come from, Old Yi's signature tank rolled out, squads of armed personnel disembarked, and the familiar Huaxia flag appeared. At this moment, the dozen or so ships loaded purely with beer also docked, unloading barrel after barrel of fragrant beer. Yang Yang said, "Our first step is to sell the beer at a high price. We need to make people envious. Conveniently, the Burj Al Arab Hotel is holding a grand banquet tonight." When they heard banquet, everyone grinned knowingly. A banquet meant the food would be much better. In this post-apocalyptic world, who wouldn't want a good meal? Many people were looking forward to it. About half of the Huaxia team's bodyguards disembarked, while the other half stayed hidden on the ships. Old Yellowteeth regretfully patted his 100-plus zombie subordinates. "You all stay here and guard the fleet." After all, they didn't have much sense of taste and couldn't enjoy the food. The Huaxia team was, of course, very familiar with showing off wealth, and these shiploads of genuine beer were the real deal, no fakes here. Plus, they'd already spread the word before arriving, so as soon as they landed, they attracted a lot of attention. Yang Yang introduced the guest list for the evening banquet as they went. If you weren't smart, you were powerful. He rattled off a long list of complicated names with ease and worried people wouldn't understand. He even gave them simple code names like A, B, C, D, and E. The Burj Al Arab Hotel, located on an island, looked like a giant sail from afar. Up close, it was a magnificent building, shining like a beacon in the dim light. At this moment, the place was bustling, as lively as before the apocalypse. Besides the usual luxury cars, the parking lot was filled with dark, rhino-like beasts, each one even bigger than a lion. There were special resting areas for them, and at least a dozen servants attending each one. Yang Yang explained, "These are post-apocalyptic dark species called lion oxen. The people of Dubai found their genetic sequence and used dark energy to breed them. They're strong, powerful, and easy to raise, so they're the luxury cars of Dubai's upper class. If you go out without a lion ox pulling your carriage, you're considered low class. So it's like ancient carriages and modern luxury cars. Same idea." At this moment, Tank had the fat chicken perched on his head, its huge, fluffy wings making a cozy nest. Hearing this, Fat Chicken seemed a bit disdainful. "What, can those things lay eggs like it can? Why are they so popular?" Tank sensed Fat Chicken's disdain and nodded. "So, does lion ox meat taste good?" Yang Yang's expression was odd. "Do you know how much a lion ox costs? At least 1 million virtual coins. No one's ever heard of anyone eating lion ox meat. A few that died accidentally were recycled for gene extraction and breeding." Old Yellowteeth spat. So this expensive thing is just a pile of dark energy, and in the end, it's not even useful? Fat Chicken puffed out its chest, flapped its wings, hopped off Tank, and cozied up to Jingshu, as if to say, "These flashy things are useless. Master, don't get interested in them. Look at me. I can lay lots of eggs every day." Jingshu laughed and patted Fat Chicken's head. All right, I know you're the most useful." "Cluck, cluck," Fat Chicken called out. That call startled the lion oxen. They immediately perked up from where they'd been lying down. Lion oxen have a lot of lion blood. In the Middle East, driving a lion is a big deal. Super impressive. So, they have a natural instinct to hunt, especially for Fat Chicken, who is plump and oily and smells delicious. But most lion oxen are all bark and no bite, and since they're tied up, they can't charge over. However, one particularly tall and fierce lion ox broke free and charged forward, dragging its carriage behind it. 7 or 8 servants immediately tried to hold it back. Roar! The lion ox, dragging people with it, charged at Fat Chicken, its eyes red. It had caught the scent of something it desperately craved, the power radiating from that fat chicken. The servants shouted in panic. The scene turned chaotic. Some people raised their guns but hesitated. A lion ox was worth over 1 million virtual coins. Even if you risked your life, you couldn't afford to pay for it. Jingshu frowned at the charging lion ox. Old Yellowteeth shrank to the back in fright. What do we do? I should have brought Situ Xiaoye. Yang Yang said, "We can't reveal our abilities or we won't catch any fish. Shoot it." He pulled out a special gun from his pant leg. Jingshu pressed down on the gun. "Don't shoot. Let the kids handle their own fights." Yang Yang paused, suddenly remembering Fat Chicken's combat power. At this moment, in a corner of the Burj Al Arab, by a floor-to-ceiling window, a few glasses of red wine sat on a luxurious bronze table. A middle-aged man in a white headdress watched the scene intently, swirling his wine, deep in thought. "Master, that's the second prince's lion ox. Should I handle it? If it hurts the guests?" The middle-aged man waved his hand. "The show's just starting. Let that fool offend the Huaxia people, then we'll step in. No matter who gets hurt, we'll have a reason to act." Meanwhile, the Huaxia team didn't seem to plan on intervening. They were actually letting a giant turkey step forward. "Master, it seems the Huaxia people don't want to cause trouble, so they put out their prey. They're smart. If the lion ox eats the prey, there won't be any commotion." The middle-aged man gave a faint smile. "Huaxia people, nothing special. Well, they are on someone else's turf, so they have to be careful." Then, boom! A loud crash. With a crack, the glass in the middle-aged man's hand shattered on the floor. His mouth fell open. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, "McPhee, did I see that right? That chicken knocked the lion ox down?" The servant beside him also rubbed his eyes and swallowed hard. "Master, it might be more than just knocked down. What exactly is that chicken?" Outside, things got even livelier. The Huaxia bodyguard team, who had been worried about trouble, also stared in disbelief at the scene. That lion ox, bigger than a bull, was now being pinned and beaten by the fat chicken, flapping its wings and baring its claws. I never understood why Captain Jingshu always brought a chicken everywhere, but now I get it. I'd heard that Captain Jingshu never lacked eggs, and that chicken was a super layer. I thought it was just for eggs, but I never expected it to be such a powerhouse. Is this really a chicken, or is it some new dark species in disguise? Whispers spread around, and Jingshu's lips curled up in a smile. The fight ended quickly. No matter how fierce the lion ox was, it was no match for the fat chicken that drank spiritual spring water every day. Soon it was knocked to the ground, howling once before going limp. Fat Chicken puffed out its chest, crowed proudly, and rubbed up against a metal leg, its meaning clear. The servants around didn't dare make a sound. Their master's most prized lion ox had been killed. What now? A young man in a white robe and headdress rushed out of the Burj Al Arab, followed by a group of servants. The young man was furious, cursing loudly in a foreign tongue, until a strong man behind him stopped him, whispering something in his ear. The young man glared angrily at a spot in the hotel, stubbornly falling silent. The strong man stepped forward and spoke fluent Chinese. Sorry, honored guests. Our lion ox is usually very gentle. We don't know why it went crazy today. But all the other lion oxen are still tied up. Only our second prince's lion ox was let loose. I think even if your chicken hadn't been here, it would have charged at you anyway. Tank frowned and clenched his fists. Are you provoking us? Want to fight? Yang Yang stopped Tank with a smile. He means someone set them up, deliberately let the lion ox loose to cause trouble between us, hoping we'd fight. Tank, not quite following, just asked, So what do you suggest? The strong man said, Since it's our fault, why not let the lion ox be your trophy? The banquet is about to begin, let's not spoil the mood. Tank looked at Jingshu. Jingshu smiled. In that case, thank you. Let's have Master Liang prepare a full lion ox feast for us. I've never tasted the meat before. The strong man's mouth twitched, and he bowed slightly, clearly not wanting to escalate things, then left with the young man. Jingshu nodded with a smile. If you don't put out the bait, how can you fish for lawbreakers? The Dubai coast was bustling, worthy of being the trading hub for more than a dozen small countries nearby. There were tons of ships coming and going, but after the apocalypse, it was rare to see such a large fleet, especially with so many fully loaded cargo ships. At first, the nearby ships were curious, but when they saw dozens of warships escorting them, many who wanted to approach quickly backed off. As everyone wondered where such a massive fleet had come from, Old Yi's signature tank rolled out, squads of armed personnel disembarked, and the familiar Huaxia flag appeared. At this moment, the dozen or so ships loaded purely with beer also docked, unloading barrel after barrel of fragrant beer. Yang Yang said, Our first step is to sell the beer at a high price. We need to make people envious. Conveniently, the Burj Al Arab Hotel is holding a grand banquet tonight. When they heard banquet, everyone grinned knowingly. A banquet meant the food would be much better. In this post-apocalyptic world, who wouldn't want a good meal? Many people were looking forward to it. About half of the Huaxia team's bodyguards disembarked, while the other half stayed hidden on the ships. Old Yellowteeth regretfully patted his 100-plus zombie subordinates. You all stay here and guard the fleet. After all, they didn't have much sense of taste and couldn't enjoy the food. The Huaxia team was, of course, very familiar with showing off wealth, and these shiploads of genuine beer were the real deal, no fakes here. Plus, they'd already spread the word before arriving, so as soon as they landed, they attracted a lot of attention. Yang Yang introduced the guest list for the evening banquet as they went. If you weren't smart, you were powerful. He rattled off a long list of complicated names with ease and worried people wouldn't understand. He even gave them simple code names like A, B, C, D, and E. The Burj Al Arab Hotel, located on an island, looked like a giant sail from afar. Up close, it was a magnificent building, shining like a beacon in the dim light. At this moment, the place was bustling, as lively as before the apocalypse. Besides the usual luxury cars, the parking lot was filled with dark, rhino-like beasts, each one even bigger than a lion. There were special resting areas for them, and at least a dozen servants attending each one. Yang Yang explained, These are post-apocalyptic dark species called lion oxen. The people of Dubai found their genetic sequence and used dark energy to breed them. They're strong, powerful, and easy to raise, so they're the luxury cars of Dubai's upper class. If you go out without a lion ox pulling your carriage, you're considered low class. So it's like ancient carriages and modern luxury cars. Same idea. At this moment, Tank had the fat chicken perched on his head, its huge, fluffy wings making a cozy nest. Hearing this, Fat Chicken seemed a bit disdainful. What, can those things lay eggs like it can? Why are they so popular? Tank sensed Fat Chicken's disdain and nodded. So, does lion ox meat taste good? Yang Yang's expression was odd. Do you know how much a lion ox costs? At least 1 million virtual coins. No one's ever heard of anyone eating lion ox meat. A few that died accidentally were recycled for gene extraction and breeding. Old Yellowteeth spat. So this expensive thing is just a pile of dark energy, and in the end, It's not even useful? Fat Chicken puffed out its chest, flapped its wings, hopped off tank, and cozied up to Jingshu, as if to say, "These flashy things are useless. Master, don't get interested in them. Look at me. I can lay lots of eggs every day." Jingshu laughed and patted Fat Chicken's head. All right, I know you're the most useful." "Cluck, cluck," Fat Chicken called out. That call startled the lion oxen. They immediately perked up from where they'd been lying down. Lion oxen have a lot of lion blood. In the Middle East, driving a lion is a big deal. Super impressive. So, they have a natural instinct to hunt, especially for Fat Chicken, who is plump and oily and smells delicious. But most lion oxen are all bark and no bite, and since they're tied up, they can't charge over. However, one particularly tall and fierce lion ox broke free and charged forward, dragging its carriage behind it. 7 or 8 servants immediately tried to hold it back. Roar! The lion ox, dragging people with it, charged at Fat Chicken, its eyes red. It had caught the scent of something it desperately craved, the power radiating from that fat chicken. The servants shouted in panic. The scene turned chaotic. Some people raised their guns but hesitated. A lion ox was worth over 1 million virtual coins. Even if you risked your life, you couldn't afford to pay for it. Jingshu frowned at the charging lion ox. Old Yellow Teeth shrank to the back in fright. "Ah, what do we do? I should have brought Situ Xiaoye." Yang Yang said, "We can't reveal our abilities or we won't catch any fish. Shoot it." He pulled out a special gun from his pant leg. Jingshu pressed down on the gun. "Don't shoot. Let the kids handle their own fights." Yang Yang paused, suddenly remembering Fat Chicken's combat power. At this moment, in a corner of the Burj Al Arab, by a floor-to-ceiling window, a few glasses of red wine sat on a luxurious bronze table. A middle-aged man in a white headdress watched the scene intently, swirling his wine, deep in thought. "Master, that's the second prince's lion ox. Should I handle it? If it hurts the guests?" The middle-aged man waved his hand. "The show's just starting. Let that fool offend the Huaxia people, then we'll step in. No matter who gets hurt, we'll have a reason to act." Meanwhile, the Huaxia team didn't seem to plan on intervening. They were actually letting a giant turkey step forward. "Master, it seems the Huaxia people don't want to cause trouble, so they put out their prey. They're smart. If the lion ox eats the prey, there won't be any commotion." The middle-aged man gave a faint smile. "Huaxia people, nothing special. Well, they are on someone else's turf, so they have to be careful." Then, boom! A loud crash. With a crack, the glass in the middle-aged man's hand shattered on the floor. His mouth fell open. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and said, "McPhee, did I see that right? That chicken knocked the lion ox down?" The servant beside him also rubbed his eyes and swallowed hard. "Master, it might be more than just knocked down. What exactly is that chicken?" Outside, things got even livelier. The Huaxia bodyguard team, who had been worried about trouble, also stared in disbelief at the scene. That lion ox, bigger than a bull, was now being pinned and beaten by the fat chicken, flapping its wings and baring its claws. I never understood why Captain Jingshu always brought a chicken everywhere, but now I get it. I'd heard that Captain Jingshu never lacked eggs, and that chicken was a super layer. I thought it was just for eggs, but I never expected it to be such a powerhouse. Is this really a chicken, or is it some new dark species in disguise? Whispers spread around, and Jingshu's lips curled up in a smile. The fight ended quickly. No matter how fierce the lion ox was, it was no match for the fat chicken that drank spiritual spring water every day. Soon it was knocked to the ground, howling once before going limp. Fat Chicken puffed out its chest, crowed proudly, and rubbed up against a metal leg, its meaning clear. The servants around didn't dare make a sound. Their master's most prized lion ox had been killed. What now? A young man in a white robe and headdress rushed out of the Burj Al Arab, followed by a group of servants. The young man was furious, cursing loudly in a foreign tongue, until a strong man behind him stopped him, whispering something in his ear. The young man glared angrily at a spot in the hotel, stubbornly falling silent. The strong man stepped forward and spoke fluent Chinese. Sorry, honored guests. Our lion ox is usually very gentle. We don't know why it went crazy today. But all the other lion oxen are still tied up. Only our second prince's lion ox was let loose. I think even if your chicken hadn't been here, it would have charged at you anyway. Tank frowned and clenched his fists. Are you provoking us? Want to fight? Yang Yang stopped Tank with a smile. He means someone set them up, deliberately let the lion ox loose to cause trouble between us, hoping we'd fight. Tank, not quite following, just asked, So what do you suggest? The strong man said, Since it's our fault, why not let the lion ox be your trophy? The banquet is about to begin. Let's not spoil the mood. Tank looked at Jing Shu. Jing Shu smiled. In that case, thank you. Let's have Master Liang prepare a full lion ox feast for us. I've never tasted the meat before. The strong man's mouth twitched, and he bowed slightly, clearly not wanting to escalate things, then left with the young man. The farce ended. Yang Yang explained, Tonight's banquet is hosted by the crown prince, the future heir. After his mother died, his father married a second queen who gave birth to the second prince. The current queen is the housekeeper. Everyone understood. Wow, so Dubai still has royal succession drama? In this day and age? We're caught up in the crown prince and second prince's power struggle. Will this affect our plans? Yang Yang clapped his hands. Let's go. If anyone tries to rob us, we'll fight back. Jing Shu narrowed her eyes, shook her head, and followed, telling Master Liang to quickly prepare the lion ox so they could taste it. Soon, everyone entered the Burj Al Arab, awed by its grand and luxurious atmosphere. Jing Shu was no exception. After the apocalypse, it seemed only ordinary people suffered. These royal families, rich for generations, seemed untouched. The extravagant hall was 10 meters high, with a magnificent crystal chandelier. The decor was a blend of Islamic style and modern technology. Dozens of servers in distinctive uniforms welcomed them to the banquet hall. They passed through a corridor filled with aromatic incense, then a plush area for cleaning their shoes, and finally, servants on their knees wiped them down with hot towels. By the time they reached the banquet hall, everyone felt as if their souls had been cleansed, perfumed, and elevated. Old Yellowteeth clicked his tongue. This is how the rich enjoy life. But when he entered the banquet hall, he could only gape and mutter, Damn! Jing Shu also blurted out, Damn! They had never seen anything like this. If you ignored the food, this was truly a grand feast. The entire hall was nearly 2,000 square meters, but only a U-shaped dining table was set up. The rest of the servants, 300 to 400 in total, stood on both sides of the U, each holding food and utensils. On the U-shaped table was a long row of food, served on golden pyramid-shaped dishes, with large platters on top, all piled high with food. There were over 100 different dishes in that row, though many were black and yellow and unrecognizable. Some were clearly meat, some rice, some pastries and fruit, but Jing Shu couldn't identify most of them. Of course, there was also a 100-square-meter open space in the middle of the U, reserved for performances. Jing Shu's group was seated on the right side of the U. Old Zhou was already at the head of the right side, having arrived first to meet with several important guests for tonight's banquet. When Jing Shu and the others arrived, he just nodded slightly in greeting. After everyone was seated, the Dubai royal family's crown prince raised his glass, signaling the official start of the banquet. As the music began, people next to the crown prince started speaking. Jing Shu couldn't understand the language, but someone nearby translated. Basically, it was a welcome, wishing everyone good food and drink, prosperity, and lots of business exchanges. The Huaxia team's bodyguards dug into the food. Although the dishes were a bit strange, it was all real meat, which was rare. The only pity was that there wasn't much of it. Old Yellowteeth licked his lips, wanting to get up for more, but Yang Yang stopped him, coughing lightly and pointing at the servants behind them. Old Yellowteeth remembered, Oh, here you can't serve yourself. You have to ask the servants. Heh, looks like we're not cut out to be rich folks. He called over a servant, pointed to the long row of food and said, Bring me a bit of everything. Halfway through the meal, the performers in the middle of the U left, And the Crown Prince clapped his hands. People brought out tonight's friendly exchange goods. No surprise, the royal family had plenty of good stuff. This time, they rolled out freezers full of all kinds of frozen meat. Wow, they still have frozen meat? This must be from before the apocalypse, right? Yes, I heard the Dubai royal family stored at least several hundred tons of frozen meat before the apocalypse. When things started going bad, they traded oil for more supplies and built huge warehouses to store it all. With all those disasters, the warehouses survived. The royal family is really lucky. Exactly. Lots of people in Huaxia stored things too, but poor storage meant it was all lost. Look, the royal family used precision steel cold storage, even better than doomsday bunkers. Of course it survived. So it's been 6 years since the apocalypse? This meat is over 6 years old? Yep. No matter how good the tech, after 6 years frozen, the meat starts to lose quality. That's why the royal family regularly brings some out to use. They could never finish it all themselves, even in hundreds of years. Jingshu understood now. No wonder there was so much meat on the table. It was all years-old frozen meat, tough and dry, not as tasty as synthetic meat. Still, this meat was highly sought after in Dubai's business circles. A pound of meat sells for 1,000 virtual coins. Just these 2 freezers are worth over 10 million. The wealth gap in the Middle East is insane. 1% of people own 99% of the wealth. The royal family auctions off food, while ordinary people can't even eat. The frozen meat was quickly sold out, and then came barrel after barrel of beer. Huaxia beer. Yang Yang stood up and poured each guest a full glass of ice-cold beer. The aroma filled the air. Even the crown prince looked entranced, his eyes greedy. The second prince, who had been quiet, sat beside the crown prince, staring intently at the Huaxia team. The crown prince smiled and asked, "How much is this beer from the Huaxia team?" The translator immediately relayed the question. Yang Yang replied calmly, "This beer sells for 100 virtual coins a glass in Huaxia. We brought it all the way here, so at least 500 virtual coins a glass, but we can also trade for an equivalent value in oil." The bodyguards were shocked. Back home it sold for 5 virtual coins. Here it was marked up 100 times. Amazing. After the translation, the crown prince smiled. "There's a saying in Huaxia, you raise the price, I bargain it down. Isn't that fair? 500 is too much. How about 200 virtual coins?" The music in the banquet hall was soft and relaxing. The other Dubai merchants smiled but said nothing. They knew the crown prince couldn't buy it all himself. In the end, everyone would get a share. At this moment, the second prince stood up and said, "Brother, our honored guests from Huaxia have come from afar. Such good beer for so little money is too cheap. If you think it's expensive, I'll buy it all. I won't haggle." Everyone stared in disbelief at the foolish second prince. Whose side was he on? Who buys things like this? The crown prince gritted his teeth. "Brother, I'm in charge here. Do you even have the money to buy this? Do you know how much this is worth? Go cool off somewhere else. Get lost." He only dared to buy so much because he had the inheritance from the first queen. This little brother had no money. Clearly, he was just raising the price to mess with him. But the second prince replied, "I'm serious, brother. Even if I buy it at this price, once the Huaxia team leaves, I can just resell the beer in the surrounding areas and easily make my money back. After all, retail and wholesale prices are never the same." The crown prince gritted his teeth. Of course he knew that. If he could buy the beer at a low price, then split it up and sell it by the glass, he could make 4 or 5 times the profit. At this point, his calm facade was about to crack. He forced a smile through clenched teeth. "No need for you to teach me. Father only brought you here to see the world, not to meddle in family business." Jingshu and the others watched with amusement. Were the 2 brothers about to fight? The others grinned. This was great. The 2 of them fighting would only drive the price higher, making their beer even easier to sell. Although the second prince was young, with the current queen as his mother, he had no qualms about bullying the motherless crown prince. He raised his hands high and declared, "My dear brother, of course I know. But since I'm here, I'm also a buyer. I'm willing to buy it all at your price. No haggling. cash and goods on the spot. Anyone else want to offer a higher price? The huge banquet hall fell silent. Even though some people realized the second prince would resell the beer at a markup, there was nothing they could do. They simply couldn't afford to buy all 13 shiploads of beer. The crown prince gritted his teeth, never expecting his dear brother to pull this move. He shot a venomous glare at his brother, gripping his wine glass tightly. The next second, he smiled. "If you're so generous, then you can buy it all. If you lose money, don't blame me. And don't go complaining." In reality, he'd already made up his mind. There was no way he'd pay such a high price. The royal family needed to stockpile more resources in the apocalypse, but if the Huaxia team wanted to sell at such a high price, then don't blame him. Both the Huaxia team and the second prince would have to die, and the beer and oil would all be his. For now, he'd let them have it. Later, he'd take it all back and make a killing. The second prince looked like a naive fool, but in reality, no one knew he was following his mother's orders. Deliberately provoke the crown prince, snatch all his business, and drive up prices. That way, the crown prince would be resentful and sure to strike back. He'd also drag the Huaxia team into the mess. These Huaxia people weren't simple. Let them all hurt each other. As for all the oil he was paying, his mother said that once the Huaxia team and the crown prince had fought it out, they'd step in and take everything. The beer, the oil, and the crown prince's assets. Caught between the two princes' rivalry, the Huaxia bodyguard team never expected to sell everything at 100 times the price so easily. Yang had been prepared for tough bargaining, but the second prince didn't haggle at all. The deal was quickly struck, and in just 10 minutes the contract was drawn up and the transaction began on the spot. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the banquet hall turned a bit strange. The crown prince brought out more goods and other merchants started trading. But everyone's attention was on the second prince and the Huaxia team. The crown prince kept his anger in check. Tonight, the second prince had trampled his pride. Tomorrow would be their doom. Originally, trading 13 ships of beer for 13 ships of oil would have been great, but now, they'd gotten nearly 30 ships' worth of oil. The second prince's side was well prepared. Barrels of oil were loaded up, and barrels of beer were unloaded. The transfer went on for most of the night, filling not only Jingshu's ships but also the remaining cargo ships. Once the exchange was done, the Huaxia bodyguard team didn't even sleep. They set sail in the middle of the night, leaving Dubai's bay immediately. Old Yellowteeth was woken up halfway through his sleep, still confused. "Weren't we supposed to be bait? Why are we leaving in the middle of the night?" Yang, Jingshu, and the others hadn't slept at all. Old Joe had napped, then packed up everything in his room and rubbed his brow. "It's time to go. Otherwise, we'll get dragged into the royal family's power struggle." So, Jingshu's group took advantage of the just-completed deal, boarded their ships, and set sail, leaving the second prince's people stunned. When over 100 massive ships set out to sea, it alarmed quite a few people. Jingshu smiled at the extra 20-plus ships of oil. "When you get a good deal, run. If we stay as bait, we'll never catch a fish this fat again." Yang looked out at the pitch-black sea, where corpse bugs roamed, and nodded meaningfully. "They'll probably chase us soon. We need to put some distance between us, or what if old Yi's shells start flying our way?" That's why they had to run off in the middle of the night while no one was paying attention. If they waited until daylight, the distance would be too close, and even old Yi's missiles wouldn't be able to hit. Originally, there weren't supposed to be so many ships, but now, with dozens more, their speed was a bit slower, but it wasn't a big problem. In the middle of the night, everyone was called to the flagship for a meeting. Some of the older folks could barely keep their eyes open, but young people like Jingshu were wide awake and full of energy. Old Joe sipped his goji tea and waved his hand. "Hurry up and split the goods. I need to catch up on sleep. Us old folks can't pull all-nighters like you young ones." Heh. We didn't even stay in Dubai that long. Not bad, though. We got a free meal and a hotel stay. I even took a bunch of stuff from the hotel. What? You're so shameless? Old Zhang, you're one to talk. I saw you prying gold bricks off the pool and old Wang next door even took the bed with him. Jingshu. Her teammates really were the type to pluck every feather from a passing goose. With over 30 ships worth of oil, Jingshu and the officials had to split it. Jingshu got just under 17 ships worth. The rest went to the government. Old Joe then took 2 more ships worth to share with the others, so everyone got a few hundred barrels. Pretty sweet. Yang Yang added the government's oil to the flagship, saving 10 ships and a lot of fuel. As for Jingshu, she had all the new oil tankers follow her main cargo ferries, then had groups of mud mermaids pull and push them along. It wasn't as fast as speedboats, but it saved a ton of fuel. With such a long journey and so many ships, the fuel costs would be huge. Every bit saved was money earned. Jingshu even had the ferry crews reduce engine power to the minimum, just enough to get moving, and left the rest to the mud mermaids under the sea. Zhang Yicheng was now used to telling the crews to stop the engines, and sure enough, even with the engines off, the ships would move on their own. After splitting the oil, Yang Yang outlined the upcoming challenges and told everyone to be ready for battle at any time, then dismissed the meeting. Those who needed sleep went to sleep. Those who needed to work got to work. Old Yellowteeth, sleepy and heading back to bed, saw Tank and Situ Xiaoye twisting iron chains by hand, with a mountain of iron scraps beside them. Old Yellowteeth stopped, confused. "What are you guys doing?" Tank, "Twisting iron chains." Jingshu walked over and nodded. "I told them to." She had Tank and Situ Xiaoye twist iron chains by hand. With their strength, they could do it quickly and well. In half a day, they'd have enough chains to tow the big ferries. Old Yellowteeth thought for a moment. "Why so many iron chains?" Jingshu replied. "To take back to Huaxia and sell." "Where'd you get so many?" The whole ship was piled high. He hadn't seen this when he got off yesterday. Jingshu blinked. "Last night during the Dubai banquet, I had people go into the city and collect abandoned luxury cars." Old Yellowteeth looked like he'd missed out on a billion-dollar opportunity. "Jing girl, why didn't you call me to pick up junk? I have over 100 zombies at my disposal." "It was a last-minute idea," Jingshu laughed. Actually, they were about to leave, but she thought they shouldn't leave Dubai empty-handed, so she had the bugs go out at night to scavenge. Sure enough, they picked up a lot. Even now, plenty of bugs were still collecting junk in Dubai and would catch up with the main group later. As for the iron chains, they'd be put on the ferries so the mud mermaids below could pull or push. Otherwise, there'd be nowhere to attach them. Once all the chains were done, every ship could be pulled by mud mermaids, saving who knows how much fuel. And once back in Huaxia, selling the chains would bring in another tidy profit. So satisfying. Old Yellowteeth, exhausted and not thinking straight, just muttered, "If you're selling them, why bother twisting them?" Situ Xiaoye twisted diligently, knowing he'd get lots of dried fish as a reward, his favorite snack. Jingshu also went to catch up on sleep, feeling she might not get much rest in the days ahead. The fleet of over 100 ships sailed quietly through the sea, each one heavily loaded and running at full power. But with so much cargo, they were still slow. By the time the second prince and crown prince realized what had happened, the Huaxia team had already been gone for several hours. The second prince smashed everything in his room in a rage. The Huaxia team had run off with his oil. If they were still in Dubai, he could do something, but now that they were gone, what could his land-based forces do? The crown prince snorted coldly. "Did my foolish brother send people after them? Then we should get ready too." A servant's voice trembled. "Are you really going to use missiles?" The crown prince's voice grew even colder. "If he chases the Huaxia team and gets killed, we'll use missiles to kill the Huaxia team and avenge my brother. Isn't that only natural?" The servant was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Understood." The crown prince gripped his wine glass tightly, his voice hoarse. "All of this should have been mine, all mine. Why does everyone have to come and take it?" So he could only make sure they all died. The servant said nothing. He only knew that to kill the second prince, the crown prince was willing to sacrifice even the power left to him by the former queen. But compared to being the royal heir, killing the second prince would give the crown prince even more. Far out at sea, the Huaxia fleet had already sailed beyond Dubai's waters, But behind them, nearly 100 private warships were in pursuit, split into two groups. These were all fully armed warships, not ordinary cargo ships or pirate-modified vessels. These were true warships, built for battle. As a wealthy and ancient royal family, they had far more warships than most, and since the apocalypse, they'd pushed their military power to the limit. Of course, this time, the pursuers weren't just the Second Prince's forces, but also the Crown Prince's. The Crown Prince was chasing, and the Second Prince was helping. But only they knew their true intentions. The Second Prince, being younger, planned to let the Crown Prince and the Huaxia team fight it out, then swoop in and reap the rewards. After all, both princes believed that the Huaxia team, with just over 100 cargo and ferry ships and only 30 warships, couldn't possibly defeat their 100 warships. Meanwhile, on the Huaxia flagship, after everyone had caught up on sleep, they heard that over 100 warships were chasing them. Everyone was wide awake and excited. Old Zhou attended the meeting since things were getting serious. Yang Yang, as the strategist, already had the plan in mind and reported the situation. That's how it is. The pursuers will catch up in about an hour. Someone immediately spoke up. Why wait for them? If they get here and hit our cargo or an oil ship, we'll explode. We should strike first. Yeah, they're all warships and can shoot at will, but we have a lot of cargo. We can't just fire back. We should go out and take care of their warships first. Someone else said, Dubai really is filthy rich to have so many warships, but we need to be careful. What if they have superpowered people? We can't get careless. But hey, they're basically delivering these warships to us. By the way, how much are they worth in contribution points? If it's a fully armed, intact warship, at least 200,000 contribution points each. Damn, 100 warships? That's 20 million contribution points walking right at us. Screw it, let's go! All those warships should be ours! Tank and Situ Xiaoye were still twisting iron chains. Old Yellowteeth nudged Situ Xiaoye. Stop twisting. Get ready to dive behind the fleet. Time to earn some retirement points. Situ Xiaoye. Okay, let me finish these first. In the meeting room, everyone spoke freely. After more than 3 months working together, everyone's thinking and division of labor was mature. They'd almost finished the whole battle plan. Only then did Yang Yang cough and say, Let's pause the plan for now. We have to wait. Huh? What's going on? Yeah, they're almost here. If we don't act, it'll be too late. Yang Yang glanced at old Zhou, who was still sipping his goji berry tea, and thought, Old Zhou's kidneys must be great, drinking so much every day. Then he said, We're being targeted by missiles, so we have to wait. Hiss. Damn, really? Who the hell is firing missiles at us? Could it be Dubai? Do they even have missiles? Yang Yang nodded. Yes, they have anti-ship missiles and X-69 cruise missiles. After he finished, everyone was stunned, and the meeting room got even noisier. Damn, they really do? But why bother? We didn't even do anything to them. If they really fire at us, what do we do? We're new humans, but we can't catch missiles with our bare hands. Wait, don't we have old Yi's 1400 km protection range? At that, everyone remembered. Oh, it was a false alarm. Yang Yang continued, So we have to wait. Wait for them to attack first. Once old Yi intercepts for us, we'll have a reason to strike back. Even though this isn't quite what we planned, it's fine. Old Yi is ready. As Yang Yang spoke, a piercing alarm sounded. Everyone got excited. Did they attack? Are we about to get bombed? Can we intercept it? After a while, Yang Yang's expression turned odd. Yes, the intel says missiles are incoming and they've activated maximum attack mode. But what? Spit it out. Don't make me hit you. Finish your sentence. With everyone on edge, Yang Yang finally finished. But all their targets are the 100 Dubai warships behind us. Huh? So we're not the target? Did I hear that right? Dubai's missiles are hitting their own warships? Are they out of their minds? Why would they do that? Everyone was confused, but Jingshu seemed thoughtful. Yang Yang pondered for a moment. What's certain is they're not making a mistake. They're doing it on purpose. If I'm right, this is all about the royal succession struggle. Among those chasing us, there must be either the Crown Prince or the Second Prince. Jingshu raised her hand to add, the ones following us should be the Second Prince, and the one launching the missiles is the Crown Prince. You said yesterday the Crown Prince has some of his father's military authority, but the Second Prince doesn't. So it's obvious. The Crown Prince wants to create chaos, have his brother die in the melee, and then blame it all on us. For that, he's willing to sacrifice all those warships. Yang Yang nodded, a sly smile on his lips. But the Crown Prince probably didn't expect us to use Old Yi's missile interception system. Looks like luck is on our side this time. The others immediately asked, Strategist, what's your plan? What should we do now? Yang Yang gave the order. Of course, have Old Yi's missile system intercept all the missiles and save the Second Prince from disaster. Why? We're going to save the Second Prince? Save the enemy? But the Second Prince is here to kill us too. Yang Yang shook his head and explained. We slow down and let them catch up so we can collect this huge fortune. That way Old Yi also has an excuse to get involved. A win-win. No, the most important thing is, we need to keep the Second Prince alive and send him back, so he and the Crown Prince can keep fighting each other. That way, neither will have time to bother us, and we can make our getaway with all our loot. Everyone's eyes lit up. They hadn't understood at first, but now it was clear. Jingshu laughed. No wonder you're the strategist, Yang Yang. Yang Yang was modest. Just doing my job. Collecting the spoils, over 100 warships, was a huge windfall. Jingshu and the others were ready to go all out since you can't get close to warships. Their firepower is too strong. Only the ability users could handle it. Remember, after the missiles are intercepted, each team is responsible for 5 warships. Let's go. Out at sea, the clueless Second Prince was smoking a cigar, eating dessert, and leisurely crossing his legs, telling his servants to find him a new breed of lion ox. He sneered, thinking all the Huaxia team's goods would soon be his. But the next second, a series of booms shook the whole warship. What's going on? Missiles! We're being targeted by missiles! The Second Prince rushed to the window and saw the sky lit up with fire, familiar missiles slamming into the sea with thunderous explosions. These are positioning cruise missiles, locking onto our location. Next time it won't be just a few. Damn it, this must be my dear brother's doing! How dare he use missiles to kill me! Hurry! Call my mother! No, call my father, have him stop this! Second Prince, it's too late. The missiles were launched 10 minutes ago. Boom, boom, boom! The next moment, even bigger explosions rocked the sky, deafening everyone. Second Prince, the Crown Prince's missiles have been intercepted. We don't know how, but it looks like we're saved.